meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the monthly meeting of the City of Des Moines Zoning Board of Adjustment. This board has the power under Iowa law and the zoning ordinance of the City of Des Moines to hear requests for variances and exceptions from the regulations in the zoning ordinance, conditional use permits, and appeals from the decision of the staff and the administration of the zoning ordinance, and to make decisions in such matters. This is an open and informal meeting and is currently being recorded. The board members have received a copy of the agenda, staff report, and recommendations. Copies of the agenda, staff report, and recommendations are available in the trays over here on my far left. We'll have 6 members of our 7-member board here today. I'll introduce, starting from my right, we have Brooke Rosenberg. Next to him is Cindy Smith. Next to him is Tom Clark Sr. On my left, we have Mel Pins. Next to him is Linda Westergaard. My name is Bill Gray. Representing City Legal today, we have Mike Kelly. And representing city staff, we have Eric Lundy, City Planner, Bert Drost, City Planner, and is Manny here? Manuel Toribio, City Planner, and Sue Ann Donovan, the Zoning Enforcement Officer. The board is required to base its decision in each case upon the criteria established by law for the type of relief sought by the applicant. The law applicable in each case is identified in the written staff report. If the facts, as determined by the board, demonstrate that the criteria established by law for granting the relief have been satisfied, then the board must grant the relief. Otherwise, the board must deny the relief. All speakers are requested to focus their comments upon those facts that demonstrate whether or not the criteria established by law have been satisfied. Each appeal will be announced in order, and the staff will present a brief explanation of the appeal. Any written comments received by the staff prior to the hearing will be distributed to the board or otherwise identified. All speakers are requested to speak from the podium over here on my right and begin their presentation by giving both the name and address. The applicant or representative of the applicant was allowed to speak first and will be allowed 10 minutes to present their appeal. Anyone else present in support of the appeal will then be allowed 5 minutes each to present his or her comments. Anyone present in opposition to the appeal will then be allowed 5 minutes each to present his or her comments. The applicant then will be allowed 3 minutes for rebuttal or other closing comments. The meeting will then be closed to public comment, and the board will make a decision. The decision and the reason will be announced. Items that are listed on the consent portion of the agenda will not be individually discussed and will be considered for approval in accordance with the recommendation in the staff report unless an individual president or a member of the board requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda and separately considered under the public hearing agenda. The decisions of this board can only be appealed to the Polk County District Court. If you believe you've been harmed by an error made by this board, your only remedy is to seek relief through the district court within 30 days of the filing of the board's decision and order. If you believe the zoning regulations applied by this board are wrong, you may petition the City Council to change those regulations. All material, written or otherwise, used today as any part of any presentation will become a permanent part of the record and will not be returned. If you have cell phones on out there, we ask that you turn them off or at least put them on vibrate because they're very disruptive to the process here. We will be taking a short break in the 3 to 3:30 time frame, and hopefully we won't need another break, but we'll see how we go. Okay, as I mentioned, we did have 11 items on the consent agenda. However, item 2, Bert, would you?
Item number 2 needs to be heard as a discussion item. We have heard from several people who are very concerned about number 2, so it needs to be discussed so their concerns can be heard and addressed.
Okay, so that will be moved to the public hearing agenda. I'm going to go through the consent items. If there's anybody here to speak in opposition to any of those, we'll ask that at the end, and you can come up and we'll hear that separately. But on the consent agenda, we have item 1 is an exception at 1141 11th Street. Item 3 is an exception at 428 East Leach Avenue. Item 4 is an exception at 5910 Southwest 12th. Item 5 is an exception at 5918 Southwest 12th. Number 6 is an exception at 3514 Davison Road. Item 7 is a variance at 2105 Ingersoll. Item 8 is an exception at 3120 Kingman Boulevard. Item 9 is an exception at 1601 Crocker. Item 10 is an exception at 1850 East Marion Street. And item 11 is a variance and exception at 1903 Beaver, otherwise known as Chef's Kitchen. Kind of know those guys. Is anybody here to speak against any of those items I just read off? Sir, what? Item number 2. Yeah, we're not hearing that one right. We're going to hear that in the public hearing, but you're here to speak on item 2 then. Okay. I'm talking about items 1 through 11 except 2. Is anybody here to speak in opposition to any of those? Anybody on the board have a deal with those? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to accept the consent agenda, including items 1 and items 3 through 11, for approval of the exceptions, variances, and special permits requested, subject to the staff recommendations therein.
Okay. There's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 6-0. So if you're here to speak on items 1 through 11, with the exception of 2, you all been approved. Stop over, get your permits, and we'll be visiting your premises soon. Now, Bert, we've got a request for continuance.
Maybe wait for it to clear out. Oh. Also, point out that item 19, the St. Anthony's Church, we're proposing a digital sign at 15 Indianola Road. That item has been withdrawn, so if you're here for that.
If you're here in support or opposition to item 19, we're not going to hear that, so you're welcome to leave as well. Or stick around and watch your government at work.
And then on item number 18, a request for a home occupation at 2825 Summit Vista Drive. There was an error in the notices that went out, so this one has to be continued to the February 22 meeting. I spoke with the applicant, and he was okay with that. So, but the board, if the board's inclined to continue it, they would have to, you'd have to vote to continue that.
And that, what meeting, February?
February 22.
22. Is there anybody here in the audience that's here to speak against item 18? Okay, is the applicant here?
I don't know.
Don't need to, because you're the guys that are requesting it, so.
Mr. Chairman, with the consent of the applicant, I'd move to continue item 18 to the regularly scheduled meeting on February 22nd, 2012.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Okay,
it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 6-0. Now we'll begin the public hearing agenda, and we'll begin with item 2. It's a special permit at 929 25th Street.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 2 is a request for a special permit for a use by any department of the city, township, county, state, or federal government, and it would allow for use of the site for an air quality monitoring site along the freeway. The use would include an 18-foot by 10-foot building that would be 8 feet in height. This is zoned R160 single family, so the only way that this use would be a permitted use in this district is by this board granting a special permit to allow such, and this would be granted to Polk County. The site is located at the end of 25th Street, or at cul-de-sacs just south of the I-235 freeway. There's a single family house adjacent to the south. It backs up to 2 vacant lots that could potentially be built on with single family in the future. This is the site sketch that was submitted by Polk County with the application. As you can see, and there'll be a better diagram in the future slide, but they would have a driveway coming off of the north end of the cul-de-sac leading to this accessory building here. This diagram here shows it with a 30-foot front yard setback. Staff's recommendation is that they move it back to be within 30 feet of the rear property line. And Polk County, I've spoken to Polk County, they are okay with that. This sheet here shows the diagram of what the 10-foot shed, 10-foot by 18-foot shed would look like. You can see there would be like a handrail around the top. It doesn't really show up on these elevations, but there would be a PVC pipe sticking up that would have the air quality monitoring tool on it. And this is the better diagram. You can see it would kind of run parallel to a driveway that leads to this property here. This house here kind of uses a portion of this Polk County property already for their own personal, or for their own parking. But I would point out that the site would be surrounded by a chain link fence. It would be 6 feet tall. They are not proposing any barbed wire. And the fence would have to be entirely on the property at 939 25th Street. There's been some question of whether the fence would actually extend further east off of that property, but this special permit only covers this one parcel, so anything accessory to this would have to be on this one single parcel. This is a photo of the site. The property line lies somewhere here, so the area Polk County is looking at is right here. Just another view. This is looking at it from 24th Street. It'd be kind of behind these trees. And then this is just looking at 24th Street, so the site's back here in those trees there. And then we did not receive any comment cards from a neighbor, any of the people within 250 feet. However, there is a card and a letter from the Woodland Heights Neighborhood Association, and as well as a petition of other people who are very concerned about this. So in looking at the criteria that this board's charged with reviewing a special permit, again, we felt that it satisfied those criteria. We felt that the use adequately safeguards the health, safety, and welfare of the adjoining area. We feel that so long as it's placed 30 feet from the rear property line, the visual impact of it on the neighborhood will be minimal. In doing our review, we took a look at the Woodland Heights Neighborhood Action Plan adopted by City Council back in 1991, and as well as the Woodland Heights design guidelines for single family. And they don't really talk about public utility uses, but these plans do speak to like the neighborhood rhythm and the urban design, which is really the main reason we were asking them to slide it back. We felt that if it was 30 feet from the property line, it would look kind of out of place, like it's a house or something. But anyway, we did feel that it met the criteria necessary for granting a special permit. So we've recommended approval subject to 2 conditions. 1, that the utility structure be set back 30 feet from the east rear property line, and 2, any structure constructed shall be in compliance with all applicable building codes, site plans, policies, and stormwater requirements with issuance of the necessary permits. Any questions?
Yeah, how tall is that? You're showing us some elevations. How tall is the building, and then how far, how much higher do these poles, PVC poles, extend past the roof line?
Well, the roof line of the building is 8 feet, and I believe these are another 3 feet rails, so it would be about 11 feet total. I would have to let Jeremy Becker of Polk County address the pipe, but the way he explained it to me, it would just be a PVC pipe that sticks up off the top. I don't know how tall that would be.
As you're aware, we have in some neighborhoods substations that are owned by utilities. And in those neighborhoods, we've insisted on an 8-foot tall wall that's that has brick all the way around and then a topping on it. Why is not Polk County proposing that?
You could ask Polk County why they're not, but the city doesn't really require any screening. Our screening's mostly just for, the screening requirements in zoning ordinance is mostly for off-street parking, off-street storage.
I know, but they're here to ask for a special permit.
That's something this board could require, or ask Polk County if that's something they would be willing to entertain.
Bert, this is a residential lot, but it's owned by Polk County, so I'm assuming it cannot be built upon,
You know,
or it can?
it's considered to be a lot of record, so it could be used for single family.
So by putting this on this lot that could be built upon, it's off the tax rolls, is that correct?
I don't believe that's a criteria this board can
No,
make a
no,
decision on.
it's just a question.
but, Yeah, Polk County continues to own it, it wouldn't be on
And then,
Polk. or
I guess my
tax
other
rolls.
question is that we wouldn't let the screening thing concerns me greatly, because we wouldn't let a independent business put something up without it screening, so that's why I'm confused as why we wouldn't require it.
Oh.
Is there, it's just not required in this instance?
Staff didn't feel it was reasonably necessary. We could put whatever, the board can put whatever conditions on that you feel is necessary to safeguard the neighborhood, though.
Mel?
Bert, is there a specific reason why the fencing is around the perimeter of the property rather than just around the building itself?
I would have to let Jeremy Becker answer
Sure,
that.
that might be more
know
appropriate for them
that
to answer that.
If they slide the building back, the fence would slide back as well, so.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And maybe one argument against doing a fortress is, or not a fortress, but a solid wall around the structure is that that would make it even less residential in character if there's a solid wall rather than just a chain link fence is something common in residential neighborhoods, whereas a solid wall might stick out more.
But wouldn't the same kind of platform be accomplished if they built a single-family dwelling there and put their PVC pipes on top of a single-family dwelling?
Yes.
And then they could rent the single-family dwelling, be part of the neighborhood.
Any other questions for staff?
And I would also just mention, I've given you all copies of this 57-page proposal that Polk County has submitted.
Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon. I'm Jeremy Becker. I'm the Air Quality Division Manager for the Polk County Public Works Department. And let's see. As you know, I'm here for a special permit, proposal for a air monitoring station at 939 25th Street. And the appeal is for a special permit, and I'd just like to make a couple comments that the Polk County Air Quality Division believes that we do meet the city's special permit criteria for this location, and that the Polk County Air Quality Division agrees with the staff recommendations, and we're willing to follow all those conditions. I just want to point out a couple things. This project is a public health protection and assessment project. The project goal is to assess residential exposure to nitrogen dioxide concentrations due to their proximity to the interstate. And then additionally, we are going to provide this data to the Iowa DNR and the US EPA for comparison to the national ambient air quality standards. Okay, I want to go over a couple things as a project overview. This is a federal requirement. The National Ambient Air Quality Standards are contained in 40 CFR Part 58, and they were recently updated to include near roadside NOx monitoring near roadways and interstates. This rule requires NOx monitoring to be established near a busy roadway in the Des Moines CBSA. The CBSA is a collection of 5 counties, and we do exceed 500,000 in population for that CBSA. And that kicks us into a requirement to cite one of these analyzers. We do enter into a 2080 agreement with the Iowa DNR to provide ambient monitoring just in Polk County, and that's our charge as a division. We operate and maintain the air sampling equipment within Polk County for the purpose of data collection and submission to the Iowa DNR and EPA, as I stated. This is part of the state implementation plan and network plan. This location is just a proposal, subject to your approval. And the proposal, the plan, is available for a 30-day public input and comment period, and that does end February 13th, 2012. And then the website is available there on the slide. So any issues with the proposal or the plan need to be directed to the Iowa DNR. It is their network plan, it is their state implementation plan, it is not the county's. Okay, what's that?
Are they here?
They're not here. They are out for public comment, and any issues that you have with the proposal, they can be addressed directly to them. Those issues will then be forwarded to EPA for comment and response. Okay, why did we pick 939 25th Street? It's the third highest ranked road segment for AADT, so annual average daily traffic at 109,700 vehicles per day. It is located in one of the highest population dense areas in the Des Moines, West Des Moines MSA by census tract, and that's based on the 2010 U.S. Census Bureau. And then it is also located in a zone of influence of predominant wind direction. So we typically have a northwest wind in the winters, and that creates an impact on this property. I'll show you a slide of the air sampling probe, or the cane that we call it. It's an air sampling cane. But it needs to be placed within 50 meters of the interstate. Okay, and then as you know, the property is owned and maintained by Polk County, and this site will accommodate the federal requirements for placement of this analyzer. Here's an overview of the site plan. And as the City of Des Moines staff has indicated, we are willing to slide the shelter back. That's not an issue with the way that we have to do the sampling or take the air sample. As you can see, we proposed to do quite a few improvements to the site. We're going to screen it as much as we can. We're going to put a fence around it. There will be a chain link fence with a 75% opaque material to screen that shelter. There is shrub plantings out front, and then there's evergreen plantings on the back. And then we are going to install a driveway and a sidewalk. Now, this typically is about a 6-year process that we have to assess the air quality impacts. And then at that time, we would remove everything, take out the shelter, and return it back to its original condition, or leave the driveway and then return it back. There's an overview of what the shelter kind of looks like. We propose for this shelter to have an aggregate siding instead of metal, to kind of blend it in with the architectural style of the neighborhood to make it look a little better. And it will be on a floating concrete slab. There's a kind of an overview of the exterior railing and ladder system, and that's an OSHA requirement because my staff has to access the roof to do maintenance on the probe, or the sampling cane. Here's an example of an air sampling cane. They're done in there's 3 different images there, and that shows how we penetrate the roof, and then there's one that's made out of glass. We typically don't make those out of glass for several reasons. There's vandalism issues. But the one at 1907 Carpenter on the right-hand side, that's a picture of the ones that we have down there. We'll only have one at this location. And then there was a question about change in elevation. The change in elevation at this site is really only 6 feet. So the shelter is 8 foot tall. We'll have the railing, and then there'll be the cane will extend 1 meter above the railing, and that's based on federal requirements. There's not a lot of elevation change, but it's an ideal candidate. It's an ideal site to monitor for the residential impacts of nitrogen dioxide. And as I said, this is really a public health assessment project that is funded by EPA. Any issues with high concentrations would go through a mitigation plan where the Metropolitan Planning Organization would be involved, the Iowa DOT, and federal highway funds to help mitigate congestion along this area. And I just want to make one final statement before I sit down. We don't anticipate a problem at this location. We just don't have the congestion that larger cities do along the interstate. This is one of the most congested areas in the city, but we still don't anticipate a problem. Good. Thank you. Any questions?
Have you had a chance to take a look at what the neighborhood group has had?
I've discussed some of the issues with the neighborhood group, but I did not see the letter.
Okay. Might want to show it to him, Bert.
I have a question for you. You indicated this is a kind of a public health project. Wouldn't it be a good idea to put this monitoring system on top of one of our high schools that is near the interstate? I think we have East High School's near the interstate. I think Roosevelt High School's near the interstate. And you could turn it into a kind of little project for the science wing of the high school. I mean, that's one thing, instead of going into a neighborhood and starting anew. And that's first part of the question. Second part of the question is, it looks to me like it's a kind of a simple, straightforward monitoring system. Why don't you just build it on top of somebody's house and rent it? I mean, that gives you on premises, somebody look after it. They'll love the idea that you're subleasing the space.
Yeah.
And this is for a limited time, isn't it? It's only for 6 years?
Initially, it's only, yeah, unless there's a problem, then it could be longer.
Well, I understand, but
The
you
problem
understand
with-
what I'm saying is you're building permanent improvements, but this is a project that may only take 6 years.
That's correct.
Wouldn't it be simpler to put it on top of a structure that already exists? It'd be cheaper.
Yeah, this rule, there's several limitations that we did look at. I mean, and here's an example of the candidate road sections that we looked at for this project. And we tried to identify schools, public buildings that were along these sections. It's really hard to do because the limitations of the rule requires that we only be 2 to 7 meters above ground, so very similar in height to the road, and that we be within 50 meters of the nearest lane of traffic on the interstate. It's very difficult to find a public building or school that meets that criteria.
Des Moines Water Works owns a substation right at the corner of Polk Boulevard
Yep, we looked at
and
that.
the interstate.
We did look at that. We looked at that, it's too high. We'd have to bring the sampling cane down, and then there's constraints on the size of that property. So we looked at all these locations along these candidate road segments. And, you know, Polk County does own this property, so that made it convenient. The other thing is we're gonna put about $200,000 into the equipment that is sheltered inside of the shelter. So the sampling thing sounds simple, but the air sample technology is really kind of complex. So, you know, we want to control the access to this equipment. It's very expensive. We receive grants to operate, and we have a requirement to collect 98% collection of our data. We can't lose data. We can't have vandalism, so we have to limit access to it.
When you say that it's 50 meters from the interstate, do you mean 50 meters from the center of the road, or do you mean 50 meters from the property that's acquired for interstate purposes? Generally, there's somewhere between 120 and 660 feet on each side of the roadway.
Yeah.
So where is it 50 meters from? The edge of the property?
It's actually to the sampling probe. So we have to be within 50 meters of the sampling probe, and usually there's a setback on the property to the nearest lane of traffic on that
So
side
it's-
of the road.
A lane of traffic
Yes,
is 50 meters from the probe.
yes.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
And our study showed us that we had to be on the south side of the interstate. There was a slide that showed, so that limits the candidate sections too, because the predominant wind direction is from the northwest. So the impact, the most impact is going to be on the south side of the interstate.
Thank you.
Brooke?
It's not possible to put it on any land that the freeway or DOT already owns?
We talked with the Iowa DOT to place it on their right-of-way. They will not let us be on the opposite fence side in their right-of-way. It's a liability issue for them. So that was a deal breaker.
And you said it's about $200,000 worth of equipment. Is that a federal expense or a Polk County expense?
We received federal grants, and then there's a match component that comes from Polk County,
Okay.
the Iowa DNR.
There's a very small strip of land, it looks like, between your lot that's owned by another company, and then looks like the freeway land. Why wouldn't you put it on that strip of land?
That's owned by the other company.
It's owned by Madden?
Right there, Madden Construction.
Really for access, I mean, put it on Madden construction property.
Yeah.
I don't know why we do that, because we'd rather retain the rights to the property and have control of the property. That way, you know, we'd have to enter into a lease agreement. And I can tell you, this is the second candidate site. The number one candidate site is at Budget Storage. So we have to go into a rental or lease agreement with them. So it is an option. It's something we looked at. So this is our number 2 candidate site. Number 1 is Budget Storage, and that's highlighted.
Right, but you've settled on this number 2.
We haven't settled on it. We are doing concurrent approvals. What'll happen is the proposal from the Iowa DNR includes both sites. Any comments, any issues with any of the sites, those will be forwarded to EPA. EPA can make a decision on the candidate sites.
But have you discussed the Madden site with Madden?
I have not. No, that to me is it's pretty narrow, and
Well, you only need 8 by 10, if I recall, so.
yeah.
And the fact that, what's the, Polk County owns this, and the site is, from our discussion earlier, is accessible and buildable on. Why would the county want to not sell it and have on a tax roll versus having 6 years of this thing sitting there with no taxes?
I don't know how long Polk County has owned it. I know they did receive it on tax sale, or received it back because not paying their taxes. So we do maintain it. They have been mowing it. And I know that Polk County does maintain the cul-de-sac when they go down there to mow that also.
Are you taking any trees out?
We are not proposed to take any trees out. There is a fence line. We want to clean up the fence line.
Okay.
Mel?
Jeremy, appreciate all the information and the graphics you've provided. I mentioned earlier, it looks like you're showing a chain link fence around pretty much the perimeter of the property. Is that for security for the whole property, or why not maybe just have the fence, you know, around the building itself a few feet out to kind of limit what looks like to be a sequestered parcel?
Yeah, and that is an option. We can limit the size of the fence around the shelter. Really, it's more of a security issue is why we have the fence up.
Sure, but I mean,
We can reduce that size.
and I certainly realize that. Is there a certain radius around the building you need to have for the fence's location?
No.
Okay.
No, it's
All right.
purely for security.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Before you start, how many people are here to speak in opposition? If you could raise your hands. Go ahead and, if you don't mind, start lining up so we don't just hear it all at once.
How much time do we get? Well, he needs to be clear and tell him.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lila Yost Dozier. I live at 741 27th Street. I have sat on the Woodland Heights Organization's Board of Directors for 25 years. I have been delegated to give this board a statement before we go into the individual points. I'm trying to present the problem that we're in as far as our frustration, as far as the EPA, the DNR, and the promulgation. I am here to try to relate to you our Woodland Heights organization's total frustration. I am here to talk to you first about our position in the law of unintended consequences. The law of unintended consequences is what happens when a simple system tries to regulate a complex system. An example of this might be the National Fire Prevention Policy. This is a good law, but the law actually caused reduction of forest diversity and increased mass fires. Another example might be the Corps of Engineers building dams to protect citizens and property that in actuality destroyed wetlands and made floods more likely. Floods that are now more damaging to property and citizens that it was built to protect. Locally, we in Des Moines have had to deal with this unintended consequence many times. 4 Mile Island is an extreme example of a good rule under the National Energy Policy for energy, but with bad repercussions. Does the law of unintended consequences mean that government shouldn't try to regulate complex systems? No, of course not. But it does mean that regulators should be humble. Regulations cannot remake man or society, but it does mean that the regulation hurdle should be set so high that all individual knowledge and experience should be held equal and as important as the set goal. My first point on good law with unperceived consequence. In our neighborhood, it's called SLAM. SLAM is an anachronism for this state and local air monitoring system. These regulations were promulgated by the EPA, down to Iowa DNR, down to Polk County, down to the city of Des Moines. The Polk County public notice in the newspaper was April 25th of 2011. We, organized in 1986, the WHO, the Woodland Heights organization, knew nothing about our neighborhood even being considered for a possible monitoring site. We should have been notified either by Polk County or the city when the request was filed on the city desk October 11th, 2011.
About 2 more minutes, so.
I'll go as fast as I can. We now have 14 days left to get in our comments to the state DNR. We knew nothing of this proposal until we received our card January 14th. Already 14 days into our 30-day public comment period allowed by the state DNR, and here we stand, and we still don't have the necessary data to turn in educated and informed public comment. We will know more after this meeting and we receive more data, and then we can submit our educated comments on how this is affecting our neighborhood. We believe that possibly our federal sunshine laws have not been met. Polk County turned in their site plan to the state DNR January 1st, 2011. But now we find out, I just recently found out that this site plan is not really a site plan, it's a sketch. But it was turned into the state DNR as a site plan. The submitted site plan does not meet federal EPA requirements and rules. Example, driveway in the permanent facility cannot exceed 50 feet in length.
1 minute.
Example, there is not a clear zone because of the highly extended berm. The Woodland Heights organization is established to protect and stabilize and improve our neighborhood. Our charge is to protect land values and to protect the health and safety of our neighborhood. This monitoring site has very little to do with just our little neighborhood. There would be more than one, this is for the entire city of Des Moines, the length of the city from east to west. We would be a modeling station for that, for air collection. but yet our neighborhood would take the primary hit. The modeling numbers would be taken from our neighborhood and then used to represent the entire city. It would be a slam against our neighborhood and the perceived air quality, even though the Windsor Heights preferred site may indeed have worse potential problems. The closer you get to downtown, the more likely you will have an increased risk of air pollution. But monitors cannot be placed closer to downtown because there's too many exit ramps and obstructions. So even though we are not the possible worst-case scenario, we would be the neighborhood labeled in the media as having potentially bad air, even though people living in Waterbury who might think that they are safe might be indeed the worst-case scenario.
I have to ask you to wrap it up. You're on about
Okay.
7 minutes.
No one wants to buy a home or office building in a perceived risk zone, either flood, crime, noise, or bad air. Perception is reality. Our land values would be affected. And finally, the very federal EPA that is there to protect us mandates measures that will damage us. We feel strongly that there would be unintended consequences.
Can you wait just a second? I've got one question. Mr. Becker said he's come and talked to you people before in your group?
I've talked to him on the
Okay.
phone doing data collection. I've also talked with Sean Fitzsimmons, which is the DNR representative for this project. I've also talked to the EPA in Washington, D.C.
And they're aware of your concerns then, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
But we haven't submitted anything because we don't know all what's happening yet.
Okay.
I mean, we're still learning because we we only had 1 week just to prepare to see you. I mean, so we did our best.
Is there any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Nope, you're good.
Board members, my name is Barry Toffland. I'm an officer in the Woodland Heights organization, and I live at 2723 High Street. We voted in our regular meeting on January 17th unanimously to oppose this permit for a variety of reasons. As Lila noted, we don't feel that we have all the information about the project, but what information we do have seems to indicate that it would go against the best interests of the neighborhood and certainly be a use very contrary to what the neighborhood, or what that lot is zoned for. As noted by the applicant, there is a preferred site in Windsor Heights. It seems the only reason they're doing this one is for the convenience of not having to enter into a legal lease agreement. I'm not sure that that interest overrides the neighborhood plan. This is a Des Moines chartered neighborhood. It was chartered in 1991. We were among several neighborhoods that were chartered around that time. We were the only neighborhood that achieved all of the goals of our plan. The neighborhood has worked very hard to make a lot of progress in terms of crime reduction, in terms of increasing property values. We feel that this structure, if it's approved, would take much away from that and set us back. The proposal obviously is for a temporary time. It's quite clear that that's very likely to be extended. We don't feel that the neighborhood can continue to sustain, a prolonged use contradictory to the current zoning. As mentioned, it looks like the proposal, the site plan, does not even meet EPA requirements, so they will have to amend that, which will probably make it even less compliant with the current zoning. As Lila alluded to, it will have a perceived impact to the neighborhood in terms of giving a stigma of poor air quality if such results are measured. Additionally, that area is subject to a lot of groundwater issues currently. There's no storm sewer inlets in the immediate area. It tends to be very swampy in the springtime as it is now. Adding additional non-permeable surface, a large driveway, a structure is going to compound that problem. It may make the city have to take on additional stormwater mitigation, which is going to be a cost borne by the city. Additionally, we're concerned about the aesthetics, possibly of removing trees, all these issues like that. As mentioned, our organization voted unanimously against it. We wholeheartedly hope that you will hear that.
Thank you.
I have one question. You're an officer of Woodland Heights.
Right.
As you look at what we look at, the neighborhood organization's opinion has a great deal of weight with this board, but greater even than the neighborhood organizations is the adjoining property owners. And if you'll note, nowhere has staff indicated that any of the adjoining property owners to this site object.
Well,
is there a
yes,
person?
we have one adjoining owner here. The one immediately next to it is here.
Okay.
And I would point out, too, that I think I'm not sure what the radius of notification was.
It's 250 feet around the site.
And I'm not sure what the timing of the notification was either, if people had adequate time to respond. But
it's usually
I know,
10 days before the meeting.
So, but we do have one person here that's adjoining the property.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Connie Welcher, and I'm actually in process, as we speak, of contracting with Dan Hearn, who's the owner of the property at 935 25th Street, to actually purchase to own, or basically lease to own the property. Currently, I reside in that property with my family, and so I come to speak to you about the actual direct effect that it will have on myself and my community, with effect to where this is going to be located. Just to show you a couple. Just to give you an idea of what we're talking about, my home is actually underneath these trees that you can't see. That's my home. The sketch plan that has been presented will have a fence abutted almost directly against my house, with a small driveway between my house, my kitchen window, and this chain link fence. Which, by the way, I challenge you to go and see if you can find any other chain link fence in our neighborhood. So in rebuttal, the chain link fence will not be conducive to the look and air of our neighborhood. This picture right here is where they want to put the driveway. You notice this truck? This is actually my husband's truck. Where they want to put the driveway is right here. What you don't notice in this picture, because it's covered in snow, is the rise of the embankment that holds up the freeway. To put in that driveway, they will have to cut into that embankment, possibly destabilizing or putting the community at risk, including the facility that they want to put there. So I have a statement real quick to give to you. Again, good afternoon. My name is Connie Welcher, and I am a resident of the Woodland Heights neighborhood. My family and I live directly south to the location question at 935 25th Street, and I come to you today to present my opposition of placing this air monitoring station on the county property adjacent to my home. To the best of my understanding, the location in question does not meet federal guidelines for the structure or its purpose, thereby making it an illegal and ineffective. However, there will be an effect nonetheless. By allowing this illegal structure at this location, it will negatively affect this community by plaguing a watershed, or this community already plagued by a watershed from the freeway I-25. The construction of the facility and its driveway will drastically reduce the vegetation at the head of 25th Street. This vegetation is the first line of defense against the damage and disease that the watershed causes down the road. In reducing the vegetation, the city also proposes to allow the destruction of wildlife habitat vital to the food chain in the area. In disrupting this natural defense against harmful pests such as mice and mosquitoes, the city invites disease and pestilence into this neighborhood, putting its health and vitality at risk. By allowing this illegal structure to be placed at this location. The city means to demonstrate its disregard for the health and safety of our neighborhood. The facility will increase large vehicle traffic in a family community on a street with only one outlet, thus putting the children and elderly in our neighborhood in harm's way. With the increased traffic will increase levels of harmful, cancer-causing, and even deadly air pollutants from exhaust. As I said, to put the driveway in, they will have to adjust the berm put up and the embankment put up to support the freeway. Finally, the facility has the potential to be a target for theft and vandalism. If you believe that $200,000 worth of equipment will just remain a secret, you are vastly mistaken. The increase will undoubtedly spread to the surrounding neighborhood, increasing the vulnerability of private property of the residents. This increase will obviously have a negative effect on the safety and security of our neighborhood. The risk has potential of bringing theft, vandalism, and even violence to the family's community and will undoubtedly raise insurance costs of the residents. By allowing this illegal and ineffective structure at this location, the city demonstrates its contempt and disregard for our community, our families, and the constituents of the Woodland Heights area. So as a resident, we implore you to not proceed in destroying our home. And just to rebut what was stated about whether the county actually maintains the property, that is actually not correct. My family and I maintain it, and I can show proof of financial records where we pay a person to come out and mow the property. I pay for the water that maintains the grass on that property because I don't want it to become a dry area. It is right next to a freeway, and all I need is a cigarette butt to come over and start a fire. That affects my home. So for them to say that the county maintains the property is incorrect, and I have no faith in believing that the county will continue to maintain the property once their building is there. But with that chain link fence, I can't maintain the property. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you see in our favor.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask her a question?
Sure.
Sure.
Mel?
Ma'am, I appreciate all the comments you've expressed. Would you be opposed if someone bought that property and built a house there?
Absolutely not. I believe that residents would, one, maintain their property. Two, normally residents work together as far as the driveway would be concerned. Many residents share a driveway, which is probably what would happen. So having a next door neighbor would not be an issue. What my issue is a standalone building that may or may not be maintained, may or may not be habited by workers, so we don't know all the information in that, and either situation is not acceptable. If nobody is there, who's to secure it? If someone is there, then you're causing traffic in my neighborhood, in a neighborhood that's not made for that much traffic. So as far as a resident is concerned, not a problem. Oh, and a second, they will have to take out 2 fledgling trees. You can't see it in there, but there's one right behind the back of that truck, and there's also one at the end of the driveway. The driveway will go right through the fledgling tree.
Okay. I'm just a little confused. If somebody builds a house there, they'll have a larger stormwater impact. They'll have grading of the
They will
site.
actually have sewer drainage, though.
Okay. All right.
where
Thank you for
this
your
is not.
comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, my name is Dan Robbins. I live at 733 26th Street, and I'm here in opposition to the erection of the air quality monitoring station as well. We believe that, I believe that constructing this 18 by 10-foot building along with a 90-foot driveway, perhaps even longer, by 10-foot wide, creates too much of a too much hardscape for more water to come down off the interstate, which was built in the mid and late 60s. I think it was completed by 1970. This neighborhood, ever since then, has had water issues. There's standing water in yards along that area, along the 2 blocks north of Center Street between that and the interstate. Water comes down off of the embankment, and it settles in those yards where there's no inlet for the storm sewer. So we have 2 blocks, from north to south, we have 2 blocks of 25th Street, 26th Street, and others that don't have those storm sewers. So as a result of that, we've had a lot of property damage in the homes, main structural supports in the homes that have collapsed through rot and obviously water in basements and those kinds of things. We're all concerned about the looks of this building. We're concerned about the way what it'll do to the property values, and the water is the key issue that I wanted to bring up today. Also concerned about the tree. We need more trees in the neighborhood. We don't need fewer. We need more vegetation, not less. And we think this will have a negative impact on our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Laura Toffland. I reside at 2723 High Street. I'm also an officer of the Woodland Heights organization. You know, a lot of my comments have already been discussed today, but just wanted to reiterate that we are opposed to the monitoring station. We are concerned about what it would do to the residents. As Lila mentioned, unintended consequences will directly impact my neighbors and myself. So what would the possibilities be? Potentially more costs for home security of our residents. As mentioned, the $200,000 worth of equipment is going to be very attractive, especially with the copper potentially being put in there. The fence will not enough be to protect that facility. We do have another chain link fence in the neighborhood. It has been cut through. That is at Woodland Heights Cemetery. So that is not enough of a detriment. There could potentially be more costs for home insurance as the sewer issues arise. Again, the potential for devaluation of the property values with the potential for the poor air outcome, as well as the non-conforming property in the neighborhood. And just that, you know, once neighbors, if the air report does come back negative, that feeling of the neighborhood, the neighbors, what does that mean to their children? Are living there, are they putting their children at more exposure for childhood asthma or respiratory diseases? And then with their home values are decreasing, there's no potential for them to leave the neighborhood, which we want residents to feel comfortable, safe. We want to continue our growth plan. And then we're also concerned about the extra noise and traffic. The tranquility of the neighborhood could potentially be destroyed with adding this facility. While they say there should be minimal disruption to the traffic plan, the federal guidelines do indicate that it can be used for additional government work and for different resources. So we are concerned about potential traffic impacts as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carol Lewis, and I live at 2513 Center Street. I am also an officer of the Woodland Heights organization. I just want to say that the staff site review has made a recommendation to hide the air monitoring station 30 feet in from the back of the property lot line because it's a non-conforming building. We agree with the staff recommendation on this plan, except for the engineering and the further loss of our buffer of trees and added water problems. EPA requires Polk County to have a clear, unobstructed site for the correct air monitoring. But the berm to the northwest of the proposed monitoring station is an obstruction for air monitoring. Large trees would have to be cut down to have access to the area and clear it for development and for the required clear zone. If the air monitoring station does register high contaminant levels averaged over a one-year period, what is the mitigation plan? It will take 20 years before any new trees or buffer zone would be effective, and in the meantime, that part of our neighborhood is unsaleable. A facility of this sort could and should be placed in a commercial or office park zones that exist along the freeway with free clearing and without obstructions. Please do not destroy our neighborhood in your quest to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in opposition? Mr. Becker, you got 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, I want to start off by saying that the site does meet the federal requirements for the siting and monitoring path for this instrument. The elevation change at this location is not significant between the interstate and where the shelter would be placed. So there is no issue with siting the shelter and doing the air sampling in this location. The change in elevation is only roughly 6 feet between the nearest lane of traffic and where we're proposing to put the shelter. The requirement in the federal rules says that we have to be within 2 to 7 meters, and the last statement shows that it's roughly about 4.5 meters. So we do have some adjustments that we can make on the sample probe, depending on where the shelter is located on the property, so that's not an issue. And then the recommendation is to be within 50 meters of the interstate, and this site does meet that. This sampling site will be a microscale monitor, so it does characterize not the entire city, it characterizes the scale that it represents, which is roughly 100 meters. So it is a microscale sampling strategy that they want to assess what the impact from the interstate is on the residential properties in that neighborhood. And then if there is an issue, and I'm not saying there is an issue, I mean, it's not like because we placed this monitor, we're causing an air pollution issue. The air pollution issue would already be there regardless of whether we cite the monitor or not. But we can't do anything about a problem until we collect the data. So that's one key part of this. If we don't put it in this neighborhood and there is a problem, we're never going to know it. So that's just one statement I wanted to make. And the mitigation plan would include federal money. It would include representatives from the Des Moines Metropolitan Organization, and it would mitigate congestion on this stretch of interstate, which would be a positive to the residents in that area. I understand their concern with the look of it, the architectural style of the building, but this is the type of buildings that we do this type of air sampling in. And for protection, we have to, of the equipment, we have to put the fence up, and I understand they're concerned about that too. We're trying to shield it as much, we're trying to plant trees. We heard them, we put shrubs out front, and we'll continue to listen to the neighborhood, even if we are allowed to go in that neighborhood. So.
Can I ask a point of clarification? Go ahead.
Jeremy, could you put the little site plan back up that you had put together there? Now, the trees, you know, there on the right-hand side that look a little bit like chimney brushes, are those pre-existing or are those trees you plan to
No, those are
place
trees we plan to install as a visual screen for the east property, and those are evergreen trees.
Those are
So
evergreens.
they'll be, they'll have canopy year-round.
And there's some shrubberies that you're proposing toward the front of the property
Along
there.
the driveway, we've extended shrubs along the south side of the driveway and along the west side of the driveway to kind of screen that visual for anybody coming up around that cul-de-sac that would be looking back at the property.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Let me clarify this. If you go along with staff recommendations, that driveway would come back quite a ways farther, and then the building would be back where those trees are. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the proposal says to move the shelter back to this area. So obviously we move the evergreen over. We may have to, the driveway is probably not going to change. What we will extend is the sidewalk, getting back to the shelter.
So you wouldn't have to lay 90 feet of concrete?
No,
You could-
no, that's not the plan. We would
Okay.
extend the sidewalk for staff to access the shelter. And once we, if we gain approval for this, after the initial construction of the site, my staff only accesses the site maybe once every 14 days. So they're only down there pretty infrequent.
So it's one small, just a utility truck or something?
Yeah, it's
that
a
would
service vehicle, and
park
it's a
in the-
car. They actually drive around cars and hybrids.
So it would drive into the driveway, and then they would take the sidewalk
Yes.
to the, okay.
Yep. And Polk County they will maintain the site. Once it becomes a shelter and there's a structure on site, it will be turned over to general services to maintain. So that means they'll have it on a mowing schedule. They'll have it on a maintenance plan for the shrubs to maintain the nice look of the property.
Just to clarify,
On themselves, yeah.
this, you only need one of these monitoring stations?
Right.
So the other area you're looking at is the rental place on, so this is another just proposed site?
This is a site that is in our proposal. The budget storage is another site that's in our proposal, and we're trying to get approval for both concurrently. What'll happen is then a decision will be made by EPA on what site they feel is representative or they want to include in their health assessment studies. And I do want to say one thing about the budget storage. It is a commercial facility, and budget storage facilities have a kind of a history of some turnover, so there's kind of an issue with that for a 6-year period. But we are talking with ownership at that location to secure a rental and lease agreement, but that is not
Right,
a
but
fact
that
at this-
budget storage place has been there for numerous years, and
has. You're
it's
right.
in very good shape, and I'm sure whoever owns it's making substantial rental off it. Probably plan to stay there.
It's
That would be
had
my
the
assumption.
same owner since it was built. So I don't understand your turnover situation.
Okay, that could be.
Your sketch here shows the shrub and planting. Why doesn't your site plan that we got show the same?
This, I believe, was an updated site plan that was submitted to the city.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Is that the updated?
That isn't what we got.
The one that the board has was the only one I had received. Was this one?
Well, I'll have to check on that, but I.
Well,
assume that
but we don't, how would we know which one you're going to adhere to?
It'll be this one.
But that isn't the one that was submitted.
Okay.
This report's dated January 1st. How is it notified or given to the public?
Under our 28 agreement with the Iowa DNR, it is the Iowa DNR's responsibility to notify the public of the proposal, not of the site plan. It's the city of Des Moines' responsibility to notify the neighborhood of the zoning issue.
Okay, so the DNR is responsible to notify the public of the plan, correct?
The proposal.
The proposal, which is dated January 1st, and it sounds like the neighbors are unaware of it until they got the city's notification for this hearing, and now they're down to, whatever the lady said, 13 days or whatever to respond instead of 30. So do you have any proof that the DNR sent out anything?
I think under state law, they're not required to notify the neighborhood of a proposal. It is available on their website for input and comment, and they could extend that if there was comments. And I believe that the neighborhood association has contacted the Iowa DNR and voiced concern about it. So it is really up to the state whether they would extend that period for comment and input.
The versus the sites 1 and 2, if you lease the site from budget, I would presume there wouldn't be any maintenance of the site. What's your cost to maintain that site?
Well, it's absorbed in the general services budget, so there would be no cost.
So isn't there a cost as taxpayers?
Well, there would be, that's correct.
So have you built that into your recommendation?
I have not,
Why?
because it's not something that I would have to pay out of my budget. So it's a good point, though.
Any other questions? Thank you. Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
Well, although I feel the county has made some attempt to fit into the neighborhood with the type of exterior that they're putting on this building, I still do not feel that we can approve this special permit, and I can't support it, basically because the design itself is not compatible with a neighborhood full of single-family dwellings. And one of the standards that we are to look at is whether, by its design, the proposed structure adds to the welfare of the occupants of the adjoining and surrounding properties, and whether or not it would diminish established property values. Now, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I think that one of these monitoring sites next to my house would probably diminish the value of the property. So it seems to me that the standard that the county is proposing here with this structure is going to, in my mind, would clearly diminish the certainly the property next door, but perhaps other properties in the neighborhood. Now, I understand that Mr. Becker states that the county will maintain the property once it's built upon. But of course, they have the duty to maintain all of the properties that they own, no matter how they acquire them. And it seems that this property was acquired at tax sale and has been maintained not by the county, but by the adjoining property owners. That's unfair to the neighborhood, and it certainly doesn't bode well for the future. I don't see how, as it's presented, that it would ever be compatible with the existing architectural character of the neighborhood. And that, of course, is one of the standards we're supposed to look at in approving special permits. And that's standard D on page 4. So I can't support the special permit.
You make a motion?
No. Anybody can make a comment?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Mel.
this is quite a start for today. I really appreciate all the comments that everybody has given here. I'm just kind of amazed by the passion that everyone has, but that also frightens me a little bit. I think we're maybe blowing a lot of this out of proportion here. This isn't a special permit because it's an air monitoring facility. It's just because it's a publicly owned piece of land, any public structure. If they wanted to build a pump house for a stormwater lift station, they'd have to be in front of us. If this was Des Moines Public Schools building a bus barn somewhere, they'd have to be in front of us. It's not because of what they want to do with the property. It's simply because it's public property with a public structure, therefore it needs a special permit. This is not a house. They're not building a house. If somebody wanted to come and build a house and live in it and stand on top of it like Captain Ahab, I'd say, no, it doesn't blend in with the neighborhood. But electric switchgear, stormwater sewer pumps, radio repeaters, when we look around our neighborhoods, we have some public structures of public value for all of us. We've had the discussion, we have cell phone towers now. We don't necessarily want them nearby us, but it's part of what we have to deal with. I think they're trying to make this fit. I think there's ways we can make it fit better. The land has not been used for anything else. It's not likely to be used. If you look at the aerial photo, there's a buffer there for a reason. I don't think anybody wants to build a house right next to the freeway. This is the last lot next to the freeway. I'd like to see maybe just some modifications, pull that perimeter fence in so it doesn't look like a Nike missile site. But I don't see how you can contain air monitoring equipment in anything smaller than a 10 by 18 and how we could expect that to look like a little gingerbread house or something. I'd like to work with them to allow them to do this, to simply not have it and pretend we do or don't have air quality issues. You know, what we don't know doesn't hurt us. I don't agree with that kind of logic. I'd rather know for those citizens and for our whole neighbor or our whole city what's going on here. So I'd like to work with it to allow it to occur. I'm not just going to throw it out.
Mr. Chair?
Cindy?
I can't support this, and it's because of the architectural character mainly. I also agree that you're probably not going to find something else that's going to want to be right next to the freeway, but it just doesn't feel right what they're proposing to place there in this neighborhood. And I also know from all my years of experience with neighborhood associations that Woodland Heights has worked long and hard to get their neighborhood improved. And they were one of the first neighborhood associations approved or chartered by the city, and they've spent many long hours and many years trying to find some improvement. So I can understand the perception of the bad air. I can understand just a very negative perception for this neighborhood. There's another place, there's a budget rental place or whatever the rental place is called, that where they could place this and it would be totally innocuous. And for me, and my thought is that that's a better fit for it than in this neighborhood, plunked right in this neighborhood area.
And Windsor Heights will probably say it'd be better to put it in Des Moines.
Well, you know, what you're really discussing is the architectural integrity of the neighborhood and also the idea that this is better suited to a commercial area. Right. I mean, it's, exactly. And so put it in a commercial area. Nobody will notice it.
But I don't think they said it was better suited to a commercial area. I think they wanted to monitor
No, they said that the
air
budget,
pollution in a residential area.
no, they
And
want,
this is one of their highest volume traffic areas.
they want it,
Okay.
they want to monitor it along the interstate in a high-volume area. They
Okay.
don't care if it's in a residential area or a commercial area.
Bill?
Go ahead, Brooke.
And I sympathize with the county, and they have a directive from the feds to do this and et cetera, and they have to have, and it's a small directive. But one of my overall concerns, and I would agree with Mr. Clark and Cindy, and on the architectural component, and this is not something that we can control, but the continuous, it's not me, it's them, government pass the buck, who's to blame, who's to notify people, et cetera, just irritates me, which is not a criteria for us to take into consideration. I understand that, but I'm going to say it anyhow. I would move that we deny the special permit
Based on,
based on the architectural, doesn't meet the architectural criteria.
that Mr. Clark pointed out. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and I'm going to support that motion too, and especially because there's more that could have been done, especially like you said, Brooke, the one thing that you need to get out and talk to the people. You got to let them know what's going on. Give them a 10-day notice doesn't do it. But when you look at that architectural, I can't even just call it a building because it's barely that, it's just a floating slab. Mel, I'm going to use the example of what the old Northwestern Bell did. They wanted to put a central office over on 42nd and Kingman. Now, how many people drive past there and say, that's owned by the phone company? You never know it. They've had to build it in conjunction with architecture that's similar to the neighborhood. They did such a good job, many people don't even know it's still there. But that's my view of trying to enhance the neighborhood. And putting an aggregate floating slab with a couple tubes sticking up does not meet any criteria that I can see. So I kind of agree with that approach that Tom took. So, is there any further discussion?
I just have to say that I'm going to side with Mel, and I know that the neighborhood has worked hard, and so I completely understand. I mean, I understand where the vote's going, but I guess I would kind of like to, I wish that there could have been a way that we could have worked it out so it would fit here. I live in the part of Des Moines, and I look at the freeway. I mean, I live right next to the freeway. And I would kind of think of it as a good thing to have in my neighborhood. Because I kind of like to know what the air quality is. But so I just had to say that. I see what Mel is saying, but I also know where the vote's going to go. So.
Well, I think Linda made an excellent point. There could have been a way, but with the time frame now and when the neighborhood was made aware of it, which was my understanding only by the city mailing of this meeting, and the DNR is responsible to notify them and has no responsibility other than put it on their website, what do you expect?
I agree with you, Brooke. I could have thought something might have worked out, but given what we're charged with performing here today, we got to make a decision today. So, been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those, and the motion is to deny. So all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Those opposed, motion carries 4-2. Item 12. This was
Now we get to jump
a
ahead.
rehearing from the December 21st meeting. It's a conditional use permit at 1421 Ingersoll Avenue.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 12, the continuation of the public hearing from December 21st. At that time, the board did make a motion, but following that motion, some new information was provided that put the vote in question. So upon the advice of the city's legal counsel, we've decided to reopen the public hearing just to be sure that the board's decision is legally defensible. The request, again, is for a conditional use permit. I'd also just point out that all of the testimony received for the December 21st meeting, we had a number of cards and letters that came in, plus 3 people spoke, Matt Brown with Wellmark, Mike Laval, and there was one other person, name escapes me at the moment, but
Dave Carlson.
Dave Carlson, yes. Their testimony all remains on public record and is part of the public hearing. So the subject or the application is for a conditional use permit for the Quick Trip at 1421 East or Ingersoll Avenue. It would allow for the sale of alcoholic liquor to occur as part of the gas station use. The subject property is located on the north side of Ingersoll, just west of the new Wellmark headquarters, south of the Iowa Methodist Medical Center complex. This is just a site plan, site sketch of the site as it is today. Here's the layout of the building. The liquor sales that they're proposing would occur within a cabinet that's accessible only to the employees of the store. And these are some photos of the site looking north from Ingersoll Avenue. This is just along 15th Street. Then the consent map. We did get one card in support from Designados. The rest are all in opposition. For the reasons I had stated last month, given the location of this and then the police incidences, there was a high concentration of public intoxication offenses and operating while intoxicated offenses. We felt that there was something unique about this site that makes this not a good location for the sale of hard liquor, to add the sale of hard liquor to the current selection. So we've recommended denial of the requested conditional use permit.
Any questions? Sounds good, Bert, thank you. Applicant, representing the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Adjustment, my name is Larry James Jr., 3101 Ingersoll Avenue, Des Moines. As much as I'm sure you'd like to hear me speak again, I would take what Bert said at face value in the city's legal counsel. The record is as set forth last meeting, so I'm not going to repeat what I said. I will just touch on a couple things. I do have with me today some individuals from Quick Trip. Again, Mike Talcott, who you heard speak last time. He's here to answer any questions the board may have. And Mike Green, who was general manager of the site from 2001 through 2011, to discuss the operations in the past, specifically some of the concerns this board had regarding some of the police calls and what the incidents arose from those. And then finally, Tim Peaton, who is the current general manager of the store, will discuss for the board's benefit how the store operates and how exactly this would take place. I would just touch on 2 things before I hand the mic over to Michael Green. Again, our position is that this does meet the criteria as set forth in the ordinance. It is zoned C2, general retail and highway commercial. And there is a method if the city was to have deemed this a nuisance business, which has been done in other businesses in the city could do that. That has not been the case here. There's never even any talk of that I'm aware of from the city of Des Moines. The fact is that in the 11th month period that's been cited, we've had 9, I count 9, the city counts 10 cases of public intox at this site. In an 11-month period, for a store as busy as this is, our position is that that's not excessive. So with that, unless you have any questions for me, you heard a lot from me last month. Mr. Rosenberg.
Go ahead, Brooke.
I have a question, and maybe it's something you can or can't answer. This has come back to us from recommendation by legal because of questioning qualifications. One of our board members has resigned. This is a quasi-judicial organization. You're an officer of the court. Why did you wait till after the vote to inform us of the knowledge you had?
Honestly, I wasn't aware of the situation that was made aware to me after the vote, that the individual did not reside in the city of Des Moines. That's my position.
Okay.
Mr. James, I've got one question. At the last meeting, there's 5 criteria that we look at, and I think the people that voted in opposition used the nuisance as the determining criteria. I'm looking at the police reports, and I'm looking at the ones that, and I understand some of these may not have been any fault of Quick Trip, but if this doesn't constitute a nuisance in your eyes or our eyes, can you give us an example of what would qualify as a nuisance?
Specifically?
Well, I guess, yeah, I guess, if it isn't number of incidences as compared to other areas in the city, or even some of the other Quick Trip stores, what's your qualification?
As the resident of the city of Des Moines, I'm also involved in neighborhood associations in the past. I've been involved, and I am involved where I live. I think that, and I've been involved in discussions, specific discussions that this board, the specific ordinance that was passed by the city. The ordinance was passed for incidents where we have so-called grocery stores that operated, for all practical purposes, as liquor stores to skirt the law. Specific instances of that occurred, properties in the 22nd University area. There's 21st and Forest. There's a property on 6th Avenue that the council heard the last couple of months about. That was granted a conditional use permit. That was actually, their license was renewed, which was cases of prostitution, drug dealing, shootings. None of those cases have happened here. None of those allegations have been made. We have obviously problems in the city, and they're not going to deny that. That's what this ordinance is for. This ordinance is designed to allow this board and for the city staff, if there are problems, to pull that conditional use permit. That's what this is for. The board is not signing away its jurisdiction from this location at all, and I think that those other instances I would consider a nuisance. I don't consider this a nuisance. I think that you have a situation where you've got proximity to downtown, a lot of folks going home. It's a very, very busy store, and that's what you have. It may appear to you as a higher incidence of problems, but I think it simply reflects the amount of traffic this store generates as one of only 2 that I'm aware of in the downtown area, convenience stores.
I'm a frequent QT customer myself, and I go to the one on East 9th when I'm out visiting relatives. And I notice you pulled the application for that. So it appears to me, not only that one, but the one on MLK. It appears to me that you feel that beer and wine sales are sufficient enough for those stores to operate. Explain to me then why you feel this one needs a liquor permit and these other ones can get by without it.
The difference between those locations and this location is those locations require a variance due to proximity to churches, schools, daycare, that type of thing. This location is well beyond the 150 feet in the ordinance. In fact, I think the city staff said that it's 400 feet or 480 feet from the park, Gateway Park. It's surrounded by commercial areas. There's no schools or churches near the area, no daycare centers. That is the difference.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is you feel these stores there can make it on beer and wine sales, even though they're right down the street from a church or a school. This has got neighbors that are up in arms, and you've seen the reports, you've seen the neighborhood report. they are very much against this. So why, what I guess my question again is, why do you feel this location has to have alcohol sales?
My client feels, and I agree with them, that under the change in the state code, with the city's granting of a conditional use permit, they are permitted, due to the change in the state code, to sell liquor at this location. It's different, in my opinion, and I think that the reason the city set up the ordinance that way, specifically to keep this away from schools, churches, and parks, is the reason Quick Trip pulled its application was due to that's the key difference.
I understand.
That's why we have the variance process, and Quick Trip was not able, in my opinion, legal opinion, to show a hardship in those cases, which is required.
But you initially applied for those variances.
It was I
understand.
As after further review, it was my opinion that at this point, it doesn't carry, we can't carry our burden in that case.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, I would argue that we do, that my client does, and that we may disagree, and obviously there's absolutely the neighbors are opposed to this.
Mm-hmm.
Not every neighbor is opposed to it, but the neighbors are opposed. And we'll have an opportunity to hear from them again today, and that's kind of your duty to make that call. And I'm here as a representative of Quick Trip to tell you that, you know, it's our position that this does meet what this board is required to follow, which is the guidelines set forth in 134-954 sub A, and what the city council developed to change this ordinance to give it some teeth. And again, I'm happy for the change in the ordinance. I think it's addressed some concerns that I, as a citizen of Des Moines, have wearing my neighborhood hat. But my position on this case is that the reason this is a C2 zone, it's not a C1, it's a commercial area, and it meets all the other guidelines. What I'd like the opportunity to do now, unless there's any further questions for me, is to have the two managers speak briefly, explain, because I think the last meeting we had primary concerns was nuisance, and that was the question, that was the term that was used. I would just like to have an opportunity to have them talk about their day-to-day operations and why they think that's not the case.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, members of the board. Forgive me if I seem a little nervous. I don't do a lot of public speaking. My name is Mike Green. I live at 2801 River Ridge on the south side of Des Moines. I feel like my real neighborhood is 1421 Ingersoll and the surrounding areas. I spent the last 10 years managing that location. I left approximately 2 months ago to go to a different store. The thing I'd really like to focus on a lot when I say that I feel more like a member of that neighborhood than I do the one that I live in, over the course of 10 years, I've gotten to know a lot of people in the neighborhood, both in the businesses and also in the neighborhood itself. One of the things that I don't know whether it was brought forth previously, Quick Trip actually sends us to what's called a Good Merchant Skill School. And what we talk about there is we really talk about how to become good neighbors, work with organizations. I know that one of our staunchest opponents has been the Sherman Hills Neighborhood Association. That kind of frustrates me, only in that any time as a store manager there that I received complaints personally, I tried to address them. I received a letter from them at one point regarding the trash from the people that like to loiter on the corner there. It's actually I can point to this, right here on this corner here. Mm-hmm. People like to sit there, and they leave their trash there. And I got a letter from the neighborhood association probably about 3 or 4 years ago regarding the trash that was left there. And he said, hey, you guys do a nice job of taking care of your area, but most of the trash on this corner has QT's logo on it. Well, that was a pretty easy thing to fix. We just started sending people out there when we did shift changes and made that, we called it our adopted corners on the store team. we do believe in working with the neighborhood and working with the people, following the policies with regard to not selling to people that are intoxicated, obviously being a responsible retailer with regard to carding. We make all of our employees go through the certification process, et cetera, and I'm sure you guys are aware of the policies. You've received copies of those. Excuse me for a moment, I forgot where I was going with that. Anyway, I do believe that we work really hard to be a good neighbor, and with regard to a lot of the police calls, we are a member, or we have posted at all of our entrances, we are a safe place. And that is really a program that's intended for children when they need to get help from police or whoever. But everybody in the community uses that, especially the people in the apartments that are over there on Grand. One of them is called the Jefferson, the other one's the one above Blues on Grand, or I guess it's called the Gas Lamp now. A lot of those residents will come over, we'll call the police for them and let them stand in the store while they're waiting. And I don't keep data on that, but I do know that that makes up a very substantial part of the police calls that we make, or that I've made personally over the last 10 years to 911, is to get assistance for somebody that's come into the store looking for help, not necessarily us calling because we have somebody in there that we perceive as being intoxicated or otherwise. By the same token, I guess you had some numbers of how many people, or how many of them were intoxicated, public intoxication calls. And in many cases, those were situations where the police were called for something entirely different, and the problem ultimately ended up being that the person was intoxicated. Outside of that, I believe Quick Trip's a very responsible company. I've been with them for 18 years. I like to tell my employees I bleed Quick Trip red. We have core values. We have 5 core values that we use to teach and train our employees to live the culture of Quick Trip, and there's 3 of them that apply here. One of them is to do the right thing for Quick Trip. And I believe that selling liquor will help us stay competitive in the market, so that is doing the right thing for Quick Trip. But the 2 more important ones, one of them is to focus long term. And if we thought we were doing something that was going to harm our neighbors and our community, first of all, we wouldn't be good merchants, we wouldn't be good neighbors, and that's not looking very far down the road. That's not focusing long term. The most important core value, and this is the one that trumps all the others, is just to flat out do the right thing. And in any of the decisions that we make, we really do try to use that as our guiding light, if you will, to do the right thing. And, you know, we don't want to do anything that will harm the neighborhood. We don't think that this will harm the neighborhood. And we think of any C-store that could operate a store in that area and do the right thing and be responsible. I can't think of anybody outside of Quick Trip that could do that. Outside of that, I guess I would really just more like to answer any questions you might have over my experiences from the last 10 years.
Brooke? What do you think the overall effect will be on this store of the sale of hard liquor versus just the current situation with sale of wine and beer?
When you say the effect, are you talking about the sales
Well, I mean, is it
effect?
going to be a huge moneymaker for Quick Trip? Are you going to sell just oodles and oodles of it, or is it just something to be quote-unquote competitive with the
I think
competition?
it's more of a complementary product to go along with our other already existing lines of beer and wine sales. And I think that we do need that to stay competitive with some of our competitors that do have the opportunity to sell both.
And you've been there, you managed for 10 years there?
2001 till about the end of October of last year.
Do you see the sale of hard liquor going to contribute or add to the concerns of the neighbors, to the nuisance of, people being drunk and et cetera?
I do not think that it would increase it, no.
No?
Mike, I appreciate all your comments, and if you're nervous, you don't really show it. But I just wanted to have you maybe elaborate a little more. You said if somebody appears drunk, you don't serve them, or, I mean, what's been your policy? What is your policy? And how do you figure that out?
Well, first of all, and I'm sure you're aware, it's illegal to sell to somebody that's visibly intoxicated.
Okay.
That's a difficult decision for a 21, 22-year-old clerk to make. We thoroughly encourage those guys, hey, if you have a problem, let me be the bad guy. Let him be the bad guy. And that's just pretty much the procedure.
Okay.
And then training the people as they've been with the company longer of how to identify that.
Okay, all right.
And how to refuse it.
And if I purchase a 12-pack or something like that, and I go stand out in front of your store and start popping cans and pounding them, what happens?
I'm going to ask you to leave.
Okay.
That's also illegal.
So basically, you don't allow the consumption of alcohol on your property either?
Oh, absolutely not. And quite frankly, Mr. Penz, that's an incident that happens more frequently than you think. You know, people trying to open alcohol, open containers, and you immediately, as soon as you become aware of it, you immediately address that and send them on their way.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
My name's Tim Peaton. I live at 4246 Northwest 11th Court, Des Moines. I'm the current store manager there. I've been there since Mike left in October. I just kind of wanted to go over with you. I believe they gave you a copy of our responsible retailing last time. We train everybody on making sure we're IDing everybody and not selling to intoxicated customers. They have, Quick Trip does shops where they come around to check us to make sure we're complying with our own policies. And also, in the sketches that were shown, you saw the location of the liquor is going to be in the check stand, only accessible by employees, so there won't be any opportunity for anyone to take it. It should just, it will only be there if we can legally sell it. We have, and on the case of the number of public intox arrests, on Friday and Saturday evenings into the wee hours of the morning, we have a police officer on, off-duty police officer on duty that they work independently. Some of these, I don't have any statistics either, some of these could be a result of them actually being there to take care of this situation without anybody actually calling the police.
Yeah, Cindy?
I have a question
Yes.
for you, sir. What, and maybe you know this answer, maybe you don't, but of the Quick Trips that are selling alcohol now, who are you targeting? Who do you think the customer is?
Well, before I came to this store, I actually worked at the, I was manager at the Quick Trip in Windsor Heights that actually did have liquor since July. It was a variety of people, just like almost all of our customers are, a wide variety. It wasn't like we sold a ton. You're kind of asking about percentages. I wouldn't know what the percentage is going to be exactly. It's not going to be a major part of our business. It's not like we're going to be a liquor store. But it was a wide variety of customers. Did that answer your question?
Mr. Chair, question. How many other Quick Trips just in Des Moines have a off-duty police officer there at their stores Fridays and Saturday nights?
I do not know that. Do you, Mike?
Can I make a guess? Yeah, 3 stores?
Three stores, and how many stores do you have in Des Moines? Just a rough?
22.
22. All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support?
Mr. Chairman, board members, I promise to be brief. You know you couldn't get by without me talking at all. I couldn't help myself. No, I appreciate this being reconsidered.
I know who you are, but
I'm sorry,
Hey,
Mike Talcott.
I gotta have it for the record.
Mike Talcott, 5725 Fox Ridge Boulevard, Mission, Kansas, real estate manager for Quick Trip, responsible for the Des Moines area. Once again, I appreciate you reconsidering this liquor license for our 15th and High location. Like I said, I've known Mike and Tim a long time, and I was glad that corporate allowed a store staff to come. I've never personally worked at that store more than 1 or 2 shifts, but like Mike Green said, he was there. I thought it was more like 6 years, but when we were talking, it was 10. So he's definitely knows the neighborhood. I think they've touched on everything, and I know I rambled on quite a bit at one point before, but I would like to reiterate that, you know, Quick Trip prides itself on being a responsible retailer. We would like the opportunity to show that we can continue to be a responsible retailer even with the addition of liquor in this store. I think we do everything we can to be a part of the neighborhood Now, let me take that back. We do a lot. I'm sure there's always more, and as Mike attested to, that is something that, you know, we're constantly tasked to look at, see what more we can do to be an asset to the community and the neighbors. I said I'd just here to answer any other questions you may have, or any new questions or old questions.
Go ahead, Brooke.
When you were here last time, were you aware of the situation with Mr. Clayton?
No, I was not.
And the last time it was just you and Mr. James that were here representing Quick Trip?
Correct.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I had a question. You understand that the letters that we received on this matter from other affected property owners are not favorable to you.
Yes, I do.
And one of the things that they have, it's easy to blame, you know, the problems of a whole area on one particular business, particularly if it's up for a license. But I guess my question to you is, has anybody ever successfully prohibited Quick Trip from, or denied Quick Trip a liquor license because of nuisance conduct?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Okay. And that would apply to statewide, as far as you know.
Right, which I can speak for the Omaha, Des Moines, and Kansas City metro areas. That's pretty much where we're confined now, so there's no outlying communities, but I don't know of any.
Is there a regular situation where you do discipline employees who do not follow company guidelines?
Absolutely, and I think I discussed that in a previous meeting, but quarterly we do our own compliance checks, where someone who is of legal age comes in and attempts to purchase. And of legal age means, for like tobacco, might have turned 18 yesterday, but they are legal. They come in, if they are not ID'd, which they must be, and their age verified, then they are disciplined, subject to our disciplinary policy.
And do you have other compliance checks? I know that Holiday Inn used to hire retired FBI people to go around and check on their premises.
Well, that's the quarterly or minimum of quarterly. If there's ever an issue identified, division manager in charge of Des Moines can ask for more shops. And the division manager and the personnel manager, who are all in the corporate office here in Des Moines, they are the only ones that know who that mystery shopper is. It's not a regular store employee or even a daughter of a store manager.
All right. So you do have some kind of a program in place?
Besides the ones that I know the actual Des Moines Police Department and the different municipalities' police departments do their compliance checks as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? We got a few people. Raise your hands if you're here to speak in opposition. Hey, go ahead and, if you don't mind, line up. We'll hear it all. You're the first one out of the barrel.
Robert McCammon, 821 16th Street. First of all, I'd like to say that I am a supporter of Quick Trip, particularly this location. I think Quick Trip provides necessary service. I do think that they are careful in what they do. I do think they are responsible within their walls, within their property. It's once those patrons get outside of their property and into Sherman Hill, the neighborhood I live into, that's the concern I have. Their job is to provide product, and it's just one particular product that I oppose, and that is the sale of hard liquor. Not only am I a resident of Sherman Hill, I'm an investor. I've lived there for nearly 10 years, and I've either financed myself or partially financed 10 major restorations in the neighborhood. So I've invested a lot of my time and money. I love this area, and I believe in this area. Somebody mentioned before that they thought this location for a Quick Trip is unique, and I think one of the things that makes it unique, of course, is its proximity to downtown, but also being right in, basically in between the homes of Oak Ridge and the homeless shelter downtown. I think that selling liquor is counterproductive to what's going on in Sherman Hill for the last 40 years, what's going on in the Western Gateway, the new businesses, large and small, that are moving into that area. I just don't think it's a good fit for this location. So I would ask the board not to recommend this conditional permit.
Thank you. Brooke?
Question, sir. They sell wine and beer now. You're okay with that? So why do you think the liquor is going to be that much of a difference?
Having lived in Sherman Hill for 10 years, we get a lot of homeless traffic up through our neighborhood. We get a lot of panhandling. We have a lot of problems, not so much lately, but we still have problems across the street with Oak Ridge. I think there is a difference between liquor, hard liquor, and beer or wine. I think some patrons that purchase hard liquor, it's for a reason. It's to get drunk faster. I don't think it's, I just think there is, I guess, a difference. I think there is a jump.
So it's mostly the homeless people you're concerned about?
That is a concern, yeah.
So they're going to have the wherewithal to buy liquor versus cheap wine?
More access. I guess it just makes the access to that easier.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Judy Diedrichs. I live at 705 16th Street. I wasn't able to come last month. I sent a letter, so you already have my comments, but I was able to come today. Just a couple of points. I also want to note that I'm a frequent customer of Quick Trip and certainly value them as a business. And I think overall they are a good neighbor, but it does concern me adding hard liquor sales to their product mix. I have 2 young kids that frequently walk to the library from Sherman Hill, and they also walk home kind of past Quick Trip from school. They take the city bus home. And they already have witnessed some, occasional questionable behavior. I'm not sure that adding hard liquor is going to be beneficial to that. I think that the city of Des Moines has worked very hard to make the Western Gateway a destination spot. The sculpture park is always full of visitors. And again, I'm not sure that adding hard liquor sales to that environment is necessary. It also sounds like, really the overall product mix for Quick Trip, it's not going to be a lot that they're going to be adding. I mean, that place is, I've never been there where I haven't had to wait in line, which is good for them. So I'm not really sure that they need, I guess, your point, why do they need to have hard liquor sales? That's my question, is how is it going to vastly improve their business model and their ability to do business in the neighborhood?
Thank you.
Right. Thanks.
My name is Warren Reedazel. I live at 701 16th Street, which is a block up the hill from the corner where you enter Iowa Methodist, the main entrance from the Ronald McDonald House. I live a block up that street on the corner. Moved there 5 years ago from Beaverdale after being in that neighborhood for 24 years. Was attracted by the historic nature of Sherman Hill on the National Register of Historic Places. I saw positive things happening in that part of downtown Des Moines. The neighborhood was changing for the better. And Quick Trip, moving to Quick Trip, they are a good citizen of our neighborhood in general, and I want to compliment them on that. the gentleman named Mike mentioned a letter he'd received from a Sherman Hill neighbor a few years ago regarding would they pick up the litter across the street, not just on the premises. That was from me. So I've been interested. I've been watching. I walk regularly for exercise down through that area, right past the Quick Trip to Western Gateway Park, and observe. And since I'm a walking person instead of a car driver, I think you see more when you're walking. I walk 3 or 4 times a week down through there. And over the years, I've, in addition to the litter issues, which they're trying to deal with, and I might mention, though, that up and down 15th Street from the Quick Trip up to my corner at Pleasant, I pick up trash regularly when I walk that street, and it's Quick Trip imprinted beverage containers, Quick Trip clear plastic containers that hot dogs and nachos are delivered in, constant. So, and they can't control what people do with refuse after they leave the premises. But it does affect the neighborhood to have a litter problem, and if we add hard liquor to the things available at this location, we'll have more litter. There will be glass bottles, more glass than we have now probably. It'll just add to the total volume of litter. And back to my observations when I walk up and down into the Western Gateway Park, I see people making their way from the homeless shelter upward in that direction, and I see other people north of me up 15th Street. I don't know where everybody lives, but there are people on foot. That Quick Trip, I would guess, if a census was done, has a higher volume of pedestrian traffic as a percent of their customers than most. And a lot of those pedestrians that walk there are people who don't have cars and who are looking for liquor. I mean, that's my observation. I see it. So as a resident of Sherman Hill in a neighborhood that's being revived, we've got the Quick Trip there with the beautiful new Wellmark building adjoining them to the east. We've got the Western Gateway Park, $35 million worth of sculpture donated to the city of Des Moines, a block south of them. And we have the historic district, the historic neighborhood that I live in, northwest. And it just seems, there's no reason other than pure financial, and I don't begrudge anybody a profit. If there were no issues, no social issues associated, far be it from me to deny them to add to their revenue by selling something additional that the public wants. But given the surroundings and the nature of what I've just described, both from my observations walking and as I've described the location and what's next to this Quick Trip in the various directions, it just doesn't seem that it's in the interest of the public. The public's interest should trump the private capitalistic interest, in this case, of adding one more product line, which could potentially bring additional issues from littering to additional crime and that sort of thing. So I'm here to ask that you oppose this.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, member of the board, I'm Alan Zuckert. I'm here in reference to the Carlton Landing Company requesting they be permitted to sell alcoholic liquor. The reason I'm here is because I own 3 buildings right next to Quick Trip.
Could you point on the map those buildings?
Yes, sir.
Just to the west.
There's 1, there's 2, there's 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Could I have a point of information before I start my 5 minutes?
Well,
Are you running late? Okay.
Yeah.
I was in the back room. Did they say they have 3 police officers there on Friday and Saturday night?
At that location.
At that location. They have police officers at 3 of the 24 locations in the city?
Right.
Is that correct?
22.
22 locations. I think that in itself says quite a bit. And I'd like to amplify the thought that this facility selling beer and wine has become quite a nuisance. How do you work this?
They'll help you out.
Just set it right on top.
Yeah, right there.
That way.
There we go.
This is one of the 3 buildings. That's the back shot of the building. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's the back shot of the building. The alley right there runs up and down the distance between 15th and 16th Street. We fondly refer to that alley as the Ho Chi Minh Trail, because there are 4 dumpsters in that alley, and repeatedly, street people, for want of a better descriptive term, hit all 4 dumpsters before they go to the Quick Trip, because they usually find 1 or 2 cans, and each one is worth a nickel, and pretty soon you've added up quite an amount of money. Okay, let's define nuisance for a moment. Oh, this doesn't really show it, but focus right here, there. When I purchased these buildings some 20 years ago, Quick Trip wasn't there. When Quick Trip purchased that piece of property, I didn't have the resources to buy it because I felt I really needed to control that corner. Well, as it turned out, I really did need to control it. Notice the gates right there. Those are gates that we had to add on to that building after Quick Trip built their building and after Quick Trip was allowed to sell beer and wine. The reason we put those gates up is because that's a stairwell. It goes from the first floor to the second floor. And we used to pull drunks out repeatedly from that stairwell. There's a stairwell on the west side of the building, there's a stairwell on the east side of the building. As a consequence, we had to put up gates on both sides of the building. Here's a shot of the front of the building leading towards the next building over. The next building over is 1515 Linden. First building is 1501 Ingersoll. That building has several stairwells. You're looking at one. You're looking at a stairwell going into the lower level, and there's an additional stairwell at the back of the building. We're now confronted with the expense, probably, of building some kind of a containment to keep street people from walking down the stairs and going into the back of the stairwell, where we repeatedly pull them out of the stairwell, usually on Saturdays and Sundays. And the reason I know that they're in those stairwells on Saturdays and Sundays is because I work almost every day. My kids have grown, I've got nothing better to do. So I show up at the office because my office is in that building. I've experienced firsthand some of these people, and lately there is a sense of belligerency that I haven't seen before. I haven't called police officers because I thought I could handle this myself. However, having said that, I have engaged NPI Security Services to patrol these buildings 4 times a night. And they, in turn, also have been confronted with people. I think the descriptive word is blotto. They're incapacitated. Some of them literally can't move. And we don't call the police department because, among other things, the last time I called the police department, they had 3 patrol cars tied up on 1 drunk. And I thought, you know, I'm a taxpayer. I can handle this on my own. I don't need 3 patrol cars to handle 1 drunk. I mean, the price of cleaning up this residue is really, I think, over the top.
About 1 more minute, Mr. Zucker.
Thank you. Here's the 3rd building. Behind the 3rd building, we built a weather shelter. because that door faces north. We were being confronted with heavy north winds. We had to do something to improve the life of our tenant, so we built a shelter. Well, unintended consequences was mentioned earlier today. That became a wonderful hangout for some people during inclement weather. So now we have a lock on the shelter. When you add it all up, and I'm sorry my voice is quavering just a little bit. When you add it all up, this is a clear definition of a nuisance. This is a clear definition of a property owner having to take issues in his own hands, sustaining a rather dramatic expense to secure the property and the safety of the tenants. Now, up to now, I've handled most of this on my own. I've also called NPI on a few occasions. But I'm now 80 years old, and I've come to the conclusion I better leave these people alone. So from now on, I will be making calls to the police department. And I guarantee you, there will be more than 9 calls in an 11-month period. Thank you ever so much for listening to me. I think I've concluded my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're remarkably well for 80. I hope I can make it that long myself.
We have to keep those pictures, sir.
Yeah. Can we keep? Yeah, we have to keep those pictures, but thank you.
Sure.
Hello, my name is Michael Laval, and I live at 435 49th Street. And I'll try not to reiterate my comments from the last time we tried to cut the head off this snake. But I've worked downtown for 37 years. I have 6 liquor licenses, and in the interest of full disclosure, I'm a minority shareholder at Gateway Market, which is a wine and beer retailer up the street. I am somewhat expert on the service of alcohol, and there is an escalating effect to selling hard liquor over wine and beer. I'm also no prude. I'm a customer of Quick Trip, and I'm certainly for alcohol's responsible enjoyment. You know, I provide a pleasant, safe, insured, and controlled environment for the consumption of it. Knock on wood, haven't had a police call, but in any case, there is a way to do this. I wouldn't be opposed to them if they were probably putting an indoor consumption lounge there or something, but I think this expansion to sell liquor is wrong in so many reasons. I am also a homeowner in Sherman Hill. Have lived there for, you know, a good period of time in the 80s and seen the great improvements in the neighborhood. It just puzzles me that there's so much pursuit of what's somewhat considered to be 5 feet of counter space. There's a lot of corporate assets going to trying to sell liquor there, which makes me kind of think in my own mind that, God, there must be a lot of liquor business there to be done. And that concerns me then again. I don't understand the pursuit of this in that location when there's just such clearly demonstrated opposition. I think others have mentioned that the sale of alcohol in that area will if you just take anecdotal observations, it's going to be to people who need alcohol instead of who want it. Let's just put it out there. In every way, this is a step backwards to the downtown loop. That neighborhood has changed. A lot of people live, play, and walk in that area who I think and will in ever increasing numbers. I've brought along a letter today from the Downtown Neighborhood Association, which, thank you, is also in opposition to this variance. And I know Sherman Hill's on record as well. I think that the only other point would be is the area serviced by other people they could buy liquor from, and they certainly could up Ingersoll, and not too long a distance away. I I think in summation that the revenue for these sales would quickly leave Des Moines, but everybody here would be left with the problems associated with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's any questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Matt Brown, an officer of Wellmark. I'm here to reaffirm our opposition of the conditional use. My notes, I guess, record from last time. I do want to share that Wellmark 1331 Grand is our primary facility. We have a parking facility that is to the east. We've made a significant investment in this area. We do operate, maintain, and secure. We have our own security force 24/7. QT, Quick Trip is right here. The 6 parcels, including a portion of Linden Street, is where we plan to develop an almost 2-acre park to enhance the passive recreation of downtown. So I think this needs to be a consideration in this area. I had my director of security review the event summary calls for last year, and out of the 141 events, there were 13 identified as intox, and we had 8 on our site. So those wouldn't have been called to Quick Trip. So that's just to reiterate, Mr. Zuckert and Sherman Hill, that we do see an issue here. And the whole issue of alcoholic liquor sales, if it weren't an issue, we wouldn't be talking about it right now. And so we feel that it adds a variable to the area that we're still working to improve. That's all I have to say. Any questions?
Nope. I have a question. Is Quick Trip itself, if it stays just beer and wine, a nuisance?
We have moved to this area understanding the conditions that exist. We're working to improve. Our 24-hour security does help, at least manage. As in Mr. Zuckert's case, we do have to remove people who are drunk or intoxicated from our stairwells that egress from our lower levels. It is what it is, and we accept what it is. We use Quick Trip. We don't disagree with Quick Trip's practice, but we feel that this adds a new variable that is an unknown. And ultimately, we agree with our neighbors that we oppose it.
Any other questions? Thank you. Mr. James, you got 3 minutes, unless anybody else is here to speak in opposition. You're on.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I appreciate the neighbors' comments. This is a location that is in a downtown area. It is C2 zone. It meets what's required under the ordinance for the granting of a conditional use permit. To answer your question more specifically about why does Quick Trip want to do this, it's strictly, it's a business decision on their part. What they are authorized to do under the changes to the state code and what's authorized under City of Des Moines ordinance. And so, basically it's up to this board then to decide if the terms of the conditional use permit are met. Again, you know my position, so that's basically what I have to say, unless anyone else has any questions.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. James. Any last questions for staff? I still have one. It just sticks in my mind. If this was, if we had granted this alcohol permit, let's say a year ago, and we get all these nuisance calls, what would the city do about it at that point?
That'd be more of a question for the zoning officer than me.
Because that's my first question.
Chair, members of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, Neighborhood Inspection Zoning Administrator. If we had a conditional use permit on this property or any other property and we get complaints, we would bring it back to the board for revocation of the conditional use permit based on the complaints and the severity of the complaints creating a nuisance.
Okay. I'm not asking you to make a decision right now, but based on what you've heard here, would that constitute a nuisance in your view?
I think I would be concerned with the neighbors' complaints of the people intoxicated sleeping in doorways and stairways. We would have to analyze the basis of the complaints and where these people are and police calls in the area and try to determine the proximity to the Quick Trip and see if that's a contributing factor, and certainly bring it back to you upon determination it's a contributing factor.
Okay.
I haven't done the analysis. I've only heard what you've heard. I
Right.
could be concerned enough from what I've heard to do an analysis and
Now, my second question falls along that. If it would come back because of conditional use for alcohol, is there nothing then for beer and wine? I mean, would they be subject to any regulations or enforcement issues with all the same kind of issues that residents are pointing out now?
What the board, if I can explain, the board would issue, if you chose to, in this case, a conditional use that would allow the Quick Trip to go to the council and seek a Class E liquor license. A Class E liquor license rolls in the wine and beer into the Class E liquor license.
Okay.
So they would have the one license. So if we brought it back on a revocation of the conditional use, we would bring it back on the Class E because that's what they have, but I would assume the board could say you can't have the Class E, but you could go back to the city council and request just the C and B permits for wine and beer. It's a little tricky with the way the state licenses it, but that would probably be our request is if you're going to revoke it and based on neighborhood input, reduce it to the C and B as they had before.
And that's my frustration with that. And I understand it now.
Sue-Ann, do you or anybody on city staff have any experience in, quote, tying back an inebriated person to a specific venue where he became inebriated or where he was sold product
that is probably problematic, but...
And the reason I ask the question is because there are other purveyors of alcoholic beverages in the neighborhood that open at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And, I mean, Quick Trip is not to blame for the bad habits of the homeless, the homes of Oak Ridge, and several of the people who have problems living in the Sherman Hill neighborhood. So I guess my question is, as you look at this and you say, oh, there was this person and he was a block from Quick Trip when he fell down the steps and fell asleep, how do you tie this back to one purveyor as opposed to 2 or 3 different locations?
I make the police have police calls and they have records and they talk to the people. And in their police records, they make notes of where the person was or what the incident involved. We would get police records and see what the police department had done in their interview of the person. Where did you get the beer? Where were you? Sometimes those notes show up in police reports, that type of thing.
Does the city staff intend to ask the police department in every police report from now on intox and those kinds of, where did you get the liquor? Where were you drinking? I mean, as a matter of course, are they going to inquire to get the information into the police report?
We haven't worked anything out with the police department specifically regarding how we would police these types of things in the future. It's certainly something we can work out. I know that when I read police reports, a lot of times it will say the fight happened at, or the person came from, or you're well aware of what police reports look like. So if there is a particular property that becomes a problem and we're having lots of complaints, we would work out a system to do the investigation based on those concerns, yes.
Mr. Chair, although I would hate to overburden our busy police department, I wonder if the Carlton Land Company, the MPI folks, and also the Wellmark Security that they hire, if they should just all start calling the police every time they run into a problem, because it sounds to me like they're trying to accommodate a lot of these incidents on their own without involving the Des Moines police. And not to overburden the Des Moines police, but I'm hearing some obvious nuisance issues.
And I agree, and I would never encourage a citizen to take on a police matter themselves. I understand why they may do it. It takes some time to get the police there, but.
But a security company may feel like they can handle it
Correct.
versus
Right.
myself or Mr. Zuckert. Okay.
Brooke? Oh. Mel? Got anything? Linda?
No.
Thank you. Close the public portion then and go to board decision. Brooke?
I think it needs to be pointed out again, and I think we did the last time, that this all started when the state changed the law and passed it down to the municipal organizations. And Des Moines, frankly, really took the bull by the horn, and the city council and the staff spent a lot of time putting these new regs and ordinance together. My reason to ask very pointed questions is because, in my opinion, the Board of Adjustment has a very narrow authority, and we only can rule on the zoning of this, and based on basically 5 points of criteria. And that's about it. The nuisance thing, I think, is probably the hardest one, because it's how, I think Mr. Clark said it, and a few others, how do you tie it back to, in this case, Quick Trip? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. Maybe they're all buying their stuff at Quick Trip. I don't know. It'd be hard to do. But then I started thinking about the fact that if it seems like all the speakers feel that Quick Trip is already a nuisance. And then I started thinking about, well, if Home Foods was going to put a store at ML King in Ingersoll and wanted to sell liquor, I would presume all these people would be back and opposed. So where are you going to draw the line? I don't know if Quick Trips should take that type of responsibility. I know as a corporate citizen, and I've seen their policies and what they're trying to do, they're probably the best run convenience store in the country. So it's a very big quandary. I don't want to, I see the neighbor's point, I see the corporation's point. What is Quick Trip going to stay in this location? I don't know. I really don't know. But I think the nuisance thing, if it gets down to that, would be what the board would probably decide doesn't meet the rules under which we're supposed to rule. And to me, it's kind of a toss-up.
I thought you were going to give us some direction.
I don't have any direction.
I believe that this business does constitute a nuisance. I just really believe that. I've heard enough that it's constitute a nuisance. Mr. James commented that it's a very busy store. I think that if they don't get liquor sales, they're still going to stay there and survive. I think it's probably a very profitable store. I don't know that. But I also think it's telling that 3 out of the 22 stores requires an off-duty police officer there on Friday and Saturday nights. And if nothing more to protect their employees, I think that's the right thing to do. I like Quick Trip. I have nothing against Quick Trip. I just don't believe that liquor sales at this location are justified, and I would not support it.
In considering whether or not we ought to approve or disapprove of the application before us, the conditional use permit before us, it seems to me that, I agree with Mr. Rosenberg that you have to look at the outline of the criteria. First of all, it's pretty clear that it satisfies the conditions noted in the city code subsection about it's not within 150 feet of a church or a school or a public park. And it's been C2 long before Wellmark built their buildings. I can't say that about when Mr. Zuckert acquired his buildings, but because I don't know. But it's been a C2 and a site for all these years. The state of Iowa is, quote, the one to blame because they decided in their wisdom that every gas station and every Quick Trip and every come and go ought to be able to sell liquor. And it make any difference whether it was in a city, size of Des Moines, or in the small town out in the county, which is probably what they intended the law for, that doesn't have any liquor stores anywhere near them. But they still drafted the law in such a way that we have every convenience store and every gas station coming to us to sell liquor. Now, it seems to me that when people move into a neighborhood and they are building houses and improving houses near a C2 zoning site, that they know that eventually somebody's going to move in and sell liquor, because that's what C2s are for. The idea that they're to blame pretty much doesn't square with the idea that we allow every little bar all along Woodland to open at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or usually they're open, some of them are at 11 a.m. And the bars downtown, same thing. The ones across the street from the park, they're open. It seems unfair to me, but maybe you say, well, the homeless don't drink in those bars. People from the homes of Oak Ridge don't drink in those bars. But I mean, if those people are thrifty, they'll go up to 35th Street Dolls and buy their beer, you know, and they'll come back to the neighborhood they live in. So I think it's unfair to tie this to Quick Trip, and for that reason, I'd support the conditional use permit.
I'll follow up with that. I'm going to oppose it. I have to oppose it, and my reasoning is some of the criteria that we have to do is that it has to adequately safeguards the health, safety, and general welfare of persons residing in the adjoining or surrounding residential areas. I believe that by selling the alcohol, it is going to be a detriment. And I think it does impact the safety and the general welfare of those in the neighborhood. So I'm going to oppose.
Quiet, Mel. Your thoughts?
It's okay. I have thoughts, but I'm
okay.
I'm comfortable.
Here's where I'm at. You know, last month I voted against it because I felt, and quite honestly still feel, that it probably is a nuisance. I don't feel that Quick Trip is doing a bad job. As I said last month, I think it's just a product of the environment they're in. But now I'm sitting back and listening, and I'm looking at the one thing that I was hanging my hat on was the point on 134-954B-5. The operation of the business will not constitute a nuisance. Okay, in my view and in my gut, I feel it is a nuisance. But I listened to Brooke, I've listened to Tom. How can you tie all the bad things back to Quick Trip? That is a bit unfair. I've also said, and I've listened to Brooke, is hard alcohol an accelerant over beer and wine? You know, is the difference between a bottle of Night Train and Hawkeye vodka, is there much of a difference?
Bill.
In my gut, yes, I feel that there is. But do you base a decision just on what you think? This has been a very tough decision. I know it's tough for everybody that's sitting here on the board because it does affect quite a few people.
But Bill, let me add this. And the reason I asked the question earlier was, who are your customers? When you go into some of these places, they're selling little bottles of individual liquors for $1.99. That is going, to me, there's only one reason I'm going to go in and buy a $1.99 bottle of liquor, and that's so I can just get one more for the road. or I've only got $2 in my pocket, and that's what I can buy with it.
And again, that goes based on an assumption. I'm assuming that that's what's going to happen. Do I think that? Probably. But am I going to put Quick Trip behind the counter and automatically accuse them from day one that that's going to be the problem? Believe me, I truly believe it's a nuisance. I truly believe that it's not the best thing for that neighborhood. But we have a narrow focus here. And so what I have to do in my vote is, in my mind, determine, is it a nuisance? Because that's what I hung my hat on last month, and that's what I'm going to hang my hat on again today. So what I'm probably going to do is, I think I will, and these words are tough coming out, I think I will support it, only from the standpoint that I want to make sure that every safeguard that we can employ would ensure that these people are not going to come up and the first thing that we see the next day is a bottle of Hawkeye vodka sitting on somebody's front lawn. That's what I want to make sure. And I'll tell you what, if you look at the community of people here, there's the best policemen in the area. And so if there is going to be a problem that's caused by sale of hard alcohol, I want to see it back here in front of us, and then I might take a big different view. But I guess listening to Brooke and Tom, I will probably give them a chance to prove that they can be a good neighbor, that they can take care of themselves, that they can police themselves. And that's a pretty serious challenge for you guys. I want you to understand it, because I voted no last time, and I meant it. And it's tough for me to sit there and agonize over, but I think I'm going to support it on this go-around.
You think?
Well, we'll see. My hand hasn't gone up yet.
Can I speak then?
Like I say, it just grates me to no end that I'm doing this, but
I don't disagree with you from that standpoint as well, but we're blaming the wrong people here. The big thing for me is Quick Trip being irresponsible in anything that they are doing. Yeah. Are they actively doing something that they should not to cause a nuisance? They are doing everything they can to prevent nuisances. They have security. They try to clean up the streets around their business. They have a very strict policy on alcohol sale. It's going to be behind the counter. And you know what? They may decide on their own, which is the best way, that maybe after 6 months, it's just not worth it. And they just quit selling it on their own. But if we give them the conditional use permit, if we can directly tie problems, if there's 80 police calls in a year and suddenly there's 120 increased by 50%, and we can directly say those police reports, they were selling to minors on site, I'd want to be the first one to yank their conditional use permit. But we can't get into if a Hawkeye vodka bottle shows up 5 blocks away, trying to track that down with Homeland Security to Quick Trip or something. This is our central city, and they are the only people who are open to sell any kinds of goods, services, get air in your tire, buy gas, anywhere downtown. The next closest gas station to the east is their own, over at East 15th and Grand, 29 blocks away. Or the BP at Southwest 9th Street, down at the river confluence. They are the only people in downtown. And there's a lot of people that come there, including me. And I think it's kind of unfair to throw them all under the bus here, that they're causing all these problems. You know, we have homeless shelters, we have people of different socioeconomic backgrounds. Those issues will still be there, they just get kind of pushed around. Unfortunately, they're the only beacon in the night. Once in a while people show up at their store, but if they're intoxicated, they're not going to sell to them. If they consume on the property, they're going to do something about it. So I think they're doing everything they can. They are not causing a nuisance by themselves. Maybe somebody causes a nuisance later after they've bought something down the road. But I can't make Quick Trip responsible for every customer after they leave their premise. I just can't do it. If they had been doing something, non-compliance with zoning laws, not having security, selling to minors consistently, you bet. That's a bad track record. But I just don't see it. I don't feel the greatest about it either. I wish we didn't have to deal with any of this. But yeah, I mean, this is a silly thing to be hashing over to a certain degree, but it's primarily a gas station and convenience store, and I think it'll stay that way. So I'm going to support their request for the permit.
Okay. Let's have a motion.
Move to
Yeah, you have to make a motion because staff is,
Yeah, I understand.
okay.
Move to issue the conditional use permit to Carlton Landing LLC, 14, for the location at 1421 Ingersoll Avenue.
There a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? This will be interesting. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Got arthritis there.
Those opposed, motion carries 4-2. Let's try and make it just a 5-minute break. We got a lot ahead of us.
This is only our second case.
for your patience, everybody. Item 13 is a rehearing from last month on appeal of the zoning enforcement officer determination at 1433 East 14th Street. Do you need to say anything?
Chair, member of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, Neighborhood Inspection Zoning Administrator. We had a full hearing on this last month. I don't want to belabor and go through the full hearing again, so the record will stand as previously. That we're here to allow Don Moyer's representatives to do a rebuttal. I'm going to give you a quick overview just to kind of remind you of what the issues were, let them do their rebuttal, and then I will probably come up if there's anything that needs to be spoken to about their presentation. So we're going to get kind of in that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a comment after.
We're here regarding a property at 1433 East 14th Street, currently owned by Don Moyer and his wife Victoria. They had come to the city of Des Moines seeking a dealer's license for this property from the Iowa Department of Transportation, and one of the requirements of the state is that the local municipality give them a zoning letter of compliance, indicating that the property is in compliance with all local zoning ordinances before the DOT will issue the dealer's license. We did a quick review of the property and determined that we felt it had lost its legal nonconforming status for use as a used car lot. They came back and asked for a formal interpretation on October 31st, 2011. We did send them the formal determination, and they appealed our determination to you, and then we had the hearing last month. So procedurally, we're into them doing their presentation on rebuttal, and as I mentioned before, the testimony given last month stands as part of the record. Quickly, we acknowledge that this particular parcel of land was held in ownership by various corporations that Don Moyer had an interest in. We found that it did have a car lot on it from 1997 to 1999, listed as Ideal Auto Sales. 2000 to 2001, when we looked at the Polk directory, there was no listing independently for any business at 1433 East 14th. We did determine, per information given to us by Mr. Nading, who is Mr. Moyer's attorney, that Diaz Auto was in this property and had a DOT license from 2000 to 2004. That was the last time that anybody shows record of a dealer's license being held on this particular parcel of land. Previously, it had been part of Hawkeye Motors as an extension of that lot, but then they let Diaz Auto move in there from 2002 to 2003. So they discontinued their association with Hawkeye Motors by leasing to someone else for a totally different business, and under the ordinance, that would be extinguishing the legal nonconforming rights by changing it to another business. In January of 2006, Leonardo Diaz was in the property and had come in to talk to our zoning enforcement officer, and it was determined that he was doing a detailing and tinting, and so we issued what's called a zoning certificate of compliance to memorialize the change in use, extinguishing the used car sales and going just to Diaz tinting. In March of 2007, Don and Gloria Moyer did take warranty deed to this property. Previously it was held by other entities, but they took it in fee simple in March of 2007. At that time, we have a listing from the Polk directory showing that Dolores Rodriguez was in the property doing a tinting business. We did an inspection on January 23rd of 2009 and sent a notice January 29th of 2009. The notice of violation was sent to Don and Gloria Moyer, citing an illegal auto sales and illegal auto repair business in operation on that site after the break of the legal nonconforming status. In that notice, they were given 10 days to appeal that determination of the Zoning Board of Adjustment to this body. If they felt like that notice was in violation, they failed to appeal. March 23rd of 2001, again, we did another notice of violation upon inspection. again, telling them that they had illegal auto repair, illegal auto.
Excuse me,
sales on the
that was
property.
March 23rd of 2009?
2009, sorry.
Yep.
Yep, I apologize. Again, giving them 10 days to appeal the determination to this board. They did not appeal to this board. On April 7th of 2011, Hawkeye Motors, who had the dealer lot at the corner of 1453 East 14th, turned in their license to the DOT, and the license then was reissued to Extreme Auto, which is another owner, and that wasn't part of this transaction. But that was the original. Hawkeye at one point had an extension down to this lot, and it was extinguished when they leased it to someone else. April 27th of 2011, we again sent them notice of violation stating that they had illegal auto repairs and illegal auto sales, again with the notice that they could come to the Board of Adjustment. They didn't do that. That they continually didn't meet the guidelines to come to the board. It wasn't until we told them they couldn't have a dealer's license that they appealed to this board for a determination of our previous determinations regarding the loss of legal nonconforming rights. So there is a procedural issue there also regarding whether they've timely filed to have this hearing. Our contention is, as at the last hearing, that they ceased the use, legal use of an auto dealer by allowing another business in there that wasn't authorized to sell cars on that lot, and that they have not retained their legal nonconforming status to a used car lot on this piece of property. So that's where we concluded last time. If you have any questions for me now, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions? Thanks, Sue Ann. Applicant, representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon. I'm Amanda Green with the Nadine Law Firm. Our address is 408 Southwest 3rd Street in Ankeny, Iowa. I'm here on behalf of Don and Gloria Moyer. I'm obviously not Bob Nadine, who was here last hearing. He wishes he could be here, but he's out of town, and I wish he could be here too. So I'm going to do my best here. I have watched the video. We would like to submit the video of the last hearing into the record. If I could do that. And then it's my understanding that there's been affidavits provided to the board, and I have the originals here that I would like to submit into the record as well. I would like to note that it was our understanding that this was just a rebuttal, so my 3 minutes of rebuttal. And so when...
Well, in this case, we'll hear what you got to say,
Okay.
within reason.
Absolutely. The reason I brought that up is because Sue Ann brought up a few points about us not being timely with our responses to notice, and that wasn't an issue raised last time. So I just wanted to make that point. We believe it's the board, if the board is sitting in a position to be a decision maker to resolve disputes between the city staff and citizens who are property owners of the city, the decision should be made based on fairness, facts, and the applicable zoning ordinances. Staff has asserted that Mr. Moyer did in fact have a right to use the property as a vehicle display lot, and the city in fact allowed such a use under a non-conforming use provision. However, the city has maintained that he lost that right for two reasons. First, that he did not lawfully sell used cars from the property for a six-month period, and secondly, that he abandoned his right because he did not sell cars from the lot for a 6-month period. And then, in other words, he has abandoned his non-conforming use. The first issue presented by the city, that he did not have a used car dealer's license to sell cars from this lot, is simply not true. He has possessed a valid used car license, and it's good for this location. And the location includes all property that are connected adjacent to each other. And that's evidenced in the affidavit that was submitted to you. There is an exhibit. It's Exhibit 1. This is a map that was prepared by our office, and what it shows is in the black, this is property that was once owned by the Moyers, and now it's this section over here has been sold to his son, and that's Extreme Auto currently. But what we're talking about is this red portion right here. The reason why this is important is because of the dealer's license issue in general. If the city's position is that he did not have a valid dealer's license for this property, but the code did not require him to have the dealer's license for this specific property because he already had it for this property, which is adjoining properties. So even if he would have requested it from the DOT, and he was told by the DOT that he did not need to get another license because he already owned property connecting.
Do you have an affidavit to that effect from the DOT?
I do not.
Okay.
Also on that, he could not have obtained a secondary accessory lot license if he wanted to from the DOT for the same reasons, because it wasn't an accessory lot. It was a conjoining lot. Even assuming it was not, and we are not conceding that it was not a valid driver's license on that lot, that was his understanding, and his intent was never to abandon that use. So that brings us to the second issue, that he intentionally abandoned that use is not true either. He purposefully retained the right to display used cars from the property, even if another business lawfully operated a tinting business from the building of the property. Again, he never intended or did abandon that use, and a tenant cannot take actions with the city to cause such abandonment. Last hearing, there was some discussion about a case that was included in the packet of information. It's City of Des Moines versus Imperial Properties, case number CE 44686. And I believe Ms. Donovan stated that this case is distinguishable because it has nothing to do with the property here. And I would point out that that's incorrect. If you look at the finding of facts, conclusions of law, and judgment entry from the district court ruling, it is actually right on point. And I'll just read it real quick. It says, "Nor does the court find that the owner was somehow bound by the conduct of the tenant when the tenant agreed to submit a site plan." So the reason why that doesn't show up in the Court of Appeals decision is because that was decided at the district court level, and it wasn't appealed. It wasn't an issue on appeal. So we bring this case up, and the reason it was submitted last time is to show that the city has brought this type of action before and has lost. So for the, excuse me, for the board to conclude otherwise means that a tenant, without the authority of the owner, can go take action that dramatically changes the permitted use on the property. If a tenant would make an application for a variance or rezoning, the city would not do so without the consent of the owner. In this instance, how can the city maintain that a tenant can do so by simply submitting an application not signed by the owner, not approved by the owner, which the city then later claims changes the permanent use for the owner? So, as the case points out, even assuming, or excuse me, what the case points out is that the tenant cannot change the use for the owner, which is exactly what the city is hanging their hat on in this case, that because of that certificate of occupancy, the use was abandoned. The city gave notices, and Ms. Donovan spoke about that in her talk a minute ago. However, those notices were for illegal sale of vehicles. So again, that speaks to the fact that Mr. Moyer has always had cars on these properties, and specifically in the property that we're discussing here today. He's always had cars there, and that's further evidenced by them sending notices to him telling him that he has cars there and he shouldn't. So to say that he broke that use is incorrect, and by their own documents they're showing that he did in fact have vehicles there. It is understood that the city does want to reduce the number of car lots along the East 14th Street corridor, With all respect, though, that reduction should not be done at the expense of denying a longtime property owner the right to use the property, as it has been used for many years, and we believe that it's contrary to Iowa and contrary to the city's ordinances. Thank you.
Is Mr. Diaz here?
He is not. We submitted an affidavit on his behalf.
I see the affidavit. The problem, the issue before us is whether or not the property in question, whether or not continuous used car sales was discontinued on the property in question. It is not, you know, this or that or the other thing. Pretty clearly, you've broken up the chain of title to the whole property. In other words, you've sold off the western portion to the boy, and Don and Gloria retain the middle portion here, or the eastern portion that's in question now. The real problem that I had last time was that, first of all, there wasn't any, the attorney did not give to us a written lease. I presume there's no written lease in existence.
And I believe that was clear last time as well, that there is no written lease.
And therefore, since there's no written lease, we don't know what the terms of the lease are without testimony from the landlord or the tenant. Now, one of the things that concerns me is that although I understand that Don Moyer never authorized the tenant to indicate that he was no longer using the property to display and sell used cars, that has nothing to do with the issue before us. The issue is, were cars continuously displayed on that lot and sold off that lot? And we don't have any evidence that I can see in this affidavit or Diaz's affidavit that says that Don Moyer, his wife, one of his salesmen, you know, showed cars on this lot continuously from, 2006 through 2011, I think is the period in question. Can you help us out at all with that kind of evidence? I mean, pretty clearly that's the issue.
Absolutely. I don't recall whether Don Moyer spoke to that in his affidavit. However, he is present today, so if you would like to hear from him, he would absolutely testify that he has always had cars at that property and has sold them. And I believe there is evidence in the record that shows from the city itself, because they have sent notices to the property owner, Don, saying that he had cars on the property and he shouldn't have.
No, what my understanding was is that Mrs. Moyer testified that the tenant they had on there wasn't such a good tenant and had allowed cars to be hauled onto the premises that were non-operable, and that they had lost control of the premises. I mean, that's basically what she testified to last time. So I'd be willing to listen to what Don Moyer has to say about that, but keep in mind also that the Moyer interests, I think, own more than the amount of land necessary to just rezone the whole thing as a planned unit development, if they wanted to. In other words, nobody's trying to deny them anything here. All we're saying is that you had a use that was grandfathered in, that you didn't continuously use it for that, and that's what, you know, that's what the ordinances say.
I respectfully would say that even though that is an option, that's not what we're here for today.
I understand that.
And I would like to have Mr. Moyer speak to his use on the property. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking through this and I see where they were sent letters from the city saying illegal auto repair, illegal parking, and all of these things. So I don't see anything. They didn't have a vehicle license to sell cars there.
They absolutely did.
You have that where?
I don't have that, but they did because they had a license for this property over here. And under the law.
But at that point, they were separate entities.
I don't believe so. This was just sold recently, and Don can clarify that if he needs to. But this was recently sold to Extreme. Not in 2007.
Brooke, you refer to the law. What, do you refer to the law anywhere in any of these affidavits that you're saying, the adjacent property?
Yes, if you look at the extension lot license,
What?
which is included, it's Exhibit 3-1.
3 dash, okay.
So, let's see, extension lot of a motor vehicle and travel trailer dealers must be licensed at. Okay, for a motor vehicle dealer, an extension lot is a car lot for the sale of a motor vehicle that is located within the same city or township as, but is not adjacent to the motor vehicle dealer's principal place of business. So, what that means is he would have, if he needed an extension lot license, he would have to be not an adjacent property owner, but because he is an adjacent property owner, he does not need that additional extension license. And as I said, Mr. Moyer did speak to the DOT. No, I do not have an affidavit, but he could speak and testify to you about what that conversation was.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Would you like to hear from Mr. Moyer?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I neglected to make a comment before this started. Right after our last meeting, I had a phone call from a party on this item, not Mr. Moyer or anybody related to him, and asked about the procedural questions, which obviously had not been reviewed by city staff and now has come back. And I think I need to point that out for
everybody's knowledge.
Yeah.
about giving Mr. Moyer further rebuttal, or rebuttal. Is that what you're talking about?
About giving Mr. Moyer further rebuttal. Was that the nature of the conversation?
Yes.
Okay, and can you remember the conversation?
Right. I mean, the conversation was just very brief and asked a point of order question. And I said, you know, that's up to the city. I never thought it, you know, I didn't know if it was coming back or not. But I think everyone, I wanted for full disclosure, it needs to be
Okay.
out there.
Mr. Warner.
My name is Don Moyer. My address is 3772 River Oaks Drive, Des Moines. The property that I own there, well, I owned all of it until I think April 1st of 2011. But when I received one of those letters from the city stating that there was illegal auto sales on that property is when I called the DOT. Captain Donna Kelsel came out to my property, and her and I stood out on my parking lot and discussed that, and that's when Donna told me that I didn't need an extension license because I wanted to make sure that I never jeopardized that grandfathered parcel. And anyway, that's when she told me that the adjoining properties in it, pretty much what she told me is the same thing that's in this DOT law that they have there that says adjoining properties don't have to have the extension license. But I did, I addressed that issue with the DOT just for that purpose in itself.
Any questions? Thank you. This is just a rebuttal, right, Mike? Okay. Haven't done this before, so I figure close the public portion, or do we have staff come back one more time? Questions for staff? Swan? Yeah.
That's what I do.
Yeah. Kind of unusual to.
I think you're going to ask staff if they have anything additional to add, and then you'll give the appellant one more chance.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, should I leave these up here?
Give them to Brooke.
First of all, if this lot was operated under a extension of a dealer's license for Hawkeye Motor, it should be noted that Hawkeye Motor divested itself of interest in this property in 2007 when it sold it on contract to Don Moyer. Therefore, there wasn't any dealer's license attached to this property at that point because it would have run with Hawkeye Motors. Additionally, all of the site plans for Hawkeye Motors that were submitted over the years never incorporate as part of the site plan this particular lot. I will introduce all of these various site plans. It also should be noted, if this is an extension lot from Hawkeye, there is an intervening lot in between that they haven't addressed as being connected as part of a extension. There's an intervening lot in between what they're claiming is the licensed Hawkeye Motors, and then there's a couple lots in between, and then there is this lot.
Are the lots in between where the car wash is?
Yes.
Okay.
So we also are in dispute over the legal non-conforming status of the car wash site, but they never gave me the information to make that determination. So I haven't made that determination on that lot, but there is not a contiguous use, and we have title jumping back and forth on these lots. They introduced facts from the Department of Transportation's application dealer's license. Again, it does state contiguous lots can be held under a dealer's license. I will again point out Hawkeye Motors, who holds the license, divested themselves of this lot. Therefore, it doesn't carry to that lot. Along with the change of use of the lot to another business, and under 352B4 states changing to another use in itself causes abandonment of the non-conforming use. And so when they put a tinting business in there, and they didn't retain their valid dealer's license on that lot, you can't just keep parking cars there and selling them. She stated that the Moyer versus City of Des Moines is directly on point. It is not directly on point. In that case, there were factual differences. It was a car lot or a restaurant use where a restaurant went out of business, and we had some concerns that the parking lot didn't meet conforming status. A new business was going in there. We asked them for a site plan. They didn't bring us a site plan, and the court said that Moyer couldn't be held by the tenant's agreement to bring in a site plan. That's not the facts of this case. Mr. Moyer was notified repeatedly that we determined it was illegal auto sales, and he never came in and talked to us about it and said, I have the right to continue this because I have a dealer's license. He never once brought that to our attention. He can't argue that it was the act of a tenant that caused his loss of legal nonconforming status. He was told that we considered it illegal to sell cars there and never brought it to us. So all these years we've been telling him he can't sell cars, and he never once came to us and said, I believe I can sell cars here. Factually totally different than the other case. That case has no precedent in this. Again, as previously stated, the affidavit from Diaz, we can't question him as to what the arrangement was with Mr. Moyer. If there was some sort of arrangement to sell cars there, Diaz should have told us that, or we could have asked him about it, but he was telling us, I'm only doing a tinting business here. We documented that by doing our zoning certificate of compliance in order to document the change in use, mostly for office use. Granted, we should have maybe sent it to Mr. Moyer, but we'd have been sending him notices. So, you know, I don't know what else we could do to tell him that we considered this to be an illegal use that he needed to straighten out. I don't know what else to say. he continually didn't come in and talk to us.
Brooke?
You stated there was a lot in between on the Exhibit 1 and 2 on the affidavit. It looks like it's all,
Triangular lot in between.
yeah.
Color one.
I think she had a
You want,
map of it. She didn't her
the
exhibit.
stripe was covering it up. You want that?
Oh. Yeah, let me look at that. There's this lot right here is the car wash. They're claiming this has the extension, but Hawkeye is strictly this over here, which is shown in all of our site plans.
Now, if you're going to use those site plans or put them into, before us, you might want to mark them. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this, to me, looks like one big piece of property. I don't see where, do you have anything to say that it's a different lot?
Well, if you look at the legal descriptions on the site plans, this is what their lot is for Hawkeye Motors. And this is what they brought site plans in when they were developing the lot over the years. This is the car wash that stands in between, and never once was this lot over here ever included in any site plans as part of that car lot. If they arguably had a legal non-conforming right to it, they were only using it as an extension, legal and non-conforming. They never brought it in as part of the car lot, but then they abandoned that use and gave it to other people to use.
So basically, what you're saying is they weren't contiguous lots.
They aren't contiguous.
As was claimed here in the rebuttal.
Yes.
That it actually was a lot that had to have an extension lot license. Thank you.
And at one point, there was a license on this. There was a valid license for this particular parcel that went away in, I believe, 2004. So they leased it to somebody else. They got their own dealer's license. It wasn't connected to Hawkeye Motors. So we've had continually breaks in what they're doing on this lot. It's not been a continuous use for one's particular business.
But this lot, you say it's in between, is owned by, I don't know if it's owned by Hawkeye Motors or it's owned by Mr. Moore.
I think Don Ware is titled to it now.
This is the intervening piece of land that the city has.
Yeah, we have a strip in there that's ours also.
Is that the car wash strip? Or what is that?
Probably an alley that's never been vacated or.
Well, the alley, I think in that affidavit, which I don't have now, it said the alley can't be taken into consideration.
Oh, yeah, that could be from the DOT.
So are they together? No, I'm confused. To me, it seems like they're together.
Contiguously, if Hawkeye Motors owned all of them together, they would be contiguous for the DOT.
Okay.
But at some point in 2007, Hawkeye sold it on contract to Don Moyer, thereby severing Hawkeye's ownership of it. The license was to Hawkeye.
Sold the lot in question?
Sold the lot in question.
But did Don Moyer own Hawkeye at that time?
I think he was one of the legal interest holders in Hawkeye. Hawkeye is the legal entity.
The ownership of Hawkeye is not before us. I mean, clearly it's a different entity than Don and Gloria.
Okay.
It's the one that holds that license.
Any other questions? Ms. Green, normally I don't, it's kind of new territory here, so. You've heard the zoning officer's opinion.
Thank you. First of all, I'm a little confused. I understand this is new for you guys, and it's definitely new for me, but it was our understanding that we would get to do a rebuttal, and then the city would not get to put on new evidence, and that's what they have done. They've provided site plans, those weren't talked about last month.
If I may interject, I had a discussion specifically with Mr. Nading about how we were going to handle this hearing, and this is what we decided on, that they would present evidence and that we would rebut their evidence.
I absolutely disagree with that. I was a part of those conversations. She may not have known that, but I was. And his response, and I can pull it up on my phone if you want to see it, was, I believe the city already gave their presentation.
I'm going to apologize because this is the way that we were instructed to run this.
And that's fine. So I just wanted to clarify, so if I jumble my argument here, that's why. So we would object to the site plans being considered and the arguments that she raised that were not discussed the last time based on those reasons. Few things that were pointed out. In one instance, they say that because...
We've got it. Sir, can you... we're trying to listen to what the lady has to say.
So they make a few arguments. At first they say because the tenant got a new certificate of zoning, then they lost, they abandoned their use because of that. And then in the next breath they say, well, they never had a license over there. So it's so inconsistent. I'm having trouble following it, and I know the facts. So I'm not sure how that makes any sense, how they can say in one breath that the tenant changed the zoning because they got the certificate, and then in the next say, well, the zoning was never there. And in the zoning certificate, it does say from used car lot to tinted window. Also, he did continuously keep selling cars there, and there was notice after notice, as the city has stated. However, they never took any action against him for selling cars there. So they are admitting that he sold cars there. And year after year, notice after notice, they never took any action to prevent him from doing that. And then there was discussion about Hawkeye Motors and Don Moyer, and I believe it was said that Hawkeye Motors isn't here before you today. However, I just want to point out, Don Moyer is Hawkeye Motors. Hawkeye Motors is Don Moyer. More so, Don Moyer's is Hawkeye Motors. And so if Hawkeye Motors owned it, essentially Don Moyer owned it because he is Hawkeye Motors. And that is all I have.
I just got one question. Yeah. Oh, okay. You heard Sue Ann talk that asking for information or asking for this, and according to Sue Ann, nothing was ever responded by Mr. Moyer. So, it looks to me that if Mr. Moyer would have responded to Sue Ann's inquiries, we wouldn't even be here today. So is there a reason why, or is that an inaccurate description?
Well, I can have Mr. Moy speak to that if you'd like. However, I do venture to guess that is inaccurate. He's very detailed, and he's on top of this. He's a business owner. He owns lots of businesses, and he's not the type of person to just ignore these notices. So it doesn't seem accurate to me that he would just fail to reply to any inquiries that the city made. But I can, if you want to hear from him, we can do that. Okay.
Brooke?
What is the overall picture? Could you explain to me, there's Hawkeye Motors, and then there's these other lots, and are they still going to be all car lots?
Well, yeah.
I'm confused on what all this land is going to be used for.
Sorry. Okay, well, I think the easiest way is to look at that exhibit because of the colored lines. So to answer your question, this is a car lot.
Yeah.
I think that's clear. This is a car wash.
All right.
And then this is the building that he would like to turn into a smaller car lot. That's why we're here. Now, they were talking about a piece of property in between his properties to make it non-conjoining. It's an alleyway. It's an alleyway that has...
Where's that?
It's underneath the lines.
Yeah, it's right under the yellow line.
It's under this line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, but the whole thing is going to be a car lot with two car lots with the car wash in between. Are they going to be Hawkeye over here and something else over here, or is it just all Hawkeye?
Well, this is no longer Hawkeye. It has
I understand that.
So it would not be. It would be Extreme Auto, and then I'm not sure the name of the car dealership. So the alleyway, it's spoken to in the affidavits. It was paved by Don Moyer. Cars have been parked on it by Don Moyer. The city has never used that. So to say that the city owns property in the middle of his land is just inaccurate.
Well, the law is that the city cannot abandon an alley without a formal procedure and without you buying it. I mean, that's what the law in the cities are.
Any other questions? Thank you. I think we're going to close the public portion now. Go to a board decision, I hope. I'll find out shortly if I'm wrong. But I will tell you this, I am wildly confused here.
Well, I basically think that the decision of the zoning officer ought to be upheld, and the reason I think that is not only for the number of notices that Mr. Moyer has received and not responded to, but also because it was clear from the testimony last time that the tenant was not pleasing the landlord with the tenant's use of the property, although the tenant had exclusive use of the property according to the testimony I heard. There was no testimony last time, or even this time, that I could determine that cars were continuously for sale on the premises. As a matter of fact, there was a division of ownership that's occurred in this, what they now claim is a contiguous site that's owned by the same ownership, that is just not, in fact, the case. That is to say, if Hawkeye Motors has a license for a particular premise, and then Don and Gloria Moyer own a different premise, and they don't have a license, it seems to me that the license owned by the company does not apply to the land that's held in their individual names. And the reason is that's why we have corporations.
Right.
So that we can divide the ownership between a corporation and an individual. Now, it may be that what they did was not what they intended to do, but all the city can do is say, look, you used to have grandfathered rights, you ceased selling cars on the premises, you've changed the ownership, and Moyer's excuse, Mr. Moyer's excuse, is that he takes his legal advice from the state of Iowa. Now, that's not fair to the city, and it's not a very sensible thing for a person that's been in business all of these years to do. So I just basically, for those reasons, I'd uphold the zoning officer's determination.
I agree with Tom completely.
Well, we hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to uphold the determination of the zoning enforcement officer.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay. Is there any?
It's to uphold the determination of the zoning enforcement officer.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 5-1. I know. Item 14 is carried over from the December 21st meeting. It's the appeal of the zoning enforcement officer's determination at 1638 East University.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I need to make a note. I need to leave at 6 o'clock tonight, depending on where we're at with our hearings.
I hear you. Okay.
Okay.
Hopefully.
I don't know if anybody else has any schedule conflicts.
Mr. Chair, this was previously in front of you and had a full hearing. At that time, the applicant requested a continuance. I think it was suggested on part of the board to perhaps gather some more information on their part.
A lease. was
leases and some other
Sales
evidence.
tax
Yeah, evidence of
exemptions.
occupancy and things. And since that time, they've secured legal counsel and asked for another continuance to allow them preparation. From the staff's perspective, we maintain the same staff report that was presented previously. The location of the property is at East University and Sampson Street on the northwest corner of that intersection. It was a building originally built for retail use. The summary is that the zoning officer determined at the point in time in which a use occupied the building, which wasn't given occupancy under our codes, that constituted abandoning the non-conforming uses of the land, which includes the parking, which didn't meet setback requirements and the screening requirements for the parking. So that's what is in consideration here. There's a second component that if you do reverse the zoning officers or uphold the zoning officer's decision, then they are still asking for variance of those provisions in which they don't conform on the parking. So, and staff would recommend denial in that instance as well.
Okay.
Do you have a letter from the attorney asking for a continuance? Is the attorney here?
No, they're here today. I just was summarizing the previous history.
Okay.
They are here today to.
Okay, so we're going to have a hearing?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. If there's any other questions?
I think we're just looking for documentation.
I didn't want to be overly redundant in the interest of time, so.
No. Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. We're good. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name's Jim Nervig. I am an attorney with the Brick Gentry Law Firm, 6701 Westtown Parkway, Suite 100 in West Des Moines. I'm here representing Mike Clayton. Mike is also here, and he'll speak immediately after me. First, I would like to pass around to the board members a brief. I've denominated one copy Clayton Exhibit 1. The brief lists 3 Iowa Supreme Court decisions in the area of non-conforming uses that are relevant in this particular case. I think, this has been before the board before, but I will just briefly summarize. The subject building was used as a non-conforming retail use in a C1 district until January 13, 2009, and that's when Mr. Clayton leased the building to the Liberian Community Center. The city staff informed the center that the use of the center was, in a letter from Brian Davis, indicated cease use, remedial action required, cease use at this location. A change in use from retail to a community center requires building review. An architect may be required, plans must be submitted for review, and a permit issued. A certificate of occupancy is required before occupation. However, no city staff member at that time informed Mr. Clayton or the Liberian Center that the city might later be contending that because the Liberian Center use was not a technical retail use in the premises, that it therefore would be as if no use at all were the building put, and after 6 months would result in the city taking the position under its ordinance that it was automatically abandoned. Now, we would submit that this is a situation where no property owner in their right mind or the Liberian Center, the tenant in their right mind, would start a long-term use, go to the expense of getting building permits, remodeling, and whatever, if they knew that their use was only going to be permitted for 6 months. And that brings me to the Iowa Supreme Court decisions in this vein. The Smith case on page 3 of our memorandum, in that case, the Iowa Supreme Court ruled that ordinances that extinguish non-conforming uses based solely on discontinuance of the use for a specified period of time provide that there's still quote, room to perpetuate a nonconforming use in situations where the period of discontinuance takes place under circumstances beyond the property owner's control. In this case, there was no intention by the property owner to abandon the nonconforming use. If they had known that this Liberian Center use would have that effect after 6 months, they wouldn't have leased to the Liberian Center. They would have continued to look for a tenant. And in fact, after the Liberian Center did vacate the premises on May 1st of 2010, Mr. Clayton leased the premises to JLY Auto Parts for use as an auto parts retail establishment from September 1, 2010 until August 1, 2011. And then the premises have been leased to Jesus Clothing for use as a retail clothing store from August 15, 2011 up until the present time. Certainly, Mr. Clayton would have been able to find a retail client in this interim period when the Liberian Center was using the premises if he had known that by leasing to the Liberian Community Center, he was imperiling his loss of nonconforming use rights. And that brings me to the next Supreme Court case on page 4, the Perkins versus Madison County livestock case. In that case, the Iowa Supreme Court said property owners may change the original nonconforming use if the changes are not substantial and do not impact adversely on the neighborhood. And again, certainly the use of this building by the Liberian Center as an assembly was not a substantial change from retail use and would not adversely affect the neighborhood, and indeed anybody driving by the facility would have no way of knowing that there had been any kind of change in use. And the final Iowa Supreme Court case on page 5 is Ernst versus Johnson County. In that case, the court said that in construing nonconforming use provisions, the court's going to avoid an interpretation that would make them confiscatory. In order to determine whether a party established a nonconforming use, the court stated it will look to the realities of the business in question and the nature of its operations. And finally, the court said that when they're looking at an interruption of a nonconforming use, they look at the intent of the owner when determining whether they interrupted the nonconforming use. And so we would submit under those decisions that there was no intention, there was not requisite intention on Mr. Clayton's part to do anything to interrupt his right to his nonconforming use by putting the Liberian Center in possession of the premises. If city staff had told him at that time that that would be the result, he would have immediately at that time terminated his lease with the Liberian Center and sought to lease the premises to a retail use. I think that ends our presentation with respect to the nonconforming issue, and now I'm going to leave the rest of our time to Mr. Clayton to speak to the alternative issue of the right to variances in the event the board does not choose to rule in our favor on the first issue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, did you bring leases? We had asked for leases last time to show the history of this property. Did you bring?
No. No, we don't have leases. Oh. And I will say on the issue of, I think the chair had indicated he would like to see sales tax permits or what have you. And Mr. Clayton has been unable to contact the Liberian folks to get anything from them. He contacted the state of Iowa and was told under state confidentiality rules without the Liberian Community Center's approval, they are forbidden from disclosing that kind of information. So we don't have any of that information.
Mr. Nervig, just a clarification. You had mentioned, I think it's a key component of your argument, that had Mr. Clayton known that this change of use would have made him lose his nonconforming status, he wouldn't have done it. Now, are you just saying that just in general, he's just ignorant of the law? Or are you saying that he was led to believe that the change of use would not constitute a nonconforming status?
Well, he was led to believe by the inspection, by the city inspector, and the statement in the inspection report, remedial action required, stating that it required building review, an architect would be required, plans needed to be submitted for review and a permit issued, and then finally a certificate of occupancy needed to be issued. I think when you're looking at a layperson, when they hear that, they think that's the remedial action required. Where really, what was the really important point? You know, we have a long-standing non-conforming use here. And the important point would have been for city staff to say, now wait a minute, whatever we authorize now, it's going to have to go, with respect to this particular community center use, it's going to have to go away in 6 months, because that's going to be constituting all the time they're in there and using the property, a technical abandonment. And I think when you look at what would you expect him to think? I mean, he would think, well, if that's the case, they should have told me that in the first place. They're saying hire an architect, you know, go through building permit review process, go through a lot of expense. They were going to remodel the facility to put in a kitchen. They were going to remodel it for bathrooms. Well, nobody's going to do that if they know that that they're going to lose their right to be in the premises after 6 months when the non-conforming use goes away. Essentially, under your non-conforming use 6-month provision, what it says is that you have the ability to convert to a different use at the start of a 6-month period, and you can use that use.
What I'm trying to get at, Mr. Nervig, before he changed the use, there was whether I'm going to call it non-conforming or not, he changed from a retail site to the Liberians came in. And whether they were retail or not, somebody else came in there. Did he check with the city at that time and ask if that was okay, or if that would need any special review, permits, revisions?
Well, that was what...
Am I hunky-dory?
That was what the inspection letter from Brian Davis was supposedly advising him about.
Okay, all right. Okay, so he checked or inquired before the Liberian Center came in.
Well, not before. It was
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
It was right about the same time. I think the Liberian Center came in January 13th.
Okay.
And the Davis inspection report was January 14th.
Okay. It's interesting. It's exactly 1 day after they started.
Yes.
Okay.
No, they started before they got the inspection.
Did they start before they asked any permissions or any inquiries to the city?
I think, go ahead.
I'll need you up here.
Yeah. And I'll go ahead and rest with my questions because perhaps he can.
All right.
He can explain the situation.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is George Michael Clayton. I reside at 14455 University Avenue in Waukee. And I believe that the use would have been all right because it was under the C1 zoning, which the building is C1 zoning. I didn't realize that I was going to lose my grandfather rights.
Okay.
You know, and I was very careful. On this particular property, I had inquiries constantly for automotive use because it's set up perfectly for automotive use, auto repair, auto dealerships, and I've always denied anybody, obviously that requires a C2 zoning. So I thought I was all right in this C1 zoning. As soon as I received notice from the city, I had the Liberian community contact the city immediately and set up the appropriate meetings with the city to get approved. But before that, I thought I was fine zoning-wise, or I would have never leased this property to them. Again, any other questions on me so far?
Yeah, the real key here is you have to show that you had a continued use as retail, correct?
Correct.
But yet you can't show us a lease for any retail lease.
You know,
you can't get your tenant to show us that they had either a sales tax or a sales tax exemption certificate, which would show it was a retail establishment.
I approached the state of Iowa. I went down to the Hoover building.
Well, all right, let's get the state of Iowa, but you got to find your tenant. If you can't find it, you don't have any evidence here. I'm having a hard time understanding how it's continuing as a retail establishment without you providing any evidence of that.
Well, you know, they inferred to me that it was going to be a cultural center. They were going to have displays, they were going to sell cultural items, things like that. I had no idea when I leased the building to them they were going to have big formal get-togethers and things like that, or I would have never leased the building to them.
Okay.
Because I had other retail tenants, as I have put in the building since they departed. And it's going to remain a retail building and a retail operation. You know, my problem is the fact that the things that the city have asked me to do in terms of modifications to the property are very, very costly and a financial hardship given the economy, the economic situation that we're facing right now. It's hard to find a retail tenant, let alone find one that can stay in business for more than 6 months. I mean, it's very difficult for people to pay their bills right now. And I have a brief statement. We live in very tough economic times. Small businesses are having difficulty in paying their bills. There's a lot of commercial property vacant and deteriorating in the city. When you lease space to a small business, there is no guarantee that they will survive. That's why there is such high turnover and difficulty in leasing property for any lengthy periods of time. I have other property too, and I'll tell you what, if I can get a retail tenant to survive a year, that's almost a miracle now, let alone pay their bills and their rent during that period of time of survival, you know. I didn't understand that leasing to the Liberian Cultural Center was going to result in losing my grandfather rights on the property. Otherwise, I would have never leased to them. I would have continued seeking for a retail tenant for that property, as I did once they departed and found one. I'm now being asked to spend around $30,000 on property that I paid $100,000 for several years ago, and the property is not even worth that today in this economy. An investment that will not even improve the leasability of the property. I think the improvements the city are asking me to do, or the changes, the modifications they're asking me to do, are not going to help me find a better tenant or a better paying tenant. It's just going to be money down the drain, actually. The property, I just don't think this is fair, what they're asking me to do. Let me show you. On the property here. Okay, what this is going to do, if I have to make these modifications, this is going to eliminate all my parking directly in front of the building here because of the setback requirements. And I think that's going to provide an imposition and a hardship on the tenants that are there because people like to pull right up to the front of the building to access the property. They're also asking me, I have a little listing of cost expenditures here I'll put up too. I don't know if I can get both of them on here. So you can see, you know, from an expenditure point of view, I'm probably looking at around $30,000 as far as the changes the city's asking me to make on this property that I said I bought for $100,000 a few years back. And I don't think I could get $100,000 out of it right now, given the economic situation. So almost a third of what I paid for the building they're asking me to do for modifications, including the architectural fees, the privacy fence that I've already got a privacy fence that goes the whole distance across the back of the building. It is you can probably see it here. It is a 6-foot chain link fence all the way around the property, and it does have slats in it. So it provides some privacy. I also own the property. You can see the red line back there. That's not the property line. I own property that goes beyond just the fence line. So there is a buffer there, as an actual ground buffer as well as a privacy fence. Anyway, to continue the breakdown on the expenditures, we estimated that replacing all that fence around the building is going to be about $8,500. The curb replacement, which I'm being asked to do, there you can see there's several curb cuts here, and they're asking me to close this one here, and this one over here. I would have this one left, I believe. And we're looking at somewhere around $8,500 to do that. Then we have to tear out the front concrete in front of the building, and for landscaping, that's about $3,500. And then the landscaping all on the front's about $5,000, and I've got to restripe all the parking lot. So in total, it's going to be anywhere between $25,000 and $30-some thousand to redo all this property for that. And I just don't think it's fair.
You know, my intent was to keep a tenant in this property that would allow me to keep the grandfather rights on this property. I would have never leased to the Liberian community. Again, I put a retail tenant right back in it once they were gone. And I would just ask the board to give me a little understanding on this particular issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion then and go to board decision.
Let me ask staff just real briefly, staff, he's got 4 curb cuts. Why are you requiring him to close 3 of them?
If I can explain real quick, he's got up there architect fee for.
No, don't, that's not.
That isn't what we're asking.
Okay.
Wait, if we go down this road, then he has to have rebuttal.
Yep.
Yeah, I understand that, but.
Actually, if you look at your order of the hearings, the zoning enforcement officer gets to speak after the public speaks.
I understand. And
So,
We closed the public hearing.
I understand that. I'm going to ask the question of the staff. You've asked them to close 3 of the 4 curb cuts. Is that just something you'd like done, or is there a city requirement that he do this?
I believe that once we attempt to bring the property more in compliance with the current codes, that some of the obsolete street cuts are asked to be closed in order to put the landscaping in around the perimeter.
Okay, but so far as you know, it's not a legal requirement of the city. It's.
That's a site plan requirement.
It would be a site plan.
Yeah,
It would be if we required a
It'll be
site plan.
traffic flow
Yeah, there's a traffic
consideration.
criteria under our site plan review that would close unnecessary drive approaches and ones that don't meet the current standard.
All right, thank you.
Are you okay with that kind of line of questioning, Mr. Nervig? Fine.
Does he have any rebuttal to those comments? Yeah.
You're okay with that then? Okay.
I guess from the zoning enforcement standpoint, since we made this determination, well, Mr. Clayton was notified in '09 that he had an illegal assembly use in that property. He was notified again in 2010. There was an extreme amount of time that he had this rented to an assembly use. It wasn't like we sent him a notice and he moved them out and didn't leave them in there for over a year or left them in for 6 months. They were in there for an extended period of time. So that's sort of where we get into an intended occupancy in an illegal fashion over an extended period of time. And we are not asking him to hire an architect at this point if he keeps it retail. What we're asking him is to bring the site into as much conformance with retail as we can get. And that would be a privacy fence along the north, I believe, the backside, a 5-foot privacy fence, and then some of the landscaping in the front. So that's what we're trying to do, is just bring more conformance to the site with the current site plan as best as we can.
Okay.
Could I just have a brief?
Yes, you sure can.
I think I just want to reemphasize, this is the horrible penalty that the staff is, attempting to exert from Mr. Clayton. Again, the city staff indicated over time that the Liberian use was illegal, but they indicated that remedial action required was, get a building permit, get a certificate of occupancy, hire an architect for your remodeling and what have you. The key point is they didn't indicate the key point that if you leave this Liberian Center in there, even if they comply with all these other requirements, then they're going to disqualify you after 6 months from this essential non-conforming use. And the financial hardship should be clear, and we ask the board's indulgence and favor on this.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Any last questions for staff?
Thank you.
We'll close the public portion, go to board decision then.
I think that we're not asking too much of it. And we want our city to look good. Yes, he might have bought the building at a great price. You know, it was, you know, may have been a distressed sale, who knows? But that's what you have to do when you buy buildings and when you buy homes. It's no different than when you go buy a foreclosed home. You have to, you know, you might have to repair the sidewalks. You might have to do some of those things. It's just what ownership is all about. It lost its legal non-conforming right. I think that he needs to be in a compliance. So I'm gonna vote to uphold the zoning enforcement officer's determination, and you know, if he wants to do something different, you know, bring us a site plan, but we need to have that parking. It needs to look good. We need to be proud of what's in our city. And to allow them to keep it this way, it would be unfortunate, I think.
Any other thoughts?
Well, pretty clearly, the way it looks now is a burden on the neighborhood.
Well, I kept asking for, I wanted to see documents that I never saw.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you know, since we have kind of two parts to this, is the zoning enforcement officer correct in her determination? I think she is. Now, he's saying this is a huge hardship if you want me to do this, and it won't help me, I think the word something to the effect, it won't help me get anybody in there. Well, actually, it could. If you have a property that doesn't have very good curb appeal, what kind of tenant are you going to get? How good is their money? How long are they going to stay? If you have a property that looks well-maintained, well-landscaped, you're going to get a better tenant, you're going to get more money. It takes an investment to make money. You know, if you got a cruddy rental house, you're going to get a crappy renter. So I think it would help him to make improvements. I would be willing to discuss a little bit, hey, if we can work on the true curb appeal, pun intended here. I'm not as concerned about that. He does have a fence. It appears it does have some slat work in it. Maybe we can give him a break on the fencing. But the frontage of the property is just a big pile of asphalt or concrete right up to the curb. You can't even really tell where the drives begin or end. I like pulling into a business where I know where the drive is, to see a little landscaping. This stretch of East University has needed help since the day the freeway opened in the 60s. It gets skipped. Nobody drives down this stretch of the street primarily as a commuter anymore. It needs help. If you spend any time there, the old Clark gas station, you can still see where the pumps were across the street. And that goes way back.
Oh, yeah.
So I'd like to uphold the zoning officer's determination. Perhaps we can work with him a little, but I think, as Linda says, we need to do something to help our commercial corridors out. I mean, Des Moines is way behind the 8 ball on our commercial corridors.
I don't think it's right for the neighborhoods to have somebody come in and say, well, I'm going to buy this building, and I got it for a good price, and I don't really care what it looks like, as long as, you know, we have to care about what our neighborhoods look like. And I don't see that here.
Well, should we we'll vote on the... Go ahead.
Mel, are you suggesting a middle ground? Is that?
Yeah, I'd like to see him do the, repair the curbs and the entries and do the 5-foot setback with the green space. And landscaping can vary. You don't have to put in massive hardwood trees. There's some negotiation there, but I think he had the fence, $8,500 right there. If that fence is in good repair, as it is, or he maintains it in good repair, let's give him a little break on that. That sits way toward the back. It does provide some screening to that residence. I'm more concerned with the appearance, his appearance to that corridor. And that visual corridor is right there at University.
I think we've got something in the works here, but the first thing we got to do is we got to determine Part A, uphold the zoning enforcement officer's determination. So do I hear?
I would make a motion to uphold the zoning enforcement officer's determination.
And I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 4-2. Move to Part B. That's where you were doing the work, Mel. What do you think?
Well, let's take a look here.
I don't think we know because we don't have a site plan.
Well, he had discussed that he would have to move those front parking spaces. I don't know about that one way or the other. I'd be willing to grant him a variance for the provision requiring the 6-foot-tall screen when an off-street parking lot abuts an R district, but uphold the requirement or not grant a variance for the minimum required 5-foot paving setback from the front property line.
Can we do that without notifying the neighbor? Can we grant
This has been,
This
or you
is
can,
here,
or
there's 2 variances.
You said not a grant a variance for the 5-foot setback?
Right, which,
Okay.
oh, okay, so they've notified it.
right. So we passed Part A.
But I'm concerned about why take away his front parking?
Because what we're trying to do is, and I'm going to say pun intended, meaning double meaning, the site needs better curb appeal to come up to the standard that is there now when a non-conforming use expires, to improve the corridor, which will improve investment, improve property values, make us a better city. You know, if we just stare at concrete aprons everywhere in our city, we're not going to have a payoff here.
Well, I've sat through, almost 2 hours of non-conforming thing, and I must tell you, I'm not sure I understand it. I can't imagine how the public can understand it. And I'm somewhat concerned about the comment about if our inspectors go out there and don't say anything, why is that? To me, that would, I get it. I see where the confusion would be. I also don't want a building to sit there and go to hell, which if I owned the building, that's probably what I would do. And I'd put a for sale sign up there and let somebody else worry about the problem.
Okay.
And I doubt if I'd ever do business again in the city of Des Moines.
Okay.
So I just think we'll keep going down this road of chasing people out. And we have another item on the agenda that stated it, point of fact, if you're going to make me do this, I'm leaving. And I think we make it very, very difficult on people to stay in business.
I don't know of a zoning ordinance in a city that doesn't have clauses about non-conforming uses or grandfathering rights. You don't have to change it if you keep the use the way it is, but if the use changes, then it's time to skip to the new beat and get with it. That's the basic intent in urban planning.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think that the use changed, but in defense, I don't think he realized that the use changed, and I don't think he got good enough information that the use actually changed. And when you talk about the East University corridor to say, well, for him, he has to do this, this, and this, well, what about all of the other properties that'll probably never change unless they become non-conforming, and then you can go after it. So, unfortunately,
where does change begin?
It just seems very unfair, and it seems like it's quite a hardship for that location.
But there is an East University beautification plan that is in place, and throughout the years, this board has upheld that and have had people have to improve their properties to come in compliance. And that has been happening for a long time. Now, I don't know that this property is part of that East University beautification. I don't know where that starts, but we certainly are making everybody else do that because it's the entryway to the fairgrounds. And, some of us have sat up here. We've had one business in front of us several times, trying to do things differently. So I don't think we're asking this person to do anything different than we're asking any other business owner or any other property owner.
But we're only asking it because he's lost his non-conforming rights, which I think could make a hell of a case that no one understands. And if he bought, and I have no reason not to believe Mr. Clayton paid $100,000 for this building, and I would say he's pretty accurate, he's probably high, but if you put 20 grand into it, I'd walk away if I was him.
Well, we got to make a decision on Part B because we've already decided Part A, folks. So in all fairness to all these people sitting out here, let's,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'll make a motion on Part B to grant the variance for the provision requiring the 6-foot tall screen when an off-street parking lot abuts an R district. So he gets a variance for that. But I would uphold the city staff recommendation to not grant the variance for the 5-foot less than the minimum required 5-foot paving setback from a front property line.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Just so I'm clear, the variant, what you're saying is grant only a variance for the
Fencing.
the fence.
Right.
And all the rest would, which would be the curb cuts and the 5-foot setback and the landscaping, I might have missed one,
Yeah.
have to go forward.
We'll see where that goes.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
Can I ask a little clarification?
Yeah.
And the fact that they're separated, is that based on some determination that the fence, and leaving the fence as is not as detrimental to the essential character?
As I had mentioned, I believe that the existing fence provides some buffering from the R district now, and there is a significant distance between the on-site activity where the cars are parked and where the business occurs and where people mill about.
So granting that would be in the essential character, but if you
Yes.
granted it for the setback of the paving, that would be out of the essential character?
Correct.
Okay.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
If that fence should become dilapidated or
Yes.
fall down, he would have to replace it with the appropriate fence for it.
Kind of like if the fence becomes non-conforming. Yeah, he's got to keep it repaired and as
Yeah,
is.
he's got to keep it in good repair.
Right, right.
What
If
does
it's
that-
not, he'd have to put in the
How does
screening
the
the way you
fence
requested.
become non-conforming?
It's got to be in good repair.
Yeah.
Just not falling down.
Yeah, he's got to keep it in stature the way it is and looking good. If he would just
Who's
decide to
who's
tear it
to
out.
determine if the fence meets the,
I would imagine zoning enforcement officer.
so wouldn't the building inspector also should have mentioned that?
Get a no from staff.
I was trying to throw the guy a bone here. I'm not trying to complicate it any further.
Well, I think we've already complicated it.
All right. we got-
Complicated any further.
Call the question.
Yes, we know what the motion is to, Part B, grant the variance for the 6-foot tall screen fence, but uphold the variance of the 5-foot less than the minimum required 5-foot paving setback from the front property line. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion carries 4-2. Item 15. Boy, Sue Ann's a busy gal here. It's another one just carried over from the December 21st meeting, another reconsideration of a conditional use permit at 4800 Southwest 9th. And I believe what we were waiting for was some sort of muffling system that they had some information on that they needed to get from New Jersey or something?
Chair,
That ring a
members
bell?
of the board, I'm not sure how you want to handle this. This is a bring back on a request from staff to revoke a conditional use permit for a bar on Southwest 9th, Thirsty Sportsman. It was continued to allow them to attempt to come up with a plan to mitigate sound escaping from the building and disturbing the peaceful enjoyment of the neighbors. To that end, a sound test was conducted last Saturday afternoon between the hours of 1 and 2:30 or so at the bar.
AM or PM? What are we
It was in
talking?
the afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing the middle of the night thing. What they had in place was a sound meter on an iPad that was calibrated. And then they also hired a sound engineer. I don't know if engineer, is that correct? consultant. Russell Olson was there. He had a sound meter calibrated. And then they also had a employee from the bar that had another sound meter. So basically we had 3 sound meters that we were attempting to test to see how the readings were. And the readings for the iPad and the readings for the sound equipment, the sound meter, were within 2 decibels of each other, pretty close. I'll just kind of explain how we did the test. When we got there, the band was set up and they played, basically. We got it run up to 107 dBA. And again, the technician can correct me if I'm using the wrong technical term for how they measured the sound waves.
dB.
dB?
Decibel.
Okay, sorry. We measured it pretty close. I mean, the band was set up and then the band was facing the bar, which is to the south in the room. And so we were measuring it right at the bar. We got it up to 107 dBA. Then we asked the band to tone down to like 90, 95 dBA and measured that just to see what the sound level was. Tried to get it down to 85, measured at that distance, but the drum beat and the low bass, it was hard to get it down to that level and be able to hear any vocals, or it was just difficult. So then once we got kind of a baseline for what we were reading and where we were reading it in the bar, we went up to Connie's apartment, our dwelling unit, to measure the sound up in her dwelling unit. This, from the sound technician, is his statement of what happened. I made a couple changes just to make it more accurate to what we read. When we got to Connie's dwelling, we asked her if she had heard the music from the band, and she said she hadn't heard anything at that point. We did an ambient sound reading. I'll pass this around so that you can review that. We did an ambient sound reading with the window closed in her kitchen and got a reading of about 37. We opened the window, and the loudest that we were getting with the window open and the band playing, because we'd call down and say, band play at the 107. We got about 43 dBA. Again, I'm going to let the technician correct me or explain. Then we asked the band to turn down a little bit, and we did some more sound readings, and we went upstairs into the upper unit and got about a 42, 43, 44 in the upper unit, upstairs in the unit. Then there was a car that was playing music at the car wash to the south. You could hear pretty much every word that the song was singing from the car with its doors open at the car wash. So I'm not sure if did we take a sound reading from the car?
We did in the house, we don't have the levels
from the outside. We did get a level reading of 60 decibels from a truck that was on Southwest 9th pulling down the street. 60 was pretty much the highest from the, so that's what we got from the sound readings. I guess I think that if we sort of regulated the decibel level within the building to 95, measured where we were standing, we at least have something that can be measurable and is quantifiable within the building. If there is a sound violation, the police officer can come and say, and know that 95 is where it's supposed to be inside the building. And the bar manager would have to be able to prove that his readings were showing 95 for a period of time. I believe those machines can save readings over a period of time. I don't really have anything to add on it besides that.
Well, my question then would be, are you still going to bring this back for consideration, or are you satisfied with the way that the tests were performed and the people that were affected are comfortable with the?
I'm satisfied with the tests. I think we did the best we could with running calling down saying have the band turn it up to 107 and doing the test. I believe that the occupant of the dwelling unit would like to speak. I do not believe she was probably happy with the outcome of the sound test.
Okay.
So I don't know, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how you want to handle the rest of this hearing. If you want the sound technician expert to come up and give his findings, if you want the citizen to come up and give her opinion. I don't know how you procedurally, we're off.
We've never had it where you changed, so I don't, do we want to hear the applicant? It's essentially, Suann's saying it's okay.
So we would, because the recommendation, I mean,
I understand we're in uncharted waters. The recommendation is to uphold my decision. I have a certain level of comfort with what we've done. They've also agreed to move some vents within the building and move them away from the sound equipment and buffer them. So that should help some of the sound escaping through the ceiling. I would appreciate if you would hear from the complainants themselves before you decide this. All I can give you is the empirical, what we heard.
and then would our choices be to say, okay, we're not going to revoke your license, but you have to keep it within a certain standard, and we
That's already on the
rely
city
on
books,
the
though, isn't it?
neighbors to,
Well, here's my thoughts on that, because I have given it some thought. The standard in the sound ordinance is 65 dBA measured at the residential property line. We didn't hit 65 dBA when we measured it. We just didn't hit it. We hit 60 with a truck. We didn't measure the doors open on the car. I mean, we just, from the outside, we didn't measure it at the property line. I think for the ongoing enforcement of this issue, I would feel comfortable if the board said, for instance, you can keep your conditional use, but we're adding on a condition that you have to keep it at 95 dBA measured at the bar, this distance from the band, and you can't go over that. That way, if there is a complaint, the bar knows what they're supposed to be doing, and the police officer knows what they're supposed to be doing, and it's more empirical. Now,
You say 90 or 95?
95 was kind of where we settled on. That would give them enough.
And is 90,
It's not going to hit your eardrums and.
is that relative to an existing city ordinance elsewhere, or no? That was just kind of.
This was just
Okay.
sort of a ballpark from the test that we were doing and how it
It's
was.
tailored to the site.
It's tailored to the site.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Got it.
And
Okay.
that's my thoughts. I mean, of course, it's up to the board, and once you hear from the complainant.
Okay.
And I don't know if you want to hear from the
Yeah, we're going to
bar owner
we're gonna
first. or
follow
the-
the procedure correctly. So.
Yeah.
Yes, questions.
Yes, zoning officer. Is it then your determination that if the appellant modifies his business plan to only allow a certain level of sound, approximately 95 inside, that the resultant sound outside at the living quarters will be 60 decibels or less?
It should be 47 or less.
It will be 47 or less,
That's
is
what
what
we're
you're,
measuring.
what you're thinking.
That's what I'm
is.
thinking.
Yeah.
The complicating factor about sound, we might as well just address it. Sound can be, the dBAs can be measured, but there are sound waves that are lower, the bass, the drums, that create actual air movement of a sort and create that almost imperceptible thumping.
Is that the Val air effect?
The Val air effect, that
Yeah.
could be, yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
yeah.
That's a place in West Des Moines and on the news.
That is harder to, I mean, that's the nuisance part of
It's not
the
a
ordinance.
fine, sure.
The sound ordinance also provides that a sound can be a nuisance to a person just by the basis of the sound. I can't quantify it. You know it when you're in a car next to somebody who's.
But it's your determination that the business would not constitute a nuisance if these standards were observed. Is that your determination? See, we can only uphold your determination or not.
In my opinion, if they make the changes that they've agreed to make with the air ducts, they keep it at 95 dBA inside. It satisfies the portion of the ordinance that talks about the DBAs crossing real property.
Okay.
The bigger problem that I saw out there was the cars that were in the car wash that were playing music that is not hampered in any way because it's just out there in the middle of nowhere. And that was a sound source that was an irritant. I mean, you could hear it.
But the fellow with the license here for the liquor
Doesn't control the car wash.
does not control the car wash.
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, Sue Ann. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon, evening. My name is Nikki Gorla. I am actually the owner of the building. And I was here last time.
Name and address.
23687 Fillmore Street, Swan, Iowa. I was here last week, and I would like to give you a little history on this.
We don't need much, you know.
Well, no, just because of what I heard last time when we had the meeting.
Okay.
I've owned this building since the fall of 2004. I had a tenant in there. They moved out. We got involved with the bar, Bella Noche. I agree with everybody that Bella Noche was a horrible tenant, created terrible problems, and spent months getting them out of there. Have this new tenant in here that has been a remarkable tenant compared to Bella Noche. I don't have damage to my building. I don't have problems other than this sound issue. And I have done my best to try to maintain this building. This is the biggest space in my building. If this space does not retain this conditional use permit, past history has told me I'm going to have a hard time renting this space because it's such a huge space. And I'm going to have a hard time keeping my building, which is what I have to live on now.
Well, the thing that we want to find out is, you heard the zoning enforcement officer.
Correct. And I was present during that
So
sound.
you would have no problem if we put in wording to let you keep the conditional use permit, provided, like Tom said, these conditions, that 95 dB at the bar, and respond to police officers and have some sort of proof that that's what you have?
Yes, they have the capability of recording that.
Okay.
My understanding is.
I think we're good with that. So if you're good with it, then,
I just want to keep my tenant in there.
okay, we understand.
Thank you.
Anybody, excuse me, anybody else here to speak in support?
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Nugent. I'm an attorney, 401 Grand, West Des Moines. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Bessler and the Thirsty Sportsman. I was there too for the testing. And to the best of my knowledge, my client has no problem complying with the 95 dB on the interior. But I also, during the time that they were testing, we had fire engines, we had police cars, we had airplanes, and then the car wash, which is not part of Mrs. Gorla's property. The car wash, they have cement block walls up, and they amplify the sound. You could hear the sound from the cars.
And we understand that's something you can't control.
Not at all.
Yeah, that's all outside of any control you guys got. We're just asking to control the sound in the bar to 95 dB.
Yes, Mr. Bessler has the equipment to do it, and that will be no problem. We also have the consultant that was there for the actual testing, who he can come up and testify about what went on.
I think we're all comfortable, especially when we got it from the zoning enforcement officer. So if you guys are comfortable with that, we'll might put some wording in on the decision then. Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Remember, right up.
Hello, my name is Connie Laverenz. I live at 936 McKinley Avenue, Unit 6.
My life has been decibel levels since 2008. Night after night, since the Bella Noche came into to my life. Now you are being told about a test that went on in my home. And yes, they could not do the testing because the two cars that were there to do when the test was going on, they were not at the car wash. They were sitting in a vacant lot and it wasn't at the car wash, it wasn't behind a fence, but they couldn't really conduct the test. But in my upstairs, they have, I believe she said 47 decibels. I don't believe any of you have to sleep with 47 decibels in your upstairs living quarters.
Well, now, I thought that when the zoning enforcement officer was there, you said you couldn't hear it.
When I was downstairs, I could not hear it, and I asked them, would you please come upstairs and bring your meter with you? They could hear it in my upstairs. They could hear it clear as day, the band playing. But then the two cars in the vacant lot started up, and then they were trying to do the test with the bar, and they were trying to test them with those cars there. You know, I have no idea how I'm going to determine if you vote on this. How am I going to determine whether, let's see, is it at 47 decibels? Is it above 47 decibels? Maybe it's 55 decibels. Should I call the police? Will they have someone, all the police officers aren't trained, and they don't all have noise meters. I have to wait on one that has a noise meter and that is trained to use it. How am I going to know when to call them and when it's above a certain decibel level?
I understand.
You know, I went to court January of 2009 as a witness for the city of Des Moines against, I won't give his name, because even though it's on record, we went through a trial. It wasn't the owner of the bar that we went to trial with. It was the music promoter. He was being charged with this noise violation. We got all the way through the trial. He put his DJ up on the stand and tried to blame him for this music. It is on record. We went to trial. I have no way of monitoring the decibel level down at this bar. I thought when we started this that they were supposed to soundproof this building. That was where I thought we were going. And it wasn't until a week ago when I found out from Sue that, no, they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to, I guess, spend the money. They wanted to install this trust me meter, I guess I'll call it. You know, you guys, you let the Bella Noche go in there because you trusted them. I have had the Bella Noche, I've had the Prestige, and I've had this Thirsty Sportsman. They play this music. They're a nightclub. They're not a tavern. They want to be a nightclub. And I'm 75 feet from them. I don't know what the answer is going to be, but them having this trust me meter, I don't trust them. And I don't know what to do. And I don't know how the police is going to help me when it's 1 o'clock in the morning and this music is blaring. Any questions?
No, thank you, though.
My name is Tony Hanson, 936 McKinley Avenue, Unit 7, here in Des Moines. My biggest pet peeve of this idea is, one, they supposedly have this meter. They could sit there and play music loud, 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 and all of a sudden, when the cop comes, they turn on the meter and say, oh, no, we're not playing it that loud. Then could they, how do we not know that they wouldn't do that? Second thing is the point was raised that if it's at 95 decibels in the bar, there's still a thing called a bass drum, and it carries. It carries right on up the hill. And I would very much be appreciative to see some way of muffling that so it doesn't interfere with our daily lives, you know? Or we want to be able to go to sleep some nights. When these guys are playing full blare or at 95, we can hear them, okay? I wasn't available for the test. I was teaching a Taekwondo class on the other side of town. But when I do come home, I want to be able to relax and chill. And you can't do that when you have this reverberation going on right into your house. So my biggest concern is, can we get rid of the base? At least to us. They can keep it in their building. Keep it in their building. That's what we, but not in our backyard.
Has it gotten better over the last month? Since you were here last month from today, has it gotten better? Have you seen attempts to make it so it's not so noisy?
I have not had any complaints over the past month because they have been quiet. You know, we appreciate having a little peace in there. Yes, we do have the jets come across once in a while. Yes, we do have the fire engines come once in a while, but that's once in a while. But when a bass drum is going, it's going for 2 and 3 hours. Okay, whether they're doing it in the afternoon for to practice, or when they're doing it at 10 o'clock at night when somebody wants to go to sleep. The thing is that goes on for 2 and 3 hours. It doesn't just, shoot off and then land or run down the hill. Those are minor little things. We kind of get used to those. Anybody who lives in an urban area on major roads kind of knows that. But you don't expect to have.
Do you think it's possible that there is something that you could turn down the bass? Do you think that's possible?
Well, I know it's possible.
Okay.
There's technology out there that you can set up to muffle bass decibels. Or that's the big problem, to my thought, because those waves are so big, they're carrying right over on up the hill, and that's why we're having such a big problem. So, any other questions?
Nope, thank you. Anybody else here to speak in opposition? Got 3 minutes for rebuttal if you want, whoever.
My name is Russ Olson. I'm with Acoustical Design Group, 5799 Broadmoor, Mission, Kansas. And we were hired to come up and do some of the noise measurements here and to make some recommendations on solutions for reducing noise levels. During this last weekend, we came up and we measured noise levels inside the townhome and various locations inside the bar. The situation right now is the Des Moines noise ordinance has a 50 dBA limit between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. right now, dBA, A-scale measurements, and a 60 or 65 dBA during the daytime. When we were here the first time, we were measuring outside at the property lines and at the top of the hill, and we were well below noise ordinance requirements. We were in the 40s. During our testing in Connie's residential unit there, she opened the window, and we were doing most of our measurements with the window open as we were standing near the kitchen. So we were measuring 43 and 44 within that area, the window open and dBA scale. Very similar to the numbers that we would get just outside without the band playing or without anything, just due to the ambient noise of traffic, birds, and wind typically. So what we tried to do this time is to say we measured 37 dBA in our apartment when everybody was dead quiet and not even hardly breathing. That's the quietest it's ever will be. 42 to 44 is what we measured with the band playing, or sometimes without the band playing. Now, I wouldn't say you can't hear the band, but it's almost at the same level as typical traffic noise and everything else there. As a matter of fact, trucks even boosted that up to over 60. What we did find is when we went upstairs, the levels were about the same, not drastically different. And when we measured the car lot, or the car wash, excuse me, levels approached 60 dBA. Well, that was because they're much closer and had a direct line of sight, weren't coming through the roof or the building of where the band is, or Thirsty Sportsman. So that in reality is just, you know, the levels we have. It's well below the objective noise ordinance that the city has, but it's the nuisance ordinance, which, you know, we have no control over other than trying to quiet the facility down as much as feasible. And that's, the feasibility is the question.
And is it possible to muffle that, what did they call it, the bass sound?
Yeah, well, what we've done, just for control, because, you know, different bands are going to have different levels of playing and everything else, and different levels of subwoofers. What we did is set up an iPad so that we have a Studio 6 program on it, and it has a traffic light app that you can put with that. So we set it so that when the band starts getting above 60 or 70, they're up to about 70, it's a green light, and then when it gets up between that 80 and 90, or 95, it's a yellow light, and then when it goes over 95, it's a red light. So that's something that they can monitor as they're in the facility to help maintain levels, plus they also have a couple other sound level meters available to them as well.
Is there anybody that would monitor that the entire time, or is this just something you check on every now and then? Or?
Well, you could set it up anywhere. Typically, the place you would put it is up there where the band can see it as well. So if they know they're getting in the red, they have to tame it down. So, and then there could be administrative controls where the bartender or the owner or whoever would tell them to quiet it down a little bit. Okay. And that's the quick and easy way to limit this. And then we did put limiters on where that the low frequency, when it gets above that level, because what we're doing is relating this all to A scale, because that's what the noise ordinances are written around. We adjusted that for a C scale, which limits the low frequency more, so that we put this levels to where the low frequency would be limited, so that as this monitors it, they can try to limit at this. And this should be well below the community noise ordinance levels right outside the building at the property lines.
Does this iPad monitor stay in the bar then, all the time?
It does, unless, you know,
Well, I
it
mean,
was
it's a
set up, we
permanent-
calibrated it for them.
It's
so
a
they could do
permanent
it.
thing at the bar. Is that correct?
I would ask the owner to respond to that.
But that's your understanding?
When the band's playing, yes.
Yes.
That's my understanding.
All right.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Sure.
Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
Mr. Chair, Connie, right, is your name? I agree with her. I wouldn't want to live with 47 decibels or whatever you call it in my place, and I think they both make very good points, and I think that reverberating noise is really annoying. I don't mind going into bars, but I always find it rather annoying when I go into a bar and the music's so loud when you're there, it's hard to even converse with the person next to you, but they tend to just want to play as loud as they can. And I know I'm kind of an old fuddy-duddy, but it still is pretty annoying. So I think from the residents' perspective, I understand, you know, if a fire truck goes by, and sure you have all those noises, and when you live on the south side, you deal with the airport, it kind of becomes white noise after a while. But this is noise after hours when you're trying to sleep or when you're trying to entertain people in your home or whatever. You know, and I understand the business side, you know, you want to have a business, you want to make money to pay rent, et cetera, and such, but it just seems to me like there could be a better compromise. I also don't want to leave this thinking that the bar's going to be, or the owner of the thirsty sportsman is going to always constantly monitor this and maintain it and make sure that this little light never goes red, and if it does, the band quiets down. I just don't have a good sense that that's going to be consistently monitored and maintained.
Well, I think it's important that the owner and the tenant have made an effort here to comply with the city sound ordinance. And I think that what we ought to require in this particular instance is that the iPad monitor that they have used in the bar become one of those, quote, permanent fixtures of the bar, that that there is readings that the police officers can come in and take a look at that as it goes on, so that when they get a call, they go right to the bar to see if there is a problem. That way you eliminate the idea that somebody actually has to be trained on the city's own little monitor. And the other thing is that I think that it would be fair if the complainants would take a look at the monitoring system inside the bar and, you know, see if, you know, they're public, they can walk in and see what's going on. And certainly they should be able, they could call our zoning enforcement officer to go out, you know, from time to time to see that the standards are being met. The idea that not only the owner but the tenant have met, and they have hired someone to come in and take readings, and now have a methodology that could result in you know, falling within the city's guidelines for noise. Seems to me to be a plus, but it ought to continue. It ought not to be just a one-time thing to get the zoning enforcement officer off their back, but ought to be an ongoing requirement that at this location, in this particular instance, this is what is required.
Any other thoughts? Use a motion on there to find out where we're going with this. Because staff recommendation would I think Sue-Ann changed, so.
I think I think the zoning enforcement officer's determination is that the tavern has in the past constituted nuisance, but does not now recommend that we revoke the conditional use permit, but now recommends that a methodology be employed to continue to monitor the sound that comes from the bar.
I think Sue-Ann said if we can keep the measurement at 95 dB, measured at the bar level, would, Sue-Ann, they keep you satisfied?
What's she doing sitting back there?
And then also another question, maybe Sue-Ann can answer. They had this consultant come up and run these tests, but has there been any soundproofing or anything done within the building? Because I thought that was another request that we had.
Well, I thought they presented that as an option they were going to pursue. I didn't hear any follow-up on that.
I believe the options that were presented to us last month were to go through this sound meter type scenario with some buffering, and if that didn't work, then look at second options of soundproofing the building. So they have agreed to move some of the vents and soundproof those that are carrying directly up through the rooftop to keep them away from the band area and put some buffering on them. So that will be accomplished, they tell me, within the next couple of weeks. The parts have been ordered, it's being manufactured. And the ongoing monitoring. I think that if we have the iPad monitoring on site and it can run some sort of a report or show a history that we can go in. If there's a complaint, I can go in the next day and say, okay, show me what you had last night. We can kind of work through that. I would say from where I was standing, 95 at the bar, it's a pretty close. It's not going to fill up the whole bar. You're not measuring it from clear across, so you've got some containment in some area that you're specifically monitoring from, so it's not a moving target for us. And then you're right, if the police department comes out on a call, they can walk in the bar. They don't have to have their own sound meter. They have two calibrated there. They should be able to get a reading when they go in. So it won't be like waiting for somebody with a sound meter to come. I think this is probably not the perfect compromise for the neighbors, but at least we have something that we can monitor and work with. I suppose if in 6 months it isn't working, and we can talk to the owners about what are our next steps. But
So if
short
there's a
of that,
violation, then
I guess I would modify my original to say, yeah, let's let them keep the conditional use with these strict parameters and see what happens.
And in that connection, I think that what we ought to do is bring the order back and take a look at this. But I do think that the zoning officer's determination as modified now, that there be an ongoing monitoring system that not only can the neighbors, but the zoning enforcement officer can check from time to time, and that there is a reading history would be a fair determination of the.
I think that's probably not a bad idea to get a 6-month review, put that in the order that they have to come back and, or at least get a report.
That would be fine.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. In the event it doesn't happen sooner. Okay.
Well, with that in mind, I'd recommend, is there any more discussion?
No, we're looking for a motion.
Yeah, I move that we uphold the zoning enforcement officer's determination as modified, that in order to continue to have a conditional use permit, that a monitoring system be employed by the owner of the building and the tenant of the bar to monitor the sound coming from the bar.
Measured at the bar.
Measured at the bar for no more than 95 decibels.
Right.
Or dBAs.
dB. Come on, dB.
And do we need to specify that it needs to have some historical documentation to it or
Yeah,
with it? I mean, I don't know enough
and-
about this iPad technology to understand, is it the hour or is it the last 15 minutes or, is it the last day?
And that there be a monitoring system involved, that you can check the previous usage of it over a period of 30 days.
Sounds good. And provision that we review this in 6 months?
Yes.
Okay.
And a provision that we bring this order back and review it.
There we go. Okay. I'll second that. That sounds good enough. Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-1. You guys let us know. We want to, if these people are serious, you guys are the policemen on this. Item 16.
Mr. Chairman, could I just make one point of order? If I depart here shortly, that's going to leave 5 members. That means that you can't have a 3-2. It'd have to be a 4-1 vote. Is that correct?
And I'll announce that.
Okay.
You're going to stick through one more. You have to go right. Is it a hard stop at 6?
If it's a fairly quick, I'd probably have to leave by 10 after the
I have a class
latest.
at 6, so if we could push through this one,
Okay.
would be helpful. If we have to take a break, then somebody else is going to have to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, but why don't we make the announcement now?
Okay.
So that anybody that has an item that has not yet been heard can make a decision?
What we're talking about up here is that we were minus 1 member right now, and at 6 o'clock, Mel has to leave. That leaves a 5-member board. According to our bylaws, you need 4 votes regardless. And so everything that comes out from here on out after Mel leaves means that you're going to have to get at least a 4-1 or 5-0 vote. And usually, some people think that they have a better chance at getting things done if they have a full or as close to a full member board as we can. So what we do in instances like that, we have quite a few items that are still left. If you feel that you would like to have more members on the board to make a decision on your item, we will entertain a continuance for you for the next meeting, which is going to be February 22nd, or you can stick around here. But the number one thing is you need 4 votes regardless. And so if you want to request a continuance, we'll entertain those now. Otherwise, we're going to hear every case as we go through.
And one other comment, we do have a vacancy on the board right now, and so if any of you people find that this is an exciting thing to do.
That you have to live in which ward? It's Christine Hensley's ward.
Christine Hensley has the appointment. So perhaps by the next meeting we have, there'll be a full 7-member board.
Okay, so with that being said, does anybody feel that they want to come back next month when we have more members on the board? Hearing none, we'll move forward then. Item 16 is a variance at 3603 Douglas.
All right, Mr. Chair, this is a property that's a strip center location at Douglas and 36th on the northwest corner. As you can see, it's a long building. It's multi-story. I'll give you some photos here quickly to, oh, and I better pass the cards so you can start reading those too. One of them is an email that we got after we put together the materials for your packet. So we have, so you have this. This is the retail center. As you look east along the north side of Douglas, you have angled parking, kind of one-directional traffic going in from the west entrance, exiting on the east entrance. This is the back side. I have to swap out and make sure I don't get this tile too quick. Autofocus is going to mess with me. Save everybody's from getting vertigo, I'm just going to do it manually. If I can. Is that getting anywhere? There we go. So this, you're looking at what's the back parking lot. So if you looked in the aerial, there's a substantial paved area behind the building as well to the north. That some of this is regarding. Basically, C1 zoning that's in place here allows for display of retail, and for a number of years they've had a display of spas out in the front area. They are out of the required front yard setbacks, so they are something that we allow. The activity that really is not permitted in C1 districts is maintaining equipment that's not, registered vehicles for the road, and storing that outside, and also outdoor storage of inventory in a manner that's not retailing or merchandise display. So we have some photos here, give you examples of when trailers are dropped with inventory. I suppose the argument can be made, this is during the unloading and loading process. I'm not sure where they put them once they unload them. That might be a question to ask them. This is an example of some others that were set next to their retail display here in the foreground. So they do have what would be considered a retail display, but then they're also storing palletized inventory. And then they also have a forklift that they use to jockey some of this stuff around the site. And that in its very nature is considered equipment storage, outdoor equipment storage that could be construed as contractor equipment. Also, they park a number of repair vans that are associated outside the retailing component of the business. So there's a lot of things going on here. Some of it's okay under C1. We're focused on things that wouldn't be allowed, which is the storage of contractors' equipment and outdoor storage of inventory.
Eric, did this come to us from a complaint, or?
I believe it was a complaint, and our zoning enforcement staff have initiated enforcement action. They've come forward based on that and asked to keep the status quo, so to speak. They're showing here was where they would store the service vehicles and the forklift, I believe, and then this is the deck that they already have for their spa display, and then they're also, I'm sorry, this is the spa display, and this is their fence display. So they have kind of two separate little display areas. Both of those are outside the setback. In terms of, as long as that's retail display, that's fine. If there's any storage of inventory or stacking, to those levels, that is not something that we would consider within the bounds of the ordinance here. So, in this case, we don't believe that there's anything about being allowed to do this, stacking the inventory and keeping equipment outside the building in plain sight, basically. Something that, if we didn't allow this, it would be a hardship, okay? Which it would require you to find that it would be unreasonable and unnecessary hardship if we prohibited this or did not allow a variance of this provision. Staff does not believe there's any evidence that would support that, and nothing's been presented that would support that as far as we know at this point. So we believe that the Board of Adjustment should deny this request.
Okay.
And I'll show you the consent map. You got a number of the cards. The neighbors, and the check marks are some of the people on the petition outside of your notification area that you had in your packet of petition, along with the statement from Waterworld about what they want to do and what they want to be allowed to do.
Question?
The check marks are the ones on the petition that are outside the area.
Go ahead.
Where's the red ones? There were a couple came through that were in opposition.
Yeah. The red ones were 3604 to 3608, Douglas, and 3519.
Correct. Yeah, I've got them here.
What were the last names on them?
Hewer, H-E-U-E-R.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
And Anderson.
Okay, now we got it.
Why do you?
So I guess, and I should have probably conferred with our technician, this probably represents the petition, and this would represent the cards.
Okay. All right.
I apologize.
Question.
Go ahead, Brooke.
I'm a little unclear. You're saying that the concern is the stacking of the inventory and the parking of the vehicles?
The parking of the equipment, yeah. The
equipment being the forklift?
And trailers.
Trailers, the trailers that you showed in the picture?
Yeah, unattached trailers and things like that.
So, but if they're unloading and loading, have we documented that?
I don't think that there was any documentation nothing was demonstrated that was happening. We've had multiple instances of those photos being taken over time showing that trailer sits there with the inventory on it, but I'll let them testify to that.
And this came before us because there was a complaint?
Yeah, and Sue could speak to that
And they've been there, I grew up in this neighborhood, so this is one complaint in 30 years?
I can't attest to the complaint history. I believe this was generated by a complaint. I understand that they've been located here. I'm not sure if they've been doing all this activity that long. Certainly, the displays have been there for a number of years.
Well, I'm confused of what the bottom line
is. Is the need for the variance for the displays in front of the building?
No.
They don't need a variance for that. Is that right?
Not for the retail component of the display, but the inventory stacking and.
Yeah, show us what they need this variance for?
Sue's going to go over her determination
And
here.
what caused the complaint? What,
Chair Board, Sue Ann Donovan. I believe that for years, they've had some sort of an outside display component, and we've never really worried about it. It's non-conforming. It's sort of like there, and wouldn't really care.
it's part of their business.
It's part of the, well, yeah. It's one of those neighborhood things you just sort of overlook. But when they started stacking pallets of materials, the zoning officer in the area said, wait a second, now we're expanding from an outside, arguably, display that's been part of the business forever, that we've just sort of overlooked as part of the character of the business, to doing more of an outside storage, warehousing of product. And now we've got a totally change of use. That's when we decided that we'd trip the balance into something that we have to do something about. The display of the unit that's behind that fenced area, that's always sort of been there, and that's okay. I mean, we're not arguing about that. It's when you start expanding to storing and warehousing of product that we start having a concern. That's way beyond the scope of what's allowed in that zoning district. So, no, we're not arguing that the outside display area that they've always maintained, I mean, arguably we could say, come down on it hard and say that needs to go too, but that wasn't the issue that we decided tipped the balance. It was the, permanent outside storage and the vans and things like that. So all we're trying to do is get it back into compliance so you're not using the outside as a warehousing situation for
I'm still confused. I'm still confused. I don't understand what is out of whack or not. Just the stacking that you have in this picture and the parking of the forklift, is that correct?
Yes.
So the vehicles that are parked behind the...
I believe they have some vehicles parked behind that the inspector cited also for contractor storage yard because they're more for installation and it's a contractor's equipment storage yard rather than just a delivery van. I'm not even necessarily concerned with the parking in the rear of company trucks, although it's not necessarily allowed in that zoning district and would need a variance from you to continue. I really don't like to have outside warehousing in front of the building. That's really totally outside of that zoning.
And has any discussion been had with the appellant as to why don't we move this stuff around to the rear of the building?
I haven't had any, I don't know of any staff that has. I can't speak to that.
Seems to be the most logical move there. They got the room in the back.
They can't warehouse product outside in the zoning district.
What does warehouse mean?
Store out.
Okay, for how long? If they, in the staff notes, they say they periodically have truckload sales, is that permissible, not permissible?
No, they're not supposed to retail outside.
Well, they have retail outside.
No, they have a display unit outside.
So what's the difference between having your product outside on a truckload sale? They probably conducted the sale inside.
But they're storing the product outside.
I didn't ask that. I asked about the truckload sales.
Is that what this is?
I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm asking.
I don't know anything about a truckload sale.
Well, I'm very confused as to what the issues are and what we're supposed to decide. I don't think it's been very clearly laid out.
I think that, I drive past it all the time. And, their outside display has been there for forever. You probably knew that, Brooke. Yeah. But I think the issue here is the palletized storing of material out on the front parking.
Is that the issue?
Yes,
is that the only issue?
That's what I understand is the only issue.
All right.
Is an adjunct issue the idea that you have a truck that's there that says there's a sale going on? Is that
That is an illegal sign.
I understand that.
Yep.
The sandwich board sign, the banners, those are all illegal.
But at any rate, if we put although they may need a variance to do this, insofar as the city's position is concerned, if the palletized materials were stored in the rear,
No,
so that they were not evident
in
to
a
the...
completely enclosed building.
No. Yes, you got to go? All right. Thanks, Brooke. That's right, Bill. Watch proceedings on Saturday.
Outside storage of materials is not allowed in this district
Well, if it...
for any period of time.
I see.
Now, that being said, they have always had some sort of a outside display within this fenced area. We've never bothered that. If we want to play hardball, we'd say that has to go. It's an outside merchandising and you can't have it. We're not I mean, that's not a big deal to us. But when you start bringing in pallets of material and store them outside of the building, this becomes a bigger deal. This
Yeah,
is
I
not an
understand.
appropriate use.
I understand it.
Let me ask this then. Is there a special permit that would be available to them if they had a truckload sale? Nothing? Nothing.
The variance. I'm not sure the fire department's weighed in. Sometimes when we go ahead with an enforcement, they just figure it'll be taken care of.
Any other questions? Thanks, Sue Ann. Applicant, representative of the applicant?
Hi, I'm Gina Johnson, and 3619 Douglas Avenue in Des Moines. I've been with Waterworld for over 30 years and seen the whole progression from beginning to end here, and I'll try to make this quick because I know you guys are anxious to go, but this is so important to us. Our business survives on we, of course, operate day-to-day inside the showroom with a few displays outside, but the bulk of our business is event sales. When we have a truckload sale outside or when we go to the state fair, I mean, that generates a large amount of business in a short amount of time. And then basically the rest of the time in between those events is spent taking care of the customers that we have and doing service calls, which requires service vehicles to be on the premises so they can be restocked with parts and things like that. So our landlord asked us to park those vehicles behind the building. For many years, we have had a forklift out front. We must have a forklift somewhere so that when a truck comes in, we can quickly unload them. And some of these things, I mean, the hot tubs themselves are 800,000 pounds. This, I know you guys got before, didn't you? This first thing? Okay, so I won't read it to you. But the hot tubs themselves, we can draw back just a hair, we can get this in.
Sorry about that.
The hot tubs themselves weigh about 800 pounds. Then occasionally we'll also have power pools, which weigh anywhere from 1,400 to 3,000 pounds. And those just have, I mean, I don't know any other way to unload them but besides a forklift or to display them. So for us to continue in business in this location, we absolutely have to have a forklift on site, service vans on site, and of course the outside displays, which I'm glad you're not concerned with. The truckload sale that some of these pictures showed, and I'm kind of glad you had these because I didn't have some of them. When we get a truckload in, it's 17 spas. And the pictures that are shown here is when, right after the fair, we got a truckload of 17 spas. We quickly, as fast as we could, delivered them from that property up to customers. And then another truckload came in, we quickly tried to deliver them to customers. But during that time, our sale prices were still going on. So we had that banner on the spas, and in forklifting them down, one of the guys asked me, would you move the banner because I'm going to tear it when I forklift the next one down. So I stuck it on the fence, and I realize now that I can't do that, so I will never do that again. We were told years and years ago, back in Oh, gosh, I've got some pictures from the good old days when we had them on display out front. 93, before we had the platforms, 89, wait a minute, 83, yes, 83, 89, you can kind of tell by the cars if you can see that. 94, we started putting platforms in so they would be level for spas and gazebos. And our landlord asked us to do one for the pool because it was sitting at a slant and looked kind of funny. And then here's with the power pool, which does not fit inside the building. Forklift does not fit inside the building. There would just be no way to operate with, without the ability to do those. Anyway, we were told years ago not to have any displays out by the street. We did have our first truckload sale where we had displays by the street and displays in front of the building. They told us it all has to be back 25 feet. We've complied with that. And all that took was a phone call. We just, okay, that's fine. And same with some pennant banners that we did at our first sale. And just to attract attention, we didn't know they were not legal. So they called us and we took them down immediately. So we've always tried to be a good neighbor and comply. And we, all this would have taken too is a phone call that, hey, that banner you have on the fence can't be there. We would have taken it down immediately. And the spas being stacked out front, a lot of times when we have a truckload sale, I kind of missed a point here. When they told us to move them away from the curb 20 years ago, they said you can have them on a truck or a trailer temporarily, but you can't set them on the ground out there. And when they're on the trailer, you can have a banner on the spas. And we just had too many to fit on the trailer, so we did stack some between the pallets, or not, between the portable platforms in front of the building. So if they would have called and said, you really can't do that, then we would have tried to do something different. But we still need the ability to have our fifth wheel trailer with spas stacked on it occasionally for those events, because those events are really what drive our business. And in between the events, we're there to take care of customers.
How often do you have those events or have those trailers parked out there, and how long are they there?
It's usually for about a week at a time and 2 to 4 times a year.
Okay. And then that one picture where you had several spas stacked up.
Right.
How often does that occur?
That occurred really just after the state fair. We usually sell at least 2 truckloads worth of spas, and they come in and go out so quick that it's just all we can do to unload them off the truck, stack them there, load trailers. Every day we deliver 1 or 2 or 3, and they're gone, and then another.
So how long would
so
they?
That usually during the months of September and October, they can be stacked there off and on, but just they're coming and going quickly, as quick as we can get them out.
Quickly meaning 2 or 3 days, 4 days, 5 days?
Well, if we get 17 spas in and can deliver 1 to 2 a day, depending on, we go all over the state, so,
Is there some reason you don't, on those that have been sold, as I understand it, you don't stack them behind the building and not so high?
Well, if they would like us to stack them behind the building temporarily and not so high, we would do that. At this time, we didn't do that because the forklift we were using was having trouble making the hill. And we actually had to keep it out front. Now we have a new forklift, which, that's a service van, but let me find. Now we have a new forklift, which can make the hill. And so what we're asking now is to be able to park our cube van right alongside the barricade, which is the very, very edge of the back parking lot. And that's in a straight parking space. The very next parking space is a diagonal space. And there's a triangular space that isn't good for anything else. That's where we would park the forklift, now that we, again, have one that can make the hill. Because frankly, we don't like the forklift in front of the building either. So that is, now it should only be in front of the building while we're unloading, and then we'll go park.
So when you got this complaint, or
Actually, we got a letter from the city. I went down and asked Robert Knutson, who was the one who signed the letter, if there was a complaint. And he said, no, it was just me. I'm new to the area, and I was driving it around and noticed, you're in C1. Can't have this in C1. And I said, well, why didn't you just call me? I would have gladly complied with what you're asking here, other than.
when you went down and talked to him, what was the conversation?
He says, well, you just need to apply for a variance. And I don't know if a variance or an exception or something other use permit, I mean, I really don't know all the terminology of what we really need to apply for. But my main thing is we must maintain our displays out front. It draws attention to our business. Because of this, we've whittled our displays down to just one on the deck. You know, or not deck, it's a movable platform, but one there. And I can't even tell you how many customers have come in and said, are you guys doing okay? You know, they think we're going out of business because there's.
Well, I don't think the display is the issue.
I know, but I'm just saying that that's very important to us. So if we can keep that.
But when you came down to the city and you sat down, then you were told you had to come to the Board of Adjustment and get a variance. There wasn't any other conversations or what can we do?
No conversation of what we can do. No, he was very matter of fact about that. We just had to go through this process, and by the way, we have to pay, I can't remember how much money, what, $375 so that we can send postcards to the whole neighborhood. And it's like, we will do what you're asking as long as we can keep our displays and keep the service vans.
And from your letter here,
and have our forklift.
if this wasn't, if this doesn't go through, you're considering moving?
We would have to move. There would be no choice.
Okay.
We would absolutely have to move.
Have you talked to the landlord about some type of building behind this building to store stuff in?
I've talked to the landlord about it, but when I went around, I took a Sunday and went around and got these petitions signed, a couple of people said, now, this isn't so your landlord can build another building back in the back parking lot, is it? And I said, no, because that's not our intention. We don't, and it would be tough to build a building that you could pull a fifth wheel trailer in and out of, and to have a forklift there that wouldn't eat up the whole parking lot. I mean, our fifth wheel trailer is only there occasionally, and when it is, it's parked back there by the cube van. And the only thing that's there all the time, or needs to be there all the time, is the cube van and the forklift in the very back corner where no one cares at all about the parking there. And then, of course, the service vans, which it sounds like is okay anyway. So I guess we're just asking for a forklift and a cube van to be allowed. And occasional truckload sales where we'll put the trailer out front with a bunch of wrapped, neatly stacked spas on them, be there for a sale, and be gone in a couple weeks' time.
Ms. Johnson, on your petition that you had all your neighbors sign here.
Yes.
You said that basically you wanted three things: display a pool or spas on small decks in front of the building. We've kind of indicated that we'd go along with that. Park the service and delivery vehicles at the east end of the rear of the building, and then park a cube van, forklift, and occasionally fifth wheel trailer in the northwest corner of the back parking lot.
Right.
Now, if we granted you a variance to do those three basic things, is that satisfactory? Are we all done here?
Well, would it also be able, and I didn't really put this on here, I didn't think of it, would we also be able to occasionally have our fifth wheel gooseneck trailer out front with spas wrapped and stacked and a banner on it that says truckload sale the few times a year that we have a sale?
Okay, so you want one additional thing besides?
One additional thing, please, yes.
All right. I just need to know what you want.
Okay. I'm sorry I made a mess of it.
That's fine. Any other questions?
I do, okay, yeah. And the petitions, I understand. You need that.
Anybody else here to speak in support?
Oh, okay.
Did you add?
Well, actually, there's a whole nother page of petition. These are the people in our building.
Okay.
And I didn't have that before. And those people, as I was going through and asking for signatures, all of them were just like, please don't leave. You're our landmark, you know, you are the anchor of this whole building. We take up 25% of the building, and that's how we tell our customers where to find us. We're
The board
right by
has
Waterworld.
Eric, the board has a
And
3-page.
so, yeah, everyone, pardon? Petition is 3 pages, yes. 2 pages were neighbors
Fine.
and one,
We gave them, I think, everything that's submitted.
one, okay,
We
good.
got that.
I just wasn't sure if that 3rd page, because that happened later.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
But look at this pencil sitting there. I'm Bob Harmon. I live at 4113 Leonard Drive. I'm also president of the Lower Beaver Neighborhood Association. Just to make one comment, as president of a neighborhood association, we get these letters, and it always asks us to make a yes or no comment on whether we approve or disapprove, you know, of these items. And I don't need to tell you guys how gray these areas are, you know, and I vow that I will always talk to a neighbor of mine. I will never vote on something without talking to these people. And I've done it twice now. And I hope every neighborhood president out there does the same thing, because we get one little paragraph and it just doesn't describe what's going on. So, and you all know that, but there needs to be, I think, some training in that regard. I think the staff is great. When I've asked for information, they quickly send information to me about the staff recommendations. And I try to go to my neighbors, I consider them, and talk to them. I met with them a couple times. They're great people. I didn't know them before this, and I'm glad. I'm not glad we had to go through this, frankly, for them. They've been there 32 years. They started, some of the things, Gina, I want to fill in. I mean, they started in 600 square feet of that building when it was like a redwood little sauna that you could lift in there. And times have changed, and now they got these big saunas that you got to have a fork truck to move around, you know? But they have stayed in my neighborhood for 32 years, and I want them to stay in my neighborhood longer. And I know all of you want the same thing. So that's what I want to hear to say. You know, if they stacked these things up 6 high and they left them there for 6 months, I wouldn't like that, and I'd be up here against that. That's not what happens there. You know, they have truckload sales. They've been doing it for years. You know, I don't know how long, you know, let's say they're going to run their business for the next 5 years. What happens 4 years from now when another zoning officer comes and says, you know, I'm new to the area. I got questions about how you do this. Can they have something written down from this meeting that says, okay, this is okay to have these things? I mean, to me, they need something written down because they have a lot of hearsay and talk, you know. So I think they need that.
I think I know just a group that can probably help that.
Yeah, there wasn't any record of it, of any determinations before now, so.
Okay, great.
They may have had conversations with older enforcement officers previous, but we don't have record of anything.
Right. To me, it went too far. I mean, in my little opinion, it went too far. I mean, talk to them, and if you want to do something in my neighborhood, you talk to me also, and I'll talk to them. I mean, I'll be the go-between. So it just went too far. They were afraid. They have not put anything out in front of their building for the last 2 or 3 months for fear that they're going to have 14 days to remove these items. So anyway, I appreciate your time, and I sympathize with how much you guys work at these meetings, but I think you do a great job.
Well, and I'm sure they appreciate your support too.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Oh, you want? Okay.
Don't be opposition.
My name is Robert Johnson. I'm president of Waterworld. And,
something we're not quite clear on, we have the same people up there that say they sent in a card negatively and also signed the petition positively, so I'm not trying to figure that out.
Oh, yeah, we have a little bit of a conflict there. Maybe they changed their mind.
I don't know, because we weren't able to find anybody going around.
Well, cards came first, and when I went around with the petition, they had already seen the cards. So I don't know if I can just say this, but one of the people said, oh, well, I thought it was your landlord wanting to build another building back there, you know, and it was just like they were opposed to that. But they watched us, and I had one gal, in fact, in the little red sort of triangular spot there, one gal there that she said, I'll come to your meeting, but she said, I'm on crutches. She had hurt her leg and she couldn't, you know, physically make it. But she said
We
she
got,
watched us.
I think we got the gist. That's good.
So if there's any questions for me, I don't really
No, I
have any more to
think we
say.
got a pretty
other
good
than
plan
We
figured
do
out.
need, it does tend to be more like 2 weeks that it's out there rather than a week as far as the trailer goes.
I suppose the question I got is, as we're moving through this, how often do you want to have those truck sales? Now, you mentioned 2 to 4 times a year.
It's really more like 4 times a year.
Okay.
And it needs to be for a couple weeks at a time, just for the effort of loading the trailer, bringing it. We do have a warehouse in Boone, but there's no parking up there to speak of for a lot of things, and it is 45 miles away. So we do want to load things and make it worth doing for a couple weeks at a time
Okay.
when we do that.
Any other questions? Thank you.
I do have one more.
I know.
Got to follow procedure.
I know it. Okay. Although I keep finding they change. Is there anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to make a comment. I've lived in the neighborhood for all my life, essentially, and they've been in business for 30-some years. I drive up and down the street all the time. I have never seen them stacked up out there. So that just tells me that it's not a continual problem, that I must just miss all of those special super sales or something. But I was shocked when I saw those pictures because I thought I have never, ever seen those stacked up. So it just kind of took me by surprise. Just a comment.
Mr. Chairman, I am in favor of the business being encouraged to stay at its present location. Evidently, not only the president of the neighborhood association, but also people on the board that have lived in the neighborhood think these are good, solid business people. I would think that they ought to have a variance for the following items: to display a pool and/or spas on small decks in front of the building, to park their service and delivery buildings at the vehicles, to park their service and delivery vehicles at the east end of the rear of the building, and to be able to park a cube van, a forklift, and an occasionally fifth wheel trailer in the northwest corner of the back parking lot. In addition, I think that we ought to grant them a variance for that no more than 4 times a year they would be entitled to participate in a truckload sale, provided that the sale did not last more than 2 weeks at a time. This would entail allowing a van with pallets of materials to be in front of the building.
Now, do they need to apply for that permit if we grant the variance to allow them to do that?
Your variance grants the range of activity.
Do they have to get a permit?
But you're asking to limit it to this parameter of what you're describing. So
yes,
I don't think it requires a separate permit.
All right, good.
If you would, these parameters, you're describing the 2 weeks at no more than 4 times a year, you might put it into a location, outside the setback or the required setback, or
well, in front of the building, but
Well, there's there's two areas in front of the building that they were using, and one was up against the building, one was out near the street, so
Which is the preferred?
that's something I think the board should help, from an enforcement aspect. I think it would be good to know what you're comfortable with.
Let me ask the applicant, and it sounds like we're going this direction. If we let you have the truckload sale, where do you want to have the material stored?
Well, we understand that we can't stack spas on the,
Need you up here.
oh, sorry. We understand that we can't have the spas stacked on the street side on the ground.
Right.
But what we would like to have is spas stacked on a fifth wheel trailer on that side, because it really doesn't fit on the other side.
Yeah, what we're saying is, do you want it right up to the street, or do you want it back by the building?
It would have to be right up to the street on the fifth wheel trailer, because the fifth wheel trailer doesn't fit in front of our location up by the building.
Okay. You good with that?
And if we're doing that,
Okay.
we're okay with not stacking the spas on the ground for any length of time other than just when we're moving them in and out. We have to arrange them there the night before and then move them in the next day and then arrange them out. So,
Okay, that's good.
yeah.
And Tom, just a helpful note, when you do have the truckload sales, provision to notify the zoning enforcement officers so they don't come and close you down? Be a fair,
Oh, you would like us?
to contact the zoning enforcement, said, we're going to start this truckload sale on this date, and we're going to end it on this date.
If we need to do that?
Well, that way someone doesn't come and shut you down, Okay? You good with that, Tom?
Yes.
Okay,
I consider that a friendly amendment to my motion.
okay.
So that's a motion.
Yes.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We'll look forward to all the new additions down there. Thank you. Yeah, it's.
I've got to make a phone call.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll get it.
Mr. Chairman,
No, we don't. Item 17, variance and exception at 4807 Kingman Boulevard.
Two things. On number 17, I don't see the applicant here, so
Probably.
if there's nobody here for the applicant or the
Continue.
speak against, I would just ask, do we move it to the end of the agenda
Okay.
and then discuss
Okay.
that later? Maybe ask if anybody's here on 17 on Kingman.
We'll just move to the end of the agenda. Okay, all right. That respect, we'll move to item
Is there
20.
anybody here to speak against
Well, we're going to hear.
4807 Kingman?
Well, okay. We're going to probably hear item 17 at the end of the meeting. Is there anybody here to speak in opposition to item 17?
Then the other thing I would mention is item number 21, 3501 East 26th Street.
Yeah?
They are asking for a continuance, but I am aware there are some people here who would like to speak still. So do we want to?
Let's see, 1, 2, we got 4, yeah, let's bring item 21 up here now. Who's representing item 21? That's conditional use at 3501 East 26th. Okay. Okay, we'll vote on a continuance. I take it you guys are here to speak against?
He's here for 26, or 21, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. And you want to have a continuance?
Chairman, yes.
Okay.
I'm the property owner.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Clayton, come on, just give us your verbal request. You want to continue to the February 22nd meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, since the other people probably might not be able to make it, we're going to listen to the people in objection too, so.
Yes, sir, but you will not render a decision, you're just
No,
going to listen.
we're going to vote on continuance, which I probably is going to happen,
Okay,
so.
thank you, sir.
Anybody here to speak in opposition? Keep in mind that this will go on the record, and if you can't make it next month if we continue it, which it looks like we'll do, then all this is still on the record.
But, Mr. Gray, would you point out to them that they will be first on the agenda?
Yes.
Next month?
Anytime we do a continuance, they are moved ahead of everybody else on the agenda, so.
We want to go ahead and speak tonight, I guess.
Good, okay.
You can always.
You've been very patient, I appreciate it.
My name is Peter Wright. I'm here to represent my mother, Peggy Wright, and Jean Taylor. And we've got some photos of my daughter. This is Sarah Wright. I live at 909 Mason on the south side.
Thank you.
And my mom's at 2612 Wedgewood, which is right behind the property in question. And I just want to kind of make sure where I'm at here. Okay, so we always had, my mom's been there 50 years. In fact, I was born and raised in that house. So it's a family-friendly neighborhood with kids that play out, ride bikes outside. As I say, my mom's lived there for 50 years, longer than the other business. Hy-Vee was there. I believe they opened in 62 or 63. And everything else has been there as long as I've been around. I just turned 50 last year. So they've been there and been real good neighbors for a long time. My mom and dad moved in there before Hy-Vee was there. And Wedgewood's a busy street with cars and whatnot already, with all the other businesses that go on. And we just feel with the tavern that we'll go in, it'll add more traffic. And where the alcohol's involved, there's gonna be more drunk drivers and make it that much more dangerous and we've actually had damage to the property in past years from drunk drivers that hit a tree in the front yard. So, and let's see, my mom does a lot of gardening outside. If you go drive by the house, you can see the whole front yard is a bunch of garden. And she's very uncomfortable with having that much traffic and the foot traffic and the safety involved with that. And she won't feel comfortable to be outside in her front yard. And she's got some stress issues going on these days anyway. So she's been hospitalized, it was early last year because of stress and different things going on. So, and my mom has grandchildren who spend a lot of time there. And they kind of feel like they won't be able to play outside. And they're getting old enough where they could ride a bike up and down the sidewalk and be out there where all the different people coming back and forth.
They range in age from 2 to...
If you're going to do, I'll have to have you both combined, and I need your name and everything.
My name is Sarah Wright, and I live at 5921 Southwest 12th Street.
Thank you.
Thanks. No, but the grandchildren range from age of 2 to 10 years old. So they're quite young.
And the other is the parking is a concern because the parking lot where they want to do this isn't very big now. And if they put a patio at the south end of this, it's going to eliminate almost all the parking at the south end of the building. So it'll probably force people to go out and park on the curb. And they can only park on one side of the street now, and it's a 2-lane street, but it'll make it a 1-lane if you get a bunch of people parking there while they're up there eating or drinking, whatever it is the tavern's going to have, all they'll be doing. So the parking will be an issue, and we've already got 2 bars in the area, and at least one of them has caused a lot of trouble in the past at the very far end of Wedgewood. It's a Moose Lodge now.
It used to be
Hard Times, yeah. So, I mean, you kind of know what the history of the area.
Oh, boy.
And I did contact the gentleman down here with the zoning, and they'd already gotten a police report because I wanted to find out how many police calls there have been in the last year. And he said since the Hard Times or the shooters, whatever they were, had left, they hadn't had any more calls since then. So, that's kind of a positive there, but we're also kind of worried about property values going down if something like this comes back in. And since customers at the bars, they can't smoke inside, and I've noticed this around other bars that they go outside and hang out to smoke. Well, in the pictures here,
I've got several pictures.
We'll have to leave those behind.
Yeah, that's fine. It kind of shows the proximity of my mom's house to this establishment. And at least one of them is going to show, it's kind of a back alley behind the building. And you can't drive back there. It's like a back door to the different shops that are in this plaza. And I'm afraid if the people come off the patio out there and eventually migrate maybe into the back of the building back there to smoke. Well, my mom's garage is back there, and that's the backyard of her house. I'm kind of afraid that we don't know what the clientele would be, but that kind of introduces them to her backyard and the garage, and just kind of an element we don't really want her to be subjected to.
In that bottom right picture, that window right there is the living room window. And there's a large picture window in the front as well. There's really no escaping the sight of a bar or a tavern or whatever they're wanting to put there. She wouldn't have anywhere to go to get away from noise, traffic, anything. So these pictures also show how close all the things they're wanting to do are to where she will be, where her driveway sits, where her property is at.
We did have a few other people that were here, but they left earlier that they were going to present some other things, which I believe you've already got what they sent. I'm not sure what all they had. Pictures, I think.
As Linda pointed out, if they want to come next month, the 22nd, you literally be like 1:15. You'll be right at the front.
And we may come back then. We took time off work today, and I don't know what my calendar is for getting more time off.
Yeah, and you hate me to because you've been very patient. We appreciate that.
The other thing is that if you cannot come back, write the city an email and outline, what property you're talking about, and say, to refresh your memory, I made a presentation at the last meeting, and these are the issues.
Okay.
Okay?
And one other thing I wanted to add to the end of it, in the outside chance, well, I hope it's an outside chance that you would vote their establishment, their variances. I'd like to see a privacy fence from the south end of my mom's driveway to the north end of her property line, because that's where that might help Barry, at least if she's outside, she won't have to look at the.
It's surprising what we might incorporate in the decision. So if that's something that you'd like to.
We would like to see that. I don't know how you guys might vote.
Well, here's two things that would do. As Mr. Clark said, it helps to put it in the form of an email to city staff, and Bert will give you the information where that's supposed to go. So that's the first step. The second thing I'm going to recommend is, Mr. Clayton's trying to put a business in. It sounds like you're not violently opposed to it, but have you guys talked to each other yet?
Well, he did stop, Mr. Levy did stop at my mom's house.
Okay.
And it's kind of an interesting story. I don't know if this is all totally connected, because I talked to the city council, and they're the ones that suggested getting petitions around and going to some of the surrounding businesses and the bars. So I went over to what used to be called Rusty's, and I'm not sure I think it's an Irish pub of some sort now. I'm not sure what the name, I don't go in there, so I don't pay much attention. But when I went inside, it was on a Saturday morning, so they weren't open. But the owners were in there, so when I got there, I knocked, and they let me in. And this Mr. Levy is a friend of this guy, and he was going to present it to Mr. Levy himself just as a joke. Well, then he came over to Mom's house to explain what he wanted to do. And so I just, we've talked a little bit to some of the other people around there, but it's.
One of the things we found is if the two of you can get together, all of a sudden it'll go from two opposing forces to, okay, I've got what I need, I'm happy here. He's got what he needs, he's happy here, and you may even be supporting him. I know it might be a long shot.
If I really get exactly what we want, I don't want it there at all.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's my end result. That's all I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, I can't, I don't know how everybody might vote. I hope you vote in my favor.
I don't either.
And that's why I'm saying it this way now.
But I would like to see, at least get together and find out if there's any room for compromise that you might have with them. And then if there's places that you feel that there isn't compromise, then come down and talk to us and we make that decision.
I just wanted to put that out here.
Oh, I'm glad.
While I'm here tonight, because I don't want it to sound like I really want to compromise on it, because my mom won't be able to. It's going to really, she was in the hospital with stress and anxiety back. It was early last year. I don't remember the exact date of it. And she was in the hospital for about a week with it. Last November, my dad passed away, so she's been dealing with all that. And then to have a tavern come in like this that will be a constant everyday stress for her, that'll have a detrimental effect on her health. And that's, she doesn't want the tavern there because she doesn't even like drinking. She doesn't drink herself. And a lot of the neighbors around there are in that same boat with her. But it's just it'll be something that'll be very detrimental to her, and that's a big concern of mine as well.
Well, your biggest advantage is to get as many concessions as you can now.
We have a petition that we petitioned actual Wedgwood.
Mhm.
And we've got about 22 signatures that they're not wanting any type of establishment there that is going to be potentially detrimental, such as a tavern or a bar. I'm not sure.
Not only Bert, can you make a copy of that and give that to Mr. Clayton as well?
And we frequent Hilltop Lounge. We go there quite often, and they're just as against it, as well as a lot of people that visit the restaurant as well have signed a petition that they're not.
Same thing here, we'll take those in.
Yeah.
I might add, the owner, in this case it was Tony, that we didn't talk to Tony. His waitresses passed it around to people that they knew in support of this. He didn't want to do it because obvious conflict. So I don't want you to think that it was Hilltop that was exactly supporting it. It was, so.
Like I say, I can't tell you how the vote will go. We're going to hear it next month, but I'm assuming next month. But all this goes into play on this, and if you can make it again next month, we'd love to see you again. Hopefully there'd be some conversation between Mr. Clayton and just about everybody in the neighborhood saying, here's what, what to expect, and if it doesn't pan out and everybody's against it, it might not go. So that's where we stand.
There also was an email that was sent in. You probably already have this. There was a question presented on here and it's been known to us that they're wanting to put a restaurant in just by word of mouth. Everything that we've seen says it's a tavern or a bar or something along those lines. If all they're wanting to do is a restaurant, from our understanding, they're already zoned to have a restaurant that sells minimal alcohol. Why are they, if that's the case, why are they wanting to?
Because it's a requirement that if you have more than 60% of your sales in beer or alcohol, you have to be licensed and get a conditional use permit. If it's less than that, and we've had people come in and just said the tide's changed and they have had to come in and go as a tavern. So it sounds like he's facing it up front, figuring I'm not going to try to get it through because it won't last long anyway.
Right.
That's just my observation.
Yeah, and that's another thing. We're not necessarily 100% against a restaurant. That could be manageable. We don't want things that are going to be open till 11, 12, even 10 o'clock at night on some nights could be late. So the noise, the traffic, and everything is a huge concern for.
And we take every bit of that into account. So
a restaurant would obviously not have late hours. They're not going to have as many frequent people there just to drink. So that's what we're putting out there as our main concern.
Like I say, the one thing I'd like to have you do is get together as a group with the neighborhood and just explain to Mr. Clayton, this is what, if you're going to do it, here's some expectations that we would like to see. Otherwise, it may end up being you come back here and vote against it again, and then we'll be here.
All right.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate your patience you guys hung around. Thank you very much. I hear a motion to continue item 21. There's more?
There is.
Oh, you're here to speak in opposition to?
Yes, sir.
My fault. Please, come on up.
Thank you.
We don't want to shut anybody out. Thank you, Linda. Okay. Before we go, is there anybody else here to speak in opposition to this? Are you here to speak in opposition to item 21? Okay. Okay.
Mrs. Taylor, I think.
And this is
Mrs.
just
Taylor,
optional.
I think you should.
Because next month, you're right at the front, so you don't have to sit. You guys really have shown a lot of patience. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, Steve Walter, 3114 East 24th Street, Fairmont Park neighborhood. I am here to speak in opposed to this proposition. This is the wrong business for this location. This previously was a Radio Shack. It was a retail. Radio Shack has moved across the street. There are, I think, a number of other good types of businesses that could go in here other than a tavern with an outside patio that is next door to a residential location. I do not think this is good for our neighborhood or the people that are along Wedgwood there that are on the streets. And I would hope that the board would not take a wait-and-see type of attitude of, well, let's put it in here and see if something bad happens. There's another residence on the street. Sharon Nearson can't be here tonight. She struggles with MS. But when her family lived on East 29th, the city had a policy of turning off every other street light. And when her son was killed, they decided, well, maybe we ought to turn them back on. Sharon now lives at 2701 Wedgewood, a block down from this place, and I don't think we ought to take a wait and see if something bad happens. I do not think a tavern is the right type of business in this location inside a residential neighborhood. There's a number of other places where a tavern could go, and I think there's a number of other types of businesses that could go inside this retail strip. So with that said, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you want to come up and talk? No, you're good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The value of our properties, and like our age group will be thinking of selling our properties, and that's our big investment.
I hear you. Okay. Well, and I'm glad you took the time to come down here because we're hopefully doing the right thing for the entire community here. So I'll entertain a motion right now to continue this to the February 22nd meeting.
I'll move to continue it to the February 22nd meeting.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We shall see you hopefully next month. Right, Mr. Clayton, if you could, please, that'd sure be great. Thank you. Okay. Moving back to item 20.
Yeah, we did. No, we're on 17.
No, 17 we moved to the end.
Oh.
Because they're not here right now. Item 20 is conditional use permit at 1824 Hubble. Sorry.
It shows you what happens when you leave the room.
Right, don't ever leave, ever.
Yeah,
The board, item number 20 is a request for a conditional use permit for a business selling wine, liquor, and/or beer. It would allow for conversion of the existing SQ Liquor store. It's called SQ Liquor. It's currently classified as a convenience store, but they're not meeting the 60-40 rule, where more than 40% of their sales come from alcohol or tobacco. So they are needing a conditional use permit to have that use converted to a liquor store classification. The subject property is located on the north and west side of Hubble Avenue. It meets the 150-foot separation.
Thank you.
There's a church here, but it's just over the 150 feet, and then there's a city park right here. It also meets that separation requirement. Here's a site sketch of the site. The business is in this building here. I believe it was originally a carry-out pizza restaurant or establishment. Then there's a detached garage over here that's not used as part of the retail business. This is just a layout that they submitted of the business. You can see they have the walk-in coolers with the beverages at the one end. This is a photo. This is just looking south from, I believe that's Des Moines Street. This is across the site towards Hubble Avenue. This is that accessory building on the property I mentioned. And this is looking down Des Moines Street. You can see that it is directly across Des Moines Street from some single-family dwellings. Then the rest are just photos that the applicant.
Wait a minute, what have we got there? Bert? Look at this. What's
that?
that poster? Dog bite?
Nice.
And this is just showing their
And they got a million
security
people
lighting.
wanting this?
And their security monitoring equipment. I did put a copy of the police incidences in your packet.
Mm-hmm.
As you'll see, there were a very minimal number. I believe it was 7 in the past year. So staff felt that was low for this type of business. And I also gave you a packet that the applicant submitted that includes a petition of people in support. So here's the consent map. We only had cards come back in support. I did try to contact the Capitol East Neighborhood Association last week, but I never heard back from them.
But we sent a notice out to them anyway.
They also received a notice, and in the packet from the applicant, they also put a copy of the letter they had submitted to the neighborhood, and they didn't hear back from the applicant as well. So again, our staff recommendation is approval. We felt they met the requirements for a conditional use permit. They meet the 150-foot separation requirements. We don't believe it will constitute a nuisance, and we believe it meets the rest of the requirements. So we recommended approval, subject to the 3 conditions here, and I won't read through them in the interest of time.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. I take it you're the applicant or representative.
Thank you. Could you bring attention to that one amendment that needs to be made to the staff report?
Yeah, you just asked, in the staff recommend report, there was a statement here, the site does not satisfy this requirement, which implied it didn't meet 150 foot. That was just a copy or a save as from a previous one, so it does meet the 150 foot separation.
Okay.
It does.
Yes.
So just strike the not.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please. Hello, my name is James Piazza Jr., and I'm representing Super Quick, or MVerk Incorporated. I want to thank you for your time today. This is my first foray before the zoning board, and I have a new appreciation for your public service, so I want to thank you. Basically, we concur with the recommendation of the staff. This business currently holds a liquor license. We're seeking this conditional use permit. They've been in operation for 3 years with, they're diligent in terms of what they're trying to do. As you'll also notice in your packet, there's a petition drive. Most of the addresses on that are from this neighborhood. They serve this neighborhood. In fact, I believe all the residential homes on Des Moines Street, but one, which is currently for sale, is represented on that petition sheet. Also in your packet, you'll see a letter from this business to the neighborhood association explaining what they're attempting to do. And while we can't say that they're supportive because they haven't come forward and indicated to us, fine, we see that without any objection, we feel like we're good to go. He does have a training program for his staff. He usually has 3 staff persons working at this site. He has 3 cameras outside, or is it 2? Is it 2 cameras? 3. He has 3 cameras outside. He has 8 cameras inside, well-lit parking lot. He has not had law enforcement called by anyone with a complaint on him. He has availed himself of law enforcement when he's had an issue. But I think he's trying to be a good neighbor, conducting a good business, and we do need this conditional use permit to stay in business.
Well,
With that,
from what I've seen, you've done your homework. You got a lot of people on the signature. That looks good, and you got city staff to agree with you.
Very good.
One other question. Do you know a guy named Ron Gray by any chance?
I do.
I thought I've seen your picture.
I always call him Coach Gray.
Pictures in his basement. That's the reason I happen to know him. He's a close personal friend of mine, too.
Yeah.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, close the public portion and go to board decision.
I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw, okay. Your motion carries 4-1.
What?
Thank you, Linda.
What could you oppose?
You didn't have any
What did you and your
questions, though.
brother want?
I don't know what to say.
She just has to vote against something today.
There we go, yeah. You got the express route today, but thanks for your patience. We appreciate you sticking around. Item 22, variance at 2825 Easton Boulevard.
Thank you.
I'll talk to Ron tonight.
Item number 22 is a request for a variance to allow a Type D electronic sign in a C1 district. The C1 district requires that a parcel have at least 10 acres of area in order to be eligible for an electronic sign. The variance would allow for installation of a 1.3 foot by 4.67 foot electronic component on a existing pole sign. So it'd be a 6 square foot electronic component. The subject property is the future Valero gas station at the corner of East 29th and Easton Boulevard. Here's a picture of the sign that they're proposing. They would be reusing the existing pole sign structure and just putting this new sign in that sign face. This is the only electronic component would be the price of the gasoline.
If that's the price, the business is not going to work.
There's a photo of the business right now.
He is, he's
See,
on
they
it.
haven't been converted into the Valero, or it's going to be a Valero, so it will look different from this before it opens. There's another photo.
How much bigger is this new sign going to be?
It would fit in the sign face.
It's going to fit in the same cabinet that's there. It's just divided
Just a different.
half Valero and a half. That's what the faces will look like in the cabinet.
Okay.
See this right here.
Sure.
Same size.
Same size. Why are we even looking at
And the consent map, we had one card in support, which is right at the fringe of the 250-foot notification, and one in opposition. We felt that it was reasonable to allow them to have the 6 square foot electronic component. We felt it met the criteria, so we've recommended approval, just subject to 3 conditions. 1, that the electronic component be no more than 6.11 square feet on each side. 2, the electronic display shall be a static monochrome and shall not flash, scintillate, spell, flow, or scroll. And 3, any electronic display shall be equipped with a dimmer control device to automatically reduce the illumination at night. Any questions?
I have a question for you. Are they still selling gasoline there now?
I don't believe
I
it's
don't think
open right now.
What happens if they just don't sell gas and they just turn it into a liquor store? Because that's what the other Valeros are.
If they would sell liquor, they would be limited to they would be able to sell beer and wine as a gas station, but the beer and wine couldn't exceed 40% of their sales.
Could they advertise their beer, could they change that sign and make it liquor?
You mean
or beer
change?
And wine?
Mm-hmm.
If we
They
give
couldn't
them
let.
permission to do this, are we giving them permission to do any kind of a sign?
No, the only variance being granted is to allow the electronic component.
But the electronic component to say anything or just yes?
You could, yeah, I guess
Because
that would be
they're
a,
not selling gasoline there now.
right.
I don't think.
And that would be a,
We could put a limitation
limitation to put,
on the variance that,
shall only be used to display the price of gasoline.
yes.
Okay. Well, we got to finish with staff first. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, we don't have any other signs in the neighborhoods. I mean, this is a residential neighborhoods. There's residential houses right next door to it, right behind it. We've not allowed any kind of electronic signs in these neighborhoods, have we?
I don't believe we have in this area. If it were zoned C2, it would be allowed to have their gas prices be in a digital format, but it's not permitted here because it's zoned C1, which is a less intense commercial designation. But
Yeah.
Bert, I'm going to be the Jeff Clayton advocate here. Is there a reason that can't be converted to a monument sign?
I would have to let.
This would be an excellent
yeah.
opportunity. You're changing the
Yeah.
sign. It sure would be nice to get that aerial clutter out of the way. And if you're going to be putting it in a new Valero station, that monument sign would look great. I wouldn't have any problem with it being down on the ground. I think it'd be a lot easier to service and everything. So I'm probably speaking to the technician back here, but we'll see if that's a possibility. Okay. Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. The applicant or representative of the applicant?
Hi, I'm Kevin Ross. I'm with Superior Lighting, 2121 South 24th Street, Omaha. In regards to your question about if they can put anything else up there like beer or wine, it's strictly digits. It can't be changed to a font It is strictly a price sign, so, you know, they'd have to put where it says unleaded, you know, they would have to change that to say beer or something, and they could post a price for that, but that's not the purpose of the sign. You know, it's strictly to advertise your price of gas. This station, they'd like to, you know, they're going through some remodeling inside. They'd like to be open probably by the 1st of March, reselling gas again. There's another one right up the street at 3733 Easton. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
We just saw them a couple months ago.
Okay. And that picture doesn't show up very good, but the price sign and the, you know, they re-image the canopy, put up the Valero letters and the Valero image, and that particular one was a single pole, where this one is a double pole. And in answer to your question of a monument sign, we could cut these poles down and mount this sign, you know, reuse the same cabinet, mount it down lower, if that would please the board. You know.
I would definitely like to see it.
It's right smack dab in the middle of a residential neighborhood.
Yeah, well, you know, I can see the one up on, farther up the street, you're probably challenged to do that, but if I could make any recommendation, I'd like to see it drop, you know, just, it doesn't have to be a monument, but down at the low level.
Sure.
Great.
It could be lowered, and then, you know, if we could put.
I haven't had that kind of agreement in a long time.
We could put some type of skirt around the poles so it looks like a monument sign, you know, with
a little
some
berm?
metal, something, yeah, something like that,
yes.
so.
This
you
is
know,
what I like to
you
hear.
could tell us what height we'd have to have it at. And
Jeff, I hope you're watching here.
so, but yeah, that's definitely something that could be done.
Great, okay. Any questions?
Yes, what, as one contemplates a monument sign, first of all, let me ask you this. This station, this Valero station up the street, does it have a sign that, where they can change the amount of pricing of gasoline? Is it a sign similar to this one?
Just like this one, yes.
All right.
Yep.
And we approved that?
We didn't have the sign, we just.
Conditional use permit.
Yeah, conditional use is all we approved.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so the sign was already there?
Yeah, the sign, because of the zoning, we didn't have to do a board of appeals.
They were already open as a
on that one.
Convenience store that's selling beer and wine, we just let them sell alcohol.
Okay, now let me ask you.
It was, they needed it, it was empty for a while, it was an old permit station.
But didn't they have it open already?
Let me chat with this man
okay.
for Mr. Ross.
I assumed wrong then.
As you lower this sign, how high off the ground does the client need the sign in order to be able to see it as one drives by?
4 foot, you know, to the bottom of the digit, maybe something like that. It's, it varies from city to city how high. You know, some say you can't exceed 8 feet, some say you can't exceed 10 feet.
How tall is the sign itself?
60, about 6 foot. It's 73 inches.
73 inches?
Yeah.
Is how big the sign is?
That's the height, and it's.
So what kind of base do you want on that? 2 foot, 4 foot, 4 foot base?
Well, I think if you get 2 foot, you can still berm around it and make it look like a monument sign.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of that, Tom?
That's fine with me, I just don't want anybody.
Well, I think it looked crummy to be 4 foot up and then have a great big high hill and that block the view, so. What do you think, Linda?
Well, I just don't want it digital, but I'm probably gonna lose that one.
Unfortunately, everything's going digital. I know some of us don't like it, but I don't know what the answer is. I don't think there's anything else out there.
It's a lighted sign like everybody else has.
Yeah, but, you know, it's.
I think that's going the way of the Conestoga wagon.
You know, unfortunately, and.
It's cold in Iowa.
Yeah.
They ought to be able to change the price from inside the station and, you know. Like
And, you know, they might do something that, when I was a kid, called gas wars, you know, so they can be the entrepreneur of the year and get out there and have lower prices, and they can just, and all of a sudden, I can get gas for $1.89 a gallon. Is this a great country or what? I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's getting late.
So
I understand.
So if we provided that it would be for gas prices only and that the sign would be
Maximum 2 feet.
2 plus 6 is 8.
Foot overall height.
Overall height
Yeah.
would be 8 feet.
Mm-hmm.
That be satisfactory?
Yep, great. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in support? Anybody else in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
Yeah, I'd move staff recommendation, provided that in number 1, we would state that the electronic display is for gas prices only. Number 2 says the same. Number 3 says the same.
Add a number 4.
And add number 4, that the overall height of the sign shall not be more than 8 feet.
And I'll second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Wow, motion carries 5-0. Item 23, folks, we're getting right near the end. This is a conditional use permit and variance at 1235 Thomas Beck Road. And thanks for your patience, we appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this item is twofold. One, they need a conditional use permit for a business selling wine, liquor, and/or beer. And then the second part of that is they need a variance to the separation requirement since they are adjacent to the Grays Lake Park, which is considered a public park. The subject property is located along the north side of Thomas Beck Road, just west of Southwest 9th Street, east of the Fleur and Bell Avenue area. The site contains a pretty large warehouse building. This is just a photo showing, hopefully you can see that, the boundaries of the city park. Then you can see there's an existing former rail yard area here. It doesn't really appear to be city park right now. It just looks like former rail yard. I spoke with somebody at the Parks Department. They're going to be seeding this with wildflower seeds and maintaining or restoring it to like a prairie setting in the near future. But it is considered to be part of the Grays Lake Park since it's maintained by the park. I just
a little hot there, Bert.
Apologize for the. There we go. I guess I'll get back to this next. But here's a aerial submitted by the applicant that shows the portion of the building that this brewery would be located within. It would be a 115 foot by 109 foot area within that warehouse building. And then this is the proposed layout. And you can see much of the 109 by 115 foot area would be dedicated to the processing components, but they would have a tasting room up here and then an outdoor patio along the north side of the building as well. I'll just point out that the brewery use is a permitted use in the M1 district. The city looks at a brewery use as a processing or manufacturing use, but it's the components of the business that include the tasting room and they would be selling beer brewed on site in packages that you could take to go. So those are the two components of the business that need this conditional use permit. Here's a photo of the site from the parking lot at Grays Lake. This is like the recreational trail, and then the warehouse building. You can't really see it since it's pretty far south across the former rail yards. Here's another photo. The patio would be located along the north side of this building. And then these are just some photos of the front of the building as it appears now. And then the consent map, we just had the cards come back in support. Staff believes that this is an appropriate use for the brewery with the tasting and sales components. There aren't any residential properties within, I believe it was 1,150 feet, so it's not really going to have any impacts on residential use. We felt it met the rest of the criteria for businesses selling wine, liquor, and/or beer. So we've recommended approval subject to some conditions, and I want to make a note that this recommendation includes a new condition that wasn't previously included.
Yeah, yours says 5, mine says 4.
And I'll just read through these quickly. 1, that the conditional use permit shall be subject to amendment or revocation if the zoning enforcement officer determines that it becomes a nuisance. 2, any brewery establishment that sells alcohol on the premise shall have the same or any sale of alcohol shall be accessory to a brewery use only, and service shall be limited to 115 by 109 foot area within the existing building and a 20 by 30 patio on the north side of the building. And here's the new condition. This is any brewery establishment that sells alcohol on the premise shall have the same or substantially similar business plan or model as presented to the Board of Adjustment by the current owner, who is Pomerantz Realty Company, and the same plan as the proposed tenant, which in this case is Confluence Brewery. And we added this just to ensure that while this tenant might be a good citizen, the conditional use would carry with the land. So we want to ensure that any future tenant is a good citizen as well. So we felt that putting this condition on here would ensure that the business wouldn't change significantly over time. And that's why I wanted to point out this. This is how the application reads. So it would be tied back to this, that it's a microbrewery, proposes to manufacture craft beer at the location above. A portion of the beer would be sold on-site in the tasting room. The majority of the beer produced would be sold to bars, restaurants, and liquor stores. The only alcohol sold on-site would be beer or malt-based beer products. No hard alcohol will be served on-site. The hour of operation for on-site beer would generally be Monday through Saturday, 12 noon until 11 p.m. So by adding that condition, we can hold them to that. Then condition number 4, any retail sale of alcohol or any on-site consumption shall be in accordance with the proper liquor license or beer permit. And 5, any renovations of the building shall comply with the building code.
Was this in the same area that
Tercey was approved for a similar brewery in this building. I don't believe it was this exact same spot in the building, but it was the same building.
All right.
Is this building reachable from Gray's Lake by walking across the woods?
Well, this aerial probably is the best representation. You can see the trail up here. The patio would be within a 20-foot strip along the north side of the building that's currently on the Pomerantz property. So.
But no, there's a serious question. I'll tell you why these trails are used by bikers also, and the runs into the biking trails that run 20 miles to the south of Des Moines, and the bikers tend to stop at various places along the way to continue the biking experience.
Right. So
refuel.
So is this reachable?
I guess they could maybe work with the Parks Department in the future to come up with some sort of trailhead.
I see.
If they so choose, I can't advocate
But not
for or
right now.
against
It's
that,
not easily reachable right now.
Not right now. It's not. No. I believe there's a trailhead further to the east on Thomas Beck, where the bikes could circle around and come in the front. So.
Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant. Long time no see.
Yeah. My name is John Martin. I live at 725 35th Street, and I appreciate you taking the time, board, to hear my plea. And basically, I want to start this business. I want to be the brewer. I am very passionate about it. I like to make beer and serve it to people, and that's my satisfaction is when they enjoy it. So I've wanted to do this for a long time, and this location really has been, we've done an exhaustive search of locations. We always wanted to be in Des Moines. We wanted to be close to downtown, and this is about as close as I can get. So it's a great space for making beer, and I think we can make it into a nice space for people to come and enjoy it responsibly. So
Great.
That's.
Any questions?
When do you anticipate opening this if everything goes, not that, I'm just curious.
Wait a minute, that's supposed to be our question.
The equipment takes about 6 months to procure after I order it, and hopefully in the month of February I can order, so about September.
Oh.
That's our current plan.
Brooke?
I don't have a question, a comment, or full disclosure. Mr. Pomerantz is a very good friend of mine. We don't currently do business together, but we're old friends, so watch who you're renting from. But
I told St. John I had business dealings a couple of years ago, so. Not a Graham anymore, huh?
Until the 31st of January, and then I'm stepping out on my own to do this.
That's great, too. Well, if this passes, and I don't see why not, we'll be one of your first customers down there.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? All right, we'll close the public portion then and go to board decision.
Move staff recommendation.
Based on the 5.
Based on the 5 sterling recommendations that staff had presented to us.
I'll second. Oh, go ahead, Cindy. We moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Say aye. Motion carries 5-0. We'll be knocking on your door, John.
All right.
You bet. Item 24, variance at 1501 Grand Avenue. We're dwindling down. We appreciate your patience, guys.
This item is actually 2 variances. One, they need to get a variance of the previous decision and order granted in June of 2011 that prohibited any additional signage on the 15th Street building frontage. And then 2, they need a variance of 130 square feet over the maximum allowed of 198 square feet of signage earned for that frontage. And the variances would allow for retention of a 16-foot by 18-foot sign painted on the east facade of the building, in addition to the existing 2-foot by 20-foot sign, for a total of 328 square feet. Subject property is located at 1501 Grand Avenue. It is the gas lamp bar. It's been before you a couple of times for the conditional use permit, and then again for the sign on the east facade. If you remember, they put their sign on the upper floors of that facade. They were only allowed by zoning to put the sign on the ground level, so they needed the variance to put it on the upper floors. And as part of that variance, the board approved a condition that limited or prevented them from putting any more signage on the 15th Street facade. And this is just that conditional, or that decision and order from that conditional use permit.
Can't see it.
Yeah.
I think the equipment's getting tired. Okay, here we go. Here you can see the general bounds of the sign. It's 18 feet tall by 16 feet across. Under this blue area, there's tape over it now. It says gas lamp. If it was just this mural, it could be classified as art, but by putting the business's name on that mural, it's no longer considered art, it's considered a sign. So
Wait. Now, we already approved gas lamp, right?
you approved this sign up here.
And we said at the time we approved it that that was it.
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now they're asking for an additional sign on the same side of the building.
Correct. Yeah, the corner of the building's right here. You can't really see from the photo, but this is the 15th Street facade here. This is a diagram that shows what the sign would look like. Again, Gas Lamp is the name of the business. Live music is what they're advertising. So by putting those words on there, it's no longer considered just a mural. It's considered art, or it's considered a sign.
Which words?
Gas Lamp and live music.
If it didn't have gas lamp, is it considered?
It would still be considered a sign since it's advertising what the business involves.
Okay, now,
Whose business? If it doesn't say gas lamp, how's it advertised?
if it doesn't say gas lamp, you object to the words live music?
Yeah, since
Okay.
it's,
Why?
Do you object to the a treble clef with music notes? Or a bass clef with music notes? Or just, you know, the first 3 bars of a tune that everybody, that could,
The live music is an advertisement for what they do within the building, and therefore it's a sign.
How do you tie live music to say it's advertising for the, if it doesn't name a location?
It's live music within, that's what they do.
How do you come to that conclusion? It just says live music.
In my opinion, if they are advertising what they offer in the building, it is a sign.
So if I have live music in my apartment that I live in above it, is that advertising? That apartment having live music?
If it is a home occupation, it would be illegal, and
I just really, this thing really upsets me. We heard the park thing has come in as one of the letters. Are we just supposed to, maybe we should just clear out the whole area around the park and have nothing. That seems what the community or the city wants. I think this is a cool sign.
let me ask you this.
Was I talking?
No, you were. Go
Okay.
ahead.
And I'm just fed up with this constant thing that we have a sculpture park and nothing around it should have any fun. And live music and not identifying the tenant, so what? Is there an ordinance that says you can't say live music?
I think that gives us the latitude to make that decision, though.
Well, but, I mean, why would anyone want to invest and want to be down by the park if they're constantly getting pounded on and have to build wrought iron fences and every other business, which shouldn't be on the border of the park? It should be residential first and the business behind, which was another fight many years ago. What's the point? You don't want people to come downtown?
Well, I think, at least from the reports that we've been getting back from staff, they have a standard. And
well, but I
agree with that.
strongly object to the suggestion that this is going to be some ordinance in the future for the downtown district. There is no current ordinance.
No.
Period.
No question.
Why does it constantly come up in the staff reports?
the current ordinance limits them to 3 square feet of signage per lineal
But
foot of building.
we've had this discussion many times, and I think it says in here, or the letter from one of the complaints, the park and the downtown district. Is there an ordinance that says you can't do this in the downtown, you can't have fun in the downtown district? That's what it's amounting.
I think all Sue Ann's saying is that it constitutes a sign. In our view, it may not. I don't think it's a sign.
Well, I'm getting real fed up with it,
understand.
to be honest. It just makes no sense. If you don't want young people and people to come downtown, then the council should stand up and say that.
You can get no argument from me there.
When you look at the sign itself, your objection, could we put the sign up? Your objection is not just to the words?
The applicant came to the counter and talked to me before they did this. They wanted to get the artwork up before the weather changed.
Okay.
And I explained to them that the portion that was the artwork without the letters was art, and they could go ahead and put that up.
So the people playing music is okay with you? See, the people down
That's
here.
art.
Yeah, on the lower right-hand side,
Yep.
that's okay.
Yeah.
And the idea that you have a blue ribbon is okay with you? I'm just asking. What's our...
It wasn't presented that way. It was presented the blue ribbon with the gas lamp, live music, Des Moines. I had to take it in the context in which it was given to me and presented.
Yeah.
If you want to bring up hypotheticals, if it was brought to me a different way, I don't know.
Hypothetically, if they just have...
Pabst Blue Ribbon sign, it's sort of a trademark.
Doesn't say Pabst Blue Ribbon.
I know it doesn't.
It's just...
You don't know how many people have come to me saying that's a Pabst Blue Ribbon sign. I probably would not object to it. If they have no words on it, it could be considered art. That's a judgment call at the time. I said, go ahead, put the art up. You're going to have to go to the board for the words. We'll count the words as the sign.
Okay. Now, if we decided that this was all art and it was okay, does it, besides the fact that we've already limited the use, does this fall within the parameters of permitted square footage of sign on that building? Even if, if you count the gas.
If you just take the gas lamp live music, we aren't counting the art because that's art. It's not part, it's not counted as sign. Yes, it would earn the square around gas lamp live music Des Moines.
Okay.
Notwithstanding your previous order.
In addition,
I mean,
Yeah, that's what she's saying, is that the only thing that counts is the words.
Yes.
You see, and the lettering that we already approved.
Oh, okay.
So that,
when we count a sign, we don't count everything that's up. We count a square around the words that create the sign. That's how we calculate the sign area.
in looking at signage, and I know the city got a lot of flack about, what was it, Subway?
Yes, we did.
Did you explain to them that in Chicago, across from Millennium Park, there's a Subway? In Chicago, across from Millennium Park, there was a Bennigan's?
We're better than Chicago.
The idea is, though, that what I'm saying is that in a downtown atmosphere, across the street from parks which have expended, from cities' parks that have expended huge amounts of money, more than is invested in our park, they have commercial businesses that have signage that encourage people to come into the businesses that are surrounding the park. And it shows lots of action and lots of, like a city. All I'm saying is that in a sense, the idea of whether it's signage or art. Oh, and by the way, there's a Walgreens sign across from the skating rink in Millennium Park. It'd be just like a Walgreens across the street from the Brenton skating park. What I guess I'm saying is it's an interesting distinction that one thing is art and another thing is advertising. But really what your objection here is that we, in the previous consideration, had a limitation on the amount of square footage that we said gas lamp is it on that side of the building.
I think that went into part of the decision on the recommending to deny.
So now the idea is if we approve this, pretty clearly the sign itself doesn't violate the city's norms on the square footage allowed on the building.
Correct.
The question is,
do you want to set aside your previous order that said no more signage will be allowed and allow an additional signage?
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
But I find it interesting on this art, they have a gas lamp and a picture of a musician playing live art, playing music. I mean, to me, that kind of says gas lamp like music again.
I am not going to arbitrate what is art.
Yeah, if it didn't have the words gas lamp, but had a gas lamp there.
The board previously, if you will recall, on a Kentucky Fried Chicken on East University, allowed murals that depicted chicken and other products sold as a mural and dictated it to be art. I would not want to argue with that board, with the board's interpretation of what is art.
I was there. And they don't sell live chickens.
No, they don't. I take a very cautious and view of what is art. I'm not going to try to arbitrate what is art. I'm very liberal in my interpretation, as long as it is not a sign and is not outside of the norm of art. I'm going to, unless it needs to go to our art council or somebody to determine. I determined that was art, except for the portion that said gas lamp live music, Des Moines.
Okay, all right, let's move on. Thank you, no, that's good.
I'll wrap up the staff recommendation. While we felt the sign is in character with the surrounding neighborhood, which includes the sculpture garden, we felt that they didn't satisfy the criteria necessary for granting variance. So again, to grant a variance, you're technically supposed to demonstrate that without that variance, there shall be no reasonable use of the property, which we felt was kind of hard to argue that without this sign, there would be no reasonable use of the property. So we recommended denial of the variance. However, we recommended that if the board should determine that the applicant has demonstrated those variance criteria, that the mural be limited to as it exists today with no future exchange of sign area for other sign configurations.
I'm not sure I know what that means.
That if you do grant the variance, that it be limited to this sign here and not just give them a blanket approval to put whatever they want within a 16 by 18 foot.
They can't repaint it.
Yeah.
Do something else.
So, and I also needed to mention, I passed around the comment cards and then letters of opposition from the downtown community group and, well, or not Wellmark, but Meredith.
Okay. By the way, my daughter in Chicago, who I get a lot of information from, says that if you go to maps.google.com and then Google image the Randolph and Michigan Street areas in Chicago, you pick up all these things.
Good to know.
Thanks, Bert. Applicant, representative of the applicant? Uh-oh, all this talk for nothing?
Is anybody here? Is anybody
here to speak in opposition?
Have you talked to him?
I haven't personally.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Nobody's here on behalf of Canfield Properties? Okay.
Brother, do we want to vote on it anyway? Yeah. Okay, I don't want to carry it over, so.
Neither do I.
All right. We'll close the public portion, then go to board decision.
My feeling is that I think the gas lamp sign that they have is pretty significant. And I kind of think it's kind of neat on the side of the building, and I wouldn't be troubled with it even as it is, but it was a compromise if we just let them put live music, Des Moines, because they already have the vertical sign. I don't know why that would be a big deal.
It was kind of a cool sign.
If we're, it seems to me that if you're going to allow it, you allow
Just
it.
allow it.
Because it doesn't violate the norm. And here they're asking, we've already decided they're entitled to a variance. Here they're just asking for us to modify what we previously granted.
Okay.
You know, when they're not getting any more than they're entitled to under the ordinance as far as square footage of signage is concerned.
So you're saying just let them have gas lamp live music Des Moines?
Yeah.
Might as well? Okay. Do I hear a form of a motion?
Sure. I would move that we grant the amended variance request to remove the condition prohibiting additional signage and to allow the gas lamp live music sign as presented, Des Moines, Iowa, or Des Moines, as presented to the board.
Do I hear a second?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Provided that it's limited to the mural as it exists with no future exchange of the sign area for other sign configurations.
Okay. Do I hear a second? Okay, been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Are both of you here for item 25? Boy, you guys got to be troopers. I appreciate it. Item 25, conditional use permit and variance at 1820 East Army Post Road.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 25 is a conditional use permit for a business selling wine, liquor, and/or beer, and it's a request for a variance of 44 parking spaces less than the minimum required 79 off-street parking spaces for tavern use, and it would allow conversion of the existing 100-foot by 118-foot building from a restaurant use to a tavern or nightclub use. For background information, a few years ago, the board did grant a conditional use permit.
Thought we did.
It was called Party Town at that time. However, at that time, they had arrangements to use both of these properties for off-street parking. They no longer have that option to use this area here, so they are deficient on their parking. And however, even with that previous board approval, it did lapse, so they've lost that. So they're having to come back now. Earlier, or last year, this property did contain the Volcano Bar and Grill, which was considered a restaurant for zoning purposes. Here's the site sketch, or site plan that they have submitted. The building is right here. The existing parking is shown to the south of the building. They have 35 off-street parking spaces. Conceptually, they showed that some more parking spaces could potentially be provided to the north of the building. However, they aren't able to do that due to some septic drainage or some septic fields back here, as well as some other issues. So they're wanting to get a variance that would allow them to just have these 35 parking spaces to the front of the building. This is the layout of the interior of the building. There's the dance floor up here, and then some a few bars around the perimeter, and then seating in the middle. And this is a photo of the building as of last week. And this is kind of looking to the northeast. The property line runs through the middle of this parking lot. This was a former bail bond business that it's closed now, but
convenient.
That property has been turned over to the bank through foreclosure proceedings. Here's another photo of the business. And then this was a photo of the area behind the building where their septic field is. And
is that stuff not on their plan?
Correct. The property line, I don't know if you can see this little retaining wall here, the property line follows that. So. And this is just another photo of that former bail bonds place. And then
it's business opportunity.
Decision in order from the last time. Consent map, we had the one card come back in opposition from this property here. As far as the staff recommendation goes, we felt that this is an appropriate location for a tavern. There aren't any residential uses in close proximity. We felt it was adequately separated from residential uses. North.
There we go.
There are some houses up here along Southeast 19th Street, and then the house here on the corner, but we felt that the impacts of a tavern at this location would be minimized. However, we didn't feel that providing only 35 off-street parking spaces for that large of a building would be in keeping with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. That did concern us, that an 11,000 square foot building would only have 35 off-street parking spaces. So we've recommended denial of that, and our recommendation is that they limit the area of the building to 150 square feet for each of the parking spaces that they have. As you can see from this layout, how they would achieve that, I can't I can't offer any practical solutions, but we do feel that having this large of a business with that few parking spaces would be detrimental to the essential character. So let me see what.
Where's the denial? Am I missing that?
Well,
No, it went by, the little card, you mean?
No, denial from staff.
well, we've. Yeah, under number one, it covers it. You're right, it doesn't explicitly say denial of the variance, but.
It's a condition.
But number one achieves that, which the 35 parking spaces would allow them to use up to 5,100 square feet of the existing building, which has 11,800 square feet. So it would be under half of the building. So then we've also recommended the approval be subject to any parking be lit with at least 1 foot candle of light at all times. The business shall comply with the noise control ordinance. 4 trash and litter receptacles be provided around the site. 5, they have the necessary liquor license. 6, any renovations of the building shall comply with the building and fire codes. And 7, the conditional use permit would be subject to amendment or revocation if it becomes a nuisance. So, any questions?
So what you're saying is that they have 11,000 some square feet, and they literally can only use half of it. The other half has to be nothing. It can't be a dance floor, it can't be anything.
That is our recommendation.
Did they know this coming in?
They know that, and they, in my conversations with him, they said they couldn't really make that work. But at the same time, as staff, we were just too hesitant to give them approvals to have that big of a building, knowing how large of a crowd an 11,000 square foot building could attract while only having 35.
Tell me about the history of that building. So as I recall, it's had kind of a checkered history. At one point, it was so popular that even with the 77 parking spaces, they were still parking on both sides of the road and then picking fights in the adjoining properties with each other. Is that still the latest?
Sue could probably give a better detailing of the enforcement history, but I know that there have been issues.
I think your memory serves you well. This has had I think it was Toad Holler.
Yeah, it was Toad Holler.
It was Toad Holler. And
but it
then
was something else before that.
It was something else before that.
Yeah.
Party Time was after that. The latest was the Volcano, which we did have an enforcement action once we realized the lease agreement on the adjoining property had expired, and they couldn't find any other adequate parking. I was out there a couple times when they were open, and they were parking all over the place. With the Volcano, I don't feel, even if you limit it to half the building, I hate to contradict our own staff recs, but enforcement would be difficult. I mean, we'd have to figure out which portion they were using, and it just creates a nightmare for us. I just don't see how saying you can only use half of it doesn't allow them to open up the other half on a ad hoc basis. But parking has been and will be a significant issue at this site unless they can figure out some deal with that neighbor again or something else.
Well, it used to be a unified site, didn't it? I mean, didn't one owner used to own not only that property, the property next door, but also the bail bonds thing?
My recollection of the history is that they leased the bail bonds place and the place next door, and they had to bring us in lease agreements to prove that the lease was in force, and we used that as the count.
Well, yeah, and they used to have these houses up here, and they'd bring bands in, and part of the deal was the bands would stay for free in the house, and then they'd play 3 days a week, you know?
Yeah, and then there was the rodeo, but that's a whole other story.
Is there any street parking at all?
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's kind of
it's
dirt
a
road kind of.
Yeah.
With you know.
With your old
go down into the ditch.
Road
yeah.
The road ditches.
Yep. So it has had a significant enforcement history over the years. So.
To answer your question, Tom, these 3 parcels here were owned in common by Jamie Ellis at one time. There were plans to develop another mini warehouse on these 3 properties here, but I don't believe these were ever owned in common.
What's the property to the west?
This is a mini warehouse
Okay.
owned by
You said the bank owns it now?
Legacy Bank owns these
Mhm.
3. Budget Storage is here, and then there's a bank that owns these 3 properties to the east and to the north.
And you mentioned that they used to be allowed to use the parking area next to them, but they're no longer allowed to use that?
Yeah.
He lost it in a foreclosure and the bank took it over. When the bank took it over, they took it over extinguishing the lease when they foreclosed on that lot, and have not been able to make a deal with the owner that needs the parking. And so it's been kind of contentious.
The bank can't believe how worthless what they own is.
Any other questions?
I don't know, I was called to enforce the fact they weren't supposed to be parking there, so.
How about, do you want to hear from the applicant?
That's what I'd like. Is there any more questions for staff before we move on? Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Well, I'll kind of give you a little bit of history of this.
After you give us your name and address.
Robert Essel, 2709 Scenic Place. When I bought this, I was aware that also that this was an awful busy, popular nightclub. My friend who died of cancer, Bill Curtis, who worked for Iowa Realty, actually found this place for me. And I went out and bought it from Melody Petrie. Her dad originally owned the whole piece. Went out there and talked to Jamie Ellis. We entered into a 5-year lease to lease the parking. I went in and put about $260,000 in this building. And after I did that, I operated it for about 8 months. I also have some other businesses in Des Moines. Operated it for approximately 6-8 months. I had no police calls, so I had no problems for that side of the building. But I operated Romano's Pizza. Since then, I leased it to a guy to go over and take over a couple of businesses that I had that the people didn't make it in. The bank came in and repossessed this and somehow got a federal judge to throw out a lease through Iowa Realty, which I have no idea how they did that, which eliminated the use of the parking. I leased it to another guy, and I think he put in the Volcano nightclub, maybe another $60,000-$70,000 in this building. And then I went down and I opened La Pizza House. I just sold La Pizza House, and I have some time. I have a guy that's willing to come in and purchase this and even purchase the bank out of this, but I have to get in and I have to get a temporary permit to operate it as a bar and a restaurant. If it's not possible, I can't go to the bank and borrow the money. I went to this bank and talked to them, and they came up with some kind of a price, but it even had other properties that were not even attached to this into the appraisal. So it just wasn't worth giving them what they wanted for it. What I need to do is I need to, and then I went to an engineer and tried to kind of set this back parking up and get kind of an option to go back and use recycled asphalt temporarily. I could do the parking in the rear of this building and get enough spots, but I can't make the green space work in this area. I really do believe if I can get this open and I can get this to make some money, I can not only buy the building or the ground from the bank, I have another buyer. Mm-hmm. But I need these people to work with me. They're not willing to lease it. They're not willing. All they want to do is you pay us this amount of money or you don't open it. So I went down about 30 days ago to get a demolition permit because it'd be cheaper just to tear the building down. I've had $60,000 worth of equipment stolen out of there. I've had 3 or 4 break-ins, and I'm just to the deal where, it might be better just to eliminate it. I actually made it work as a pizza restaurant. I don't need a nightclub. I don't know where the nightclub thing came from. What I'm asking for is a restaurant license with liquor, so I can sell liquor. But I can also go to that back and add the 40 parking spots if you guys allow me to eliminate the green space. And that's what I actually thought I was, what I was coming for. This engineer, he did this design here, and then after I walked him through it, I can actually go to this line, and I also asked him about how come he didn't put parking along the side of the building. He said he never thought about it. So this is $2,500 more wasted in this procedure. But I could even meet the adequate parking if I could just get temporary where I wouldn't have to put in the green space. I could get the adequate parking, and I'm willing to do all this. And if I can just get, 6 months into this thing and get it open and operating, I got a guy that'll buy the whole thing from the bank and me. I can go my way, they can go their way, and they can be happy. I can be happy.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of asking for a temporary variance so I can, no bank in the world is going to loan me money on this project. I can promise you that.
Okay.
It's on the south side. It's really rough over there. So
Hold tight. Sue Ann's coming up here. We got a few questions, haven't we, Brooke?
Sure.
Yeah, you ran this before as a restaurant?
Yes, Romano's Pizza. I ran it from, I can't give the exact date, about 6 months. And then I had Casey Barbecue on East 14th and Court that I sold to a lady to go into this one, and she didn't make it. So when she didn't make it, I had to go back and retake that over. So I leased it to the Volcano people.
Okay.
And they operated the nightclub in there.
But your game plan, if I understand what you said, is to reopen as a restaurant with a liquor license.
Exactly. That's exactly
And, and you would just have a restaurant and sell liquor. Would you have live entertainment or any of that?
I'd like to do some either dancing, or I'd like to not limit that, because the reason that I'd like to not limit that is that I can rent it for parties. I can rent it to you for like a wedding. I can rent it to,
Okay.
There's no way that this bar is going to compete against Court Avenue or West Glen. I mean, Larry Smith and I have just, we've tried everything in the world to figure out how to make this thing work. It just is not going to work. The only way it's going to probably work is if I can go in and I can operate a pizza restaurant and I can rent it out for weddings. I can rent it out for, the cool thing about this is I can do your wedding reception. You can have your whole bar. You can have a DJ stand, you can have the lights, you can have everything. And I can rent this to you for the same amount of price that it would cost you to go anywhere else.
But you wouldn't, on a regular basis, have live bands?
I don't want bands.
Okay.
This was never set up in the beginning when I operated this.
So you want a liquor license, run it at a restaurant, and the ability to host, rent it out for parties?
Correct.
Okay. And then the parking lot in back would be, did you say paved?
I would like to use, they told me that I could get, sometimes they give variances to use recycled asphalt in the beginning. And the reason that I wanted to do that, it would allow me to get enough parking to open this up and, get it to work, because I've had 18 restaurants. So I have the ability to make this work. If I can get this to work, I have a guy that'll buy the whole piece.
Okay.
That would eliminate the bank, and that would eliminate me. I could go my way, they could go their way. Believe me, for what they're wanting for that other piece, which is like $260,000, $80,000 for 2 acres of ground on the south side, they're never going to get it.
Yeah.
What? I have a question.
Sure.
Is there a septic? Are you on septic here?
Yes, I am on a septic.
Where is your septic tank?
The septic is, let me show you real quick.
No. Yeah, because we see it on the screen here.
I just heard them say that you couldn't
The
get
septic,
parking
oh,
because
here
of
it is, you can see it. It's right here on the end of the property line. What we would do is, we would build a little retaining wall right here, put the drive up into it, and where this line is here is an existing fence. And he had to leave it for the green space to meet the code. If the green space could be eliminated, I could move the parking over here, and we could put parking along the side and parking directly down the middle, and I could pretty much come up to the
I don't
property
think you
line.
can drive over that septic.
The septic lines are in the rear of the building, There's no septic in the front.
Yeah, but how would you get back there?
What you do is the septic lines run this way. And what you do is you run this way and come straight up here.
It's got to come from the building.
Well, no, the engineer has a little drive here with a retainer wall. And what he's doing is he's putting in, he told me I could put in like rail tie retaining wall and build a drive up into the rear there, and I wouldn't hurt anything. He wouldn't have done this if it wasn't engineering possible to do it. He would have just told you it's not possible to do it.
And do you have your grease traps and everything? Where are your grease tanks?
The grease interceptor is inside the building. Since this is not attached to a sewer system, there's no grease interceptor. A grease interceptor, what it is, it intercepts the grease from going into the city sewer. There's no city sewer. So there's no grease interceptor.
Where does it go?
There is a grease interceptor inside the building in the floor, but not out in the rear of the building, like the other restaurants.
Okay.
It's two different types. I have what's kind of like the olden days, where it's inside the restaurant by the sink.
So somebody's got to come and pump that out?
Yeah, Jim's John Service comes out every month. You come out and you do that.
Mr. Edsel, have you read the staff recommendation where they are indicating that because of the current parking problem, they would they would recommend that you limit the use of the property to 5,100 square feet until you can get the parking problem straightened out?
Well, if you guys would give me the variance to put in the parking today, I could put in the parking and I would have adequate parking.
No, what I'm asking you is, have you read the staff recommendation and is that acceptable to you?
Well, there's no way to do that because of the size of the building. All the sewer lines and this stuff are in the rear. You're going to have to heat that whole building. The main gig to doing this is to get people to rent it for parties. If you can't use the back part where you're going to rent it for the parties, that would be probably the majority of the business. I do believe if I could get the landscaping variance, that I could provide the amount of parking and you wouldn't have to grant me usage. You could just, by the amount of parking that I would have the ability to meet the requirement.
I hate to interrupt, but I think we need to clarify that the board doesn't have the power to grant a variance of landscaping standards. So if he's here asking you to grant a variance of the green space requirements, that's not something the board has the ability to do. So I want to make sure that he understands what he can ask from this board and what he can't before he goes any further into his.
Would it be helpful, Mr. Edsel, if we gave you a continuance in this matter for another 30 days to see if you could make arrangements for additional parking?
Unfortunately, this is a deal where it costs a lot of money to kind of keep it.
I know.
It's kind of like, I was in the deal to remove the building anyway, the process to do that. I could wait 30 days and give it another shot, but it doesn't sound like this would be the board that I'd have to go to anyway, does it? If you guys can't grant, if they can't grant the...
Right. The Plan and Zoning Commission can grant waiver of site plan requirements, which in this case, landscaping and open space, those are site plan requirements.
Okay.
So
so they can do that?
They could do that. But I think what Mr. Clark was pointing out is that the staff recommendation would actually allow you to use even more than 5,100 square foot if you do get future approvals to do this or other parking arrangements with adjoining properties.
What that means, Mr. Edsel, is we could give you the go-ahead to start everything. And then, like Bert mentioned, then go to P&Z and say, okay, can I get on my site plan relief for parking in the back? You're already a step ahead because then you don't have to come back to us again. And the expansion to the rest of the building is an automatic. Am I reading that right, Sue Ann?
Well, to do that, then you'd have to grant me the 5,100, then you would have to grant me the ability to use it as a nightclub instead of a restaurant, because I would have to be able to use the back part and not the restaurant area for the income to pay for the rest of it. I can rent the back part out for parties. It might be a little bit harder out there without the traffic to get enough people to bring in the income, you know, to make the business work.
Well, I think what we're saying is, if this makes sense to start with half the building, we're not saying it's a 6, 8, 10-month process. You know, Plan and Zoning meets twice a month, so by the time you get the okay to at least use half the building, you could be right there in front of Plan and Zoning at the next meeting that it's available, and ask for the site plan relief to put the parking back there. And so before you even open it up, you might have the authority to go ahead and use the whole building. We're just saying, we're going to be one step that's going to help you get there, if that's what Mr. Clark's trying to get to.
That makes sense, but remember, you'll have to grant me then the tavern license, because I might not have the ability to operate a restaurant. Right now, it's zoned for a restaurant.
That's part of the recommendation.
Well, I have no problem with that. And that's 5,100 feet. That's less, if I'm not correct, that would be less bathroom space. That would be less, pool rooms are different, kitchen space, storage.
You'd have to bring us in a floor plan that shows the area you're going to use, and then the building department would have to calculate your fixtures based on that.
Well, I've dealt with you before. You're fair, you know. I mean, I have no problem.
Does this sound like a workable solution?
It's workable.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. Any other people here in support? Opposition? Thanks for your patience as well.
Lance Hoffman, 811 West Detroit, Indianola. I'm here on behalf of the bank. Legacy Bank, sorry. And this is we're the adjacent neighbor to the east, which it is a worthless property. I agree.
You didn't make the loan, right?
Unfortunately, I did.
What a guy even admits it.
Yeah. The dilemma that we have with the situation is this property was all owned by the same people. This property was never designed to be split. The bail bonds place, it's tied on to Bob's water and sewer. I don't even know if there's a separate sewer system for the house like you were talking about. It probably is tied all into Bob's septic. If we sell our property, everything's got to be bulldozed because we don't have this separate water or sewer. That's, I guess, a little background on these properties were truly intended to be designed together. When the Volcano Restaurant was there, we got it foreclosed. We took possession before Volcano opened. Unfortunately, when they were there, used all our parking, went into our bare lot, had guys out there whipping donuts, tearing up the property, empty beer cans. Our fear as a bank is the properties at some point need to be put back together. If you allow it to open, we'll have damage to our property like we did last time. And unfortunately, then we have to put money in putting up a barricade, blocking off our property. How are you going to prevent these people from driving onto our parking lot when it's wide open and it's all together? That puts the heinous, or it puts it back on us to have to add to our property. I don't know if, you know, if you do grant it to be open, do you have to put up a fence, a divider fence, so that we don't have to incur a much more cost to protect our property? We have met with Bob in the past. The last we knew, we were going to try to get back together in October. His financing situation may have changed. We were willing to negotiate price to try to sell this to Bob, put it back together, because that's where it needs to be. And that's all I have.
Is the land split now? How could you split that land if you
They
didn't
were-
have the sewer?
We didn't know it. Jamie Ellis didn't tell us that he was on the water. Bob bought it after we bought it. We didn't know the two properties were connected. Otherwise, we would have never financed it and never did it. So unfortunately, because he'd rented the property for like 10 years. He'd been a tenant with that bail bonds company, so, you know, you assume he'd be honest and tell us what was going on, and never did. So we didn't know, otherwise we wouldn't have financed it. So.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you.
I got a question, yes, I'm sorry. You want them to put up a fence, you said?
I'd love it if they're going to use it, and so otherwise it's going to put it on me to protect my property.
Instead of coming to terms and leasing your property or a portion of your property and getting some income, you'd rather have him pay for a fence?
The problem with the lease is, what if we get a tenant that comes in, wants to buy it, then all of a sudden we've binded them into a lease, and then we can't sell it. Banks aren't in the business of owning property. We want to get rid of it, just like Bob would like to get rid of it. It's just if we enter into a lease, you know, he's not going to want a month-to-month lease. Subject to, if we sell it, boom, he's done.
Well, but from your comments, it sounds like the property should be put back together, and the two of you are pretty far apart. So
I don't know how far apart we are in price.
Well, it seems like you're apart. I don't know how far either, but so the downside is that nothing can happen and it just sits there. So I'm perplexed as to what to do, number one, and why they haven't been talking, number two.
It'd be nice to resolve that we're not going to be able to do anything like that. But I like your thoughts.
Not at 10 minutes after 8.
Yeah. Any other questions? Let's move on. Thank you. Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
Are we continuing this, Mr. Chair?
No, we're voting. Bob expressed desire that staff recommendations were agreeable to him. He has a path to go.
Okay.
So that he's agreed.
And the applicant also understands we cannot grant the
right
green space.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah, P&Z does that. I'll entertain a motion.
Move staff recommendation.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. I hope you guys are awful close together, because I'd like to go check this place out. One more, folks, I hate to do this to us. This might not take long. Item 17, we've moved to the end of the agenda. Neither one's here, but I don't see any reason why we should carry it over, because staff's recommendation is to do it. So can we hear 17?
Yeah.
Real quick, and then we're done. Huh?
And I did go out and tried to get a hold of Mr. McCleary, but I didn't have any luck getting a hold of him. So
let's just hear it. And
there are quite a few cards and letters from neighboring properties. Subject property is 4807 Kingman Boulevard. It's located to the west of Polk Boulevard. It's kind of on a dead-end segment of Kingman Boulevard. The applicant is proposing to construct an up to 8-foot tall solid fence along this portion of the property, and then construct a 6-foot tall either wrought iron or split rail design fence around the perimeter of the balance of the site. Being in the front yard, they're only allowed to have a 4-foot tall fence if it's more than 75% open. And if this site looks familiar to you, last year you did grant a variance to allow them to have a 8-foot tall fence in the side yard areas. But at that time, they wanted to do the front yard, and the board denied having an 8-foot tall fence all the way to the front property line.
that's why it looks so familiar.
The neighbor, yeah.
Correct. This is, the reason it was continued from last month is originally they were proposing a wrought iron fence design, which staff was in support of, and then the day of the meeting, the applicant changed it to this split rail design. So we didn't feel that that was adequate notification to the neighbors. You know, they got their notice based on a wrought iron fence, and then to change up at the last minute to do the split rail design. So it was continued. There's just another example he submitted. And then, I don't know how useful this is, but this is the 8-foot tall fence. If you look, this is looking at the property facing east from the property adjacent to the west. If you see where this 8-foot tall fence is, they've already been approved to have the 8-foot tall fence in the side yard. So they're just wanting an 8-foot tall fence for a 5-foot segment here, and it'd actually be tapered down. So only the northern portion would actually be 8 feet. And the reason for that is they want, when they let their dogs out of the front door and walk down the sidewalk, they want that to be screened
Yeah, I remember the dogs were the issue.
view for the neighbors. So,
I think they want letting their dogs out to be screened.
well, they want to have a screen there so when the dogs come out, they don't see people in the neighborhood property and start barking or trying to run towards them. There's the photo of the site.
Show that again, please. Where's the fence, the 8-foot fence?
You know, it doesn't look like this photo. It looks like Jason used the photo from last go around.
There you
So
go.
the new fence isn't shown here.
Okay.
I apologize for that. This is the south or the east side yard. You can see the 8-foot tall fence is there right now. And then here's the consent map, all the cards
Gets along with his neighbors.
in opposition.
I see that.
Except for one here. And there were a couple emails that I passed around as well. So, staff is supportive of the proposal only if they do a wrought iron fence in the front yard. We don't believe a 6-foot tall split rail fence would be compatible with the essential character of the neighborhood. While we do feel there's a place for a split rail, that should be no taller than 4 feet in the front yard. So we feel that any fence over 4 feet within the front yard should be a wrought iron design. So we have recommended approval of the requested exception and variance subject to some conditions. 1, the fence be in accordance with a fence permit, and 2, the proposed 6-foot tall fence shall consist of a traditional wrought iron style. And
Why does it have to be 6 foot?
well, by right he could do 4 feet, but he has 3 Mastiff dogs that are pretty large, and he says a 4-foot tall fence can't contain them. So,
Questions for
This
staff?
fence is already there on the, is that
no,
fence there?
the fence, he currently has an 8-foot tall fence in the side yard area and in the rear yard area. So
Yeah.
from like this point back, he has an 8-foot tall fence, but there's no fence here
Okay.
along any of this.
And he wants a fence in the entire
He wants
front
to
yard.
put the 8-foot tall solid fence just for this 5-foot segment here, and then do the rest with a 6-foot tall opaque.
But the
front. Here it
back
is
of-
now. So
The back of the house is already fenced?
what was that?
The whole back of the house is fenced?
Yes, the rear yard of the area, rear yard is fenced, and you can see from this photo that the east side yard has an 8-foot tall fence as well.
Okay.
Okay. You must be the applicant?
Yes, sir.
He gives yeah. Name and address?
Jason McCleary, 4807 Kingman Boulevard. Is there any questions that?
Yeah, have you seen what staff recommended?
I believe they recommended the 6-foot.
Wrought iron.
As long as it's wrought iron instead of the other. The other doesn't come higher, so that's what I kind of meant.
No, so you're good with that?
Yeah, yeah.
Why do you, if your backyard is all fenced, and I understand you have large dogs, is that correct? What do you need the fence in the front for?
Well, what's not clear from the picture in the backyard, there's half of that's concreted, and another part is an internal fence in the back. And basically, I wanted to have the front yard, so, well, first of all, to enjoy my property, but instead of going to a dog park with 3 giant dogs, and having people just go, gasp when they see them all galloping down. I just thought it's better to let my dogs run around in the front and have fun, and instead of taking them to a dog park and running risk. Because I took my dog to the dog park and she got bit in the ear, and it's $600 to get her sewn up, and you can't always trust what you're going to find at a dog park. So to be able to enjoy my property, I'd like to let them run around the front. And since I've had issues with this other neighbor off to the side, that's why I'm putting up the privacy fence. He expressed this, extreme concern over my dog running over to his side because he has a granddaughter that comes over. So while he wasn't willing to help me pay for the fence, I said, okay, fine, I find it funny though, as soon as I want to put the fence up and I want to do everything, he objects. I'm like, really? But meanwhile, he writes a letter to the police, calls the police on me because his son-in-law at 10:30 at night on New Year's Eve said, while he was in the car, said my dog ran over their property. Well, now luckily with the fence being there, he won't even see if I'm in my front yard. And I can enjoy my property without being bothered and without, because they are big, without the risk of them, jumping over or something. If I need to go inside to, answer the phone or talk on the phone or something like that, I don't have to babysit. But I've had this house in my family since I was 10, and I've known both these neighbors since I was 10. So, it's interesting. It's a beautiful neighborhood, but I plan on staying there for a long time, so I don't want to put up something that looks terrible, and I'm not trying to keep it good looking.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Since you're the last one, any last questions for staff? Hearing none, close the public portion, go to board decision.
Move staff recommendation.
Here a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. Sometimes it does help to come back.
Thank you very much.
Move the minutes of the Zoning Board of Adjustment meeting of December 21st.
Do I hear a second? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. I need you guys to vote one. Motion carries 5-0. That's for minutes. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you, guys. We cleared up the agenda for next week.